there's a sort of unique set of circumstances that came about to give rise to the point where I was ending up building a house when I was 20 years old. And it would need to be, because it's not normal, let's just face it. Ultimately, this comes down to my Gran. Before I started building this, my Gran was at an age where she was starting to fail a little bit physically. Now that doesn't mean she wasn't mobile, she was, but things were starting to happen in her daily life where it became obvious that she needed some kind of assistance. She needed people to be there for her. The option was she goes into a nursing home, or there's something else. So what I began to put forward during my second year at university was the idea that perhaps she could live in some kind of granny flat, a house where she was right next to my parents, who could be called upon if something went wrong, but where she could live independently, and she wouldn't lose that feeling of independence that she valued an awful lot. To afford it, I had to do it myself, I had to build it myself, I had to keep costs down to a minimum, and I started putting forward this idea that I would design and build a granny flat onto my parents' house for my Gran to live in. The process begins way back when I was still at university, as I said, and my mind should have been on that, but I was already starting to think about how I would get this thing constructed during my summer break in about 14 or 15 weeks. Way back at the beginning, there was a huge amount of things that had to be covered before this actually got off the ground, and I began building the thing. So what we're looking at here is my parents' house. This was the house that this thing had to get built onto. It would be completely separate, but also a part of the house, so that it would fulfil its function. It would be there so that my parents could help my Gran out if anything went wrong. Now, it's a typical family house, I would say, something that I imagine a lot of people live in, of no particular design merit at all. But in the back garden that we see here was the area where I would eventually build this construction. And it's quite tight. Now here's the view from the back, looking at the back of the house. Everything's in sort of reasonable repair, but there you go, a blank canvas and a 36 square metre construction was going to get put onto the back of this house, which was a huge undertaking. So to give you an idea, we're looking now at the very, very first ideas I began to think about. Now, it had to be so easy to build because, as I'll say time and time again, I'm not a builder. I didn't have knowledge about how these things went together in an awful lot of detail. Anything I did know about came straight from books and an interest in knowing how things are constructed. So a basic knowledge is all I had, and not a lot of previous skills in how to, build an extension from scratch. Something I certainly hadn't done before. So in this image we see a very, very straightforward, flat-roofed, modular construction protruding out of the rear of the property. With a flat roof, easy to construct, something that I thought I had a chance of doing in 15 weeks. And this is the first thing, and remember at this stage we're weeks and weeks before my summer break when I thought I might have a chance of building this, and before I'd even sort of agreed with my mum and dad that this was a way forward and it wasn't completely mad. It was, but that's where we were at this point. And I was kind of thinking, well, here's a floor plan. Living space, ensuite bathroom, storage area, food preparation area, and utility room. So if I run the cursor about, utility room, kitchen area, living space, ensuite bathroom, in about 36 square metres. So the utility room acts as a kind of buffer zone between the main house here and the granny flat, which is everything inside this line where the cursor's going now. So the granny flat is a separate entity. It's closed off from the rest of the house via this door here. When you go through this door, you're in a separate zone. It's Gran's, it's her own. She can do what she wants in there. She can heat it independently. Nobody interferes. But if she becomes injured or she falls over or her health becomes dodgy for a couple of days, well, my parents are living literally next door. Can pop in and help. So that's the whole idea of this thing, to avoid my gran going into a nursing home. And this is what I was jotting down on paper at the very, very start. My initial sort of thoughts just spewed out on a piece of paper. And in actual fact, what ended up being constructed was not that different from this at all. So here's a planning drawing that I was putting together to at least start to build up a conversation with the planning department. And these are the sort of things I was showing them. So an elevation of the side of the house, this extension being completed in some kind of construction method that didn't involve laying bricks or blocks, and came out of the house simply, job done. Now, I didn't see this as being an issue. It's at the back of the house, and I thought, hey, that's fair enough. There's a lot of flat roof properties in the area. It's not really seen. It's a functional space. I thought that would be fine. But as I was talking to the planning department about this, still, as I say, on a sort of loose basis, will I not do this? Is this mad? I'm not sure, but I'm spewing it out here. I'm having a conversation with people and seeing where it goes at this stage. And I built up a whole load of planning drawings and building warrant drawings. For those of you who don't know, a planning application deals mainly with the way something looks. So you have to satisfy conditions that would later be put down that stated I couldn't have this flat roof, for example, but the conditions that it blends in with neighbouring properties and so on, that kind of thing. And the building warrants to do with safety. So, for example, ventilation, electrical safety, where are all the sockets, where are all the lights, security, everything to do with how this thing is constructed and the safety of that. So structurally, how is it going to work, and is it going to be solid, that kind of thing. All that stuff forms part of the building warrant. So it's a very technical thing, the building warrant. And you need to communicate all these things in drawings. So I was starting to put this together as well and build up a dialogue with building control and learning how to lay this out in a plan format. To be fair, the guy from building control who I started this conversation with was really helpful, and he's probably part of the reason why this ultimately went ahead. He was so helpful. He showed me what I was going wrong with in drawings, what had to be included, what hadn't, on a basis where I went back to him each time with refinements. But at this stage, I didn't have a formal idea what would be accepted in a planning application either, so the two things are running in parallel. So, weeks and weeks before this began, well, my mind should have been on other things, i.e. my university. I was also, well, let's be honest, very, very much involved in thinking this project through. And ultimately, I did convince everybody who was going to form a part of this, which was basically just me, my gran, and my parents, that I would, in fact, do this. And it was a sensible idea in my head at the time, and that's the way we would pursue it. The planning application, after much of discussion, changed into something very different from the little sketch we saw there with the flat roof, in the sense that I had to pitch the roof. And as we'll see later on, this caused me huge amounts of grief because it turned into a much more complicated build than I wanted it to. And certainly with the skill level I had, it wasn't something I was immediately comfortable with. But this little flat roof construction, it wasn't like that, as you'll see when it was finished, but that was my original idea. But now I had a planning application lodged, a building warrant submitted, and I was ready to continue on, and this was probably about 16 weeks before I started, to give me decent enough time to amend stuff if need be. So now this thing was a formal thing. Bizarre and mad and completely off the wall and mental as it was a thing that was now happening. And my planning application and building warrant was off, and I was now out in the back garden looking around, probably about 8 weeks before this thing started and still at university. And the first thing I had to do was to move a fence. Really simple job. But the original site line that the fence followed wasn't in fact in line with that was in the deeds, so it needed to be changed, basically to allow me to have space to build this thing and have room to walk around. So it was just a simple matter of moving some posts, but a nice little introduction into what would ultimately become the main focus of my life for about 14 weeks of utter hell, let's be honest. Because at times this was a huge problem. But what we can see here, I'm spraying out roughly the footprint of this thing. And I remember doing this and thinking, my God, this is much bigger than I thought. On the drawings, when you're doing things on paper, you don't really have a proper idea of actually how big this is to kind of feel and touch. It's just measurements on a piece of paper, and you're trying to make the space usable by, thinking, well, I need 2 meters for this, or 0.5 of a meter room here, or and so on to get round something. It's all just little lines on a piece of paper. But at the back of the house, I was marking this thing out, and it looks big. And as we can see here, this is ultimately what had to be brought up to the height of a 1-story building over 14 weeks of my summer by myself. And this frightened me, because what already in the back of my mind I knew to be a completely crazy idea when it boiled down to it. When I saw this, I thought, you don't know what you're doing. And in truth, that's probably the story of the whole thing. But after I'd had this little play about with the footprint, my planning application came through, and because I'd spent a lot of time talking with the planning department and amended it in such a way that, I amended my very, very initial sketches to something with a pitched roof, it went through and it passed. So that was one thing down. And then a little bit before I eventually finished my university term and was prepared to absolutely dedicate my life to this, the building warrant came through, which was great. And it's worth just saying at this point how important that stage was. I'm not talking about it in an awful lot of depth at this stage, because we'll see a lot of the design decisions that I made during this period before the building work was started, just, through noting things down on pieces of paper and making drawings. But we'll see how that comes to fruition and what techniques I decided way back when I was doing this. But that was such a key stage. It really was, because if I hadn't got some of the stuff right in the design stage and then went on to build this thing, and that had been problematic, it could have slowed me down, and it could have actually caused it just not to work. So although I didn't realise it at the time, it was such an important stage, and in actual fact, probably just by being overcautious and really researching everything in a lot of detail with the knowledge that I didn't really know what I was doing, I managed to create a spec that did allow me to actually finish it, but could so have easily went the other way if I didn't get it right here. So just a note, that was an important stage, the design stage, and it allowed me to ultimately build it and bring it to a successful completion. But as we'll see, it was not without its fights. Before I even began digging a foundation there was a lot of little bitty things to be done. I'd already done a tiny wee job in the sense that I'd moved a fence and sprayed out some markings. But I had a patio door, a sliding door mechanism that had to come out. And we can see it at the top of this frame here. And like so many things in this project, because of the time constraints and the budget constraints, I had to come up with a solution that in an ideal world wouldn't be the solution, but it was something that made the end result passable in some ways. So a lot of the things at the end of this I was so happy with and delighted with, as you'll see, but some of the things were just a measure to get this thing done. But I think when you see the end result, I don't think it detracts too much from the main thing. But you'll see what I'm talking about here. Here we see a bookcase, and this was a method for me of tidying up this room where the large panelled sliding doors were going to be removed. Now, in an ideal world, I would want to redecorate this room that we see here in its entirety, i.e. plasterboard the whole thing out once this opening was taken away and not needed. But I didn't have the time or the budget to do that. So what I decided to do, as we'll see here, is get some IKEA bookcases, which I think came to about £120 in total. And I began removing these doors. This was actually quite a nice little job just to get me into the swing of things. Nothing too difficult here, but I hadn't really done any manual labour for over a year, so it was just something to sort of get my teeth into. So I removed the doors, old aluminium double glazing, removed the frame, and it came out relatively easily. And what I decided to do was, and this was part of the spec that I'd drawn up way back before, was insert a frame into this space that had now opened up with the removal of the doors. As we can see there, big opening, with some 6x2 sawn timber, which I sourced locally. And the reason I did that, because ultimately we'll see later on, this timber that I'm using here, very similar thing that the whole extension was constructed with, i.e. a base, vertical studs, and a top rail. And ultimately the sort of framework that I'm putting in here simply with hammers and nails is how this whole thing was actually built in the end. All the walls, all the panelling, it's just timber studs. That's ultimately what it came down to. So what I was doing here would be repeated hundreds and hundreds of times in the actual build. So I'm just simply making a simple frame in this opening, like so. And then I'm just going to board this up because in the time being, this opening here would be an area that had to be secured, because the time between this being done and the actual extension becoming secure would be weeks and weeks away. So this had to be secure, it had to be able so that it could not be broken into and so on. So I've got a simple frame here, and I just glue over some plywood. And as I say, this was just one small order of timber that I got locally. Everything else could wait for later, where I would be ordering masses and masses of timber in a bulk load. But this was just something that had to get done so that I could progress forward. No two ways about it. So this is boarded up like so, just with nails and glue. And from the inside, that's what we're left with. And we'll see where the bookcases come in now to make this complete from this side anyway. And it's worth noting that there was virtually no light getting into this room from those old doors anyway, because of this sort of shabby construction at the back of the house. this canopy type thing. So it was already letting in virtually no light, so it wasn't a great loss to lose it anyway in terms of the room that it was attached to. So here I'm just mixing up a little bit of PVA with some mortar, and I just popped this round the side, primarily because I was getting paranoid that this would be, as I said, ultimately securing the house, and I didn't want somebody having the chance to pry these boards off. Paranoid, but I did it anyway. In the inside, I insulated this frame out, not because of the fact that it would be keeping in any heat, but just as a kind of noise reduction measure, separating the two rooms off, the old and the new, and then a vapour barrier onto this. And then I just plasterboarded over it with plasterboard to make it flush with the inside of this room, which was kind of timber panelling, probably put up in the 70s, for example. As I said, I would love to have just panelled that whole room out, but it just wasn't within the scope of this, and I had to be realistic about it. So that's panelled off, and here's the final result. The bookcases get affixed over it like that, and I think that's a decent result for something that had to be done to make this extension work. That is ultimately a good result, I think. So here we are starting in earnest. Now, I probably didn't make clear enough that the building warrant and planning application came through and I was sort of immediately starting this. It wasn't as if I had these permissions sitting about ready for 6 weeks or so. They came through and they needed to come through, and I was straight on to it. In actual fact, I was worried at one point that they weren't going to come through in time. And because time was such a huge factor in this, 14 weeks, it wouldn't have worked if I had to sit about and wait in this for a couple of weeks. So I just got them through and I was battering into this. So by this stage now, I was completely finished with university, that term anyway, and I was starting to make this thing work. And this here, drilling out the concrete with a sort of hammer thing that I hired from one of the local hire places, was probably when I felt I really actually started this. So initially, all this concrete here had to go. And there was no two ways about it. It had to be taken out with this impact drill thing. I'm not exactly sure what the technical term is for this, but it comes with a sort of chisel and it just rattles you to death until you break up all the concrete. So that was one thing. That probably took 3 or 4 hours. And once it was broken up, of course, it had to be moved. And this was one of the things that I probably didn't account for at all, and I'll probably say this about 7 or 8 times in terms of moving stuff out of this site to actually get the thing started. In my head, you know, a week or 2 at the most, you know, get everything off the site, get the trenches dug, pour the concrete, and we'll just move on and build this thing up. That's how it was in my head, and this was probably the start of me realising how naive that would be. This here was the first skip that I ordered, and it was the first of many. In my head, as a result of my naivety here again, I thought probably 2 or 3 skips at the most, and in actual fact, when it came to it, once all this concrete and earth, as we'll see, gets dug out, it came closer to probably 8, I think, in total. It was 8 or 9. Because, look at it, there's a bit of a slope in this site that I didn't really account for properly. And as we can see there, there's a level that has to be dug out. I mean, this whole area has to be flat before I even think about digging foundation trenches, because the floor level of the granny flat has to match the house. It's as simple as that. So this was a case of just continuing on with digging out this concrete. Here I'm just taking out a little bit of the rough cast because a timber bearer would have to get bolted onto that wall later to accept the floor. So I'm just doing that while I had the tool. And I've got my little wheelbarrow here, which was completely inadequate, but again, I didn't realise at the beginning. So this was frightening, because having been frightened by marking the thing out and just the scale of it, as I'd mentioned earlier, this was frightening because A, it was taking forever. Not so much breaking up the concrete, but wheelbarrowing it out to the skip. And B, it's just frightening, okay? So this slab here that the cursor's moving over is a manhole, and it's for the soil water from the main house, and I'll talk more about this. As I said, this is going to go into detail. So this manhole here was a huge problem from the very start of this thing. It's a concrete slab. That's how they did it when they built houses in the 60s and the 70s. They didn't put a posh manhole cover on it, they just bunged a slab on top of it. And this had to be taken out because this was in the footprint of the new granny flat. But for now, I was just revealing it anyway. But it had to go, and it was deep and it was filled with concrete, as we'll see. So there's me wondering what the hell I've let myself in for and what I'm doing with my life at that point. Questioning what I'd let myself in for. The original back door step had to get removed, but in actual fact the concrete was so hard on this, some of it had to get left in, as we'll see. So I bought myself a drill. It had to be done. I was thinking ahead now, and this is something I'll go on about a bit later on. Ordering in tools and materials to make this happen became a huge part of this build and formed part of what I was doing at night. So as well as doing a shift from sort of 7:30 till 9, and as the project developed later on, that became later, 10 or 11. I was also going inside to start ordering stuff, whether it be tools or materials for the next day. The digger arrived. So I hired this from the same place that I got that pneumatic hammer, and I got this for a week, which I thought would be plenty of time. In actual fact, it turned out to be just adequate. And this was something that I think I knew had to be done to get this thing completed, because to dig all of this out by hand would have taken a lifetime. But as you can see where I am on the digger there, I'm actually considerably higher up there than I am when I'm right down at the rear wall of the house. And when I started really getting into this, I realised just how much earth I would have to remove, and as I said, it turned out to be 8 or 9 skips. And not 3. You can see there the height difference between the finished surface of what I'm trying to make flat and where the digger is. So there's like, in the end, 2 feet of a difference that I totally just didn't see as being that much when I thought this out. And here, I said I was frightened a few times now about various aspects of this. I was really frightened now. I was petrified, because I'm amassing huge mounds of earth, and it just looks at this point like something that's unachievable. What I'm doing here is just destroying the garden in my head. There's no way I'm going to be able to finish this and actually make a house. So by this point, the wheelbarrow was completely inadequate, and I was at a stage where I was looking for some other means of getting rid of this earth. Look at it, massive piles everywhere. God, it's even frightening now looking back at this. And of course, the weather played a huge part. I was quite lucky with the weather, to be honest, during this, but occasional spells of rain would turn this into a mud bath quite quickly. And you can see I'm sort of storing the earth in little mounds around the garden at this point, rather than removing it, because it was just taking so much time, and I was kind of trying to dig out as much as I could before I would then do a huge session of moving stuff out to the skip. So this was way, way beyond what I had budgeted for and expected. Not really financially, except in the sense of additional skips, but just way beyond what I'd expected in terms of work and the level of earth that needed to get moved. So here we're just having a quick look at another inspection chamber, this time with a proper lid. And this was for clean water, i.e. the rainwater from the roof of the house. And this goes into a separate drain. And these things became quite important because I was going to have to alter this and sort of fiddle with all the connections so that the new granny flat would tap into this in the correct way. So I was just having a look at it here and making sure I had clear in my head what I was doing. But of course most of it was in the specs, but you never quite know what you're dealing with until you dig everything up and expose it. That's painful to look at. But at the same point getting there, but this is taking way longer than I thought. So here's my little motorised wheelbarrow affair that I hired and had to hire. There was no way around it, it had to be done. I didn't want to spend the money on it, but I wasn't getting through this without it. So gradually, the site became clear after days of monotonous digging. But even at this point, I'm still on a bit of a slope. There has to be some more scraping done to this to actually make it level, proper level. But by God, at this point, I am in a mess. Or it feels like I'm in a mess. Maybe if you do this thing as a day job and you build extensions all the time, this just feels normal. But for me, it felt daunting. So there is the level difference actually seen for the first time. And that illustrates what I just didn't see in the plan stage. I didn't account for this amount of earth, skips and skips and skips of the stuff. Because the garden is, as you can see, on a hill. It's on quite a big hill, and for some reason I just didn't grasp that properly. So we're looking back again here at this manhole that covers the soil drainage, and it's encased in concrete, and I'm wondering at this point how I'm going to get round this. And I'm wondering there, looking at the clean water drainage, how I'm going to get around that too, whilst also sort of in a parallel sense wondering what the hell I'm doing with my life. Over here, where the garden's already raised on a kind of little retaining wall, the drop between here and the final level area of this sort of place where the thing's going to get built, like a metre and a bit. So here's my little construction of doors and old pieces of timber that I was using to take this motorised wheelbarrow out to the skips. And at this point I've got two skips here at once, and as you can see they are from two different companies, which caused kind of a bit of friction because quite simply at this point I hadn't ordered the correct amount of skips, in the sense that I'd filled up one so quickly, and I phoned up the company that gave me the first one to say, could you pick this up and give me another one, and they couldn't do it quick enough, so I had to go somewhere else and get another skip. I had no choice, and probably my fault for not being organised, but at this point it was kind of a lesson to me that I had to be completely on top of it in terms of getting stuff here at the right time so that I could keep moving, because with 14 weeks, if I started to have things coming 5 days late, or I needed a specific tool or piece of material to finish this off and it wasn't there, that could be tragic, because I just wouldn't get this thing done. So that is an example there of a failing on my part that I had to kind of rectify and make sure didn't happen. But anyway, in the meantime I was just shifting earth over and over and over again and slowly going insane. But finally, we're beginning to see that I have this place looking flat and potentially ready to start digging trenches anytime soon. And obviously just driving around in the digger in this thing kind of helps compact it and flatten it out. So I have just a little bit of video about what I just showed in the photographs there. Obviously I'd love to have this whole thing in video, but I just didn't have the means to film the whole thing, so photographing it all the way through seemed like the sensible thing to do. But I've got a little bit of film here, as I say, so here I'm removing the concrete with the pneumatic drill, and this is me getting to grips with how to operate that digger, which was quite tricky, certainly because I hadn't done anything like that before, and it was just tricky getting hold of the controls and making sure you could operate it without smashing it into the house and so on. Just basic safety stuff, but I soon got the hang of it, and what you're seeing there is kind of one go of the process that I had to do hundreds of times over. So scoop up some earth, take it out to the skip, and this thing was really quite handy, as we can see, because it rose up. It was basically specifically designed to put stuff into skips, so it really helped. It rose up like this, and then I just dumped the earth into the skip, as we can see here. But doing this over and over again, although not, sort of technically challenging, begins to kind of wear you down. And at this stage, having not even essentially built a thing, it wasn't what I needed. I needed encouragement to build up some kind of belief that I could do this, and I think at this point I probably didn't believe that it would actually come to being finished without some kind of external help, or basically getting somebody in to build it for me. I'd only moved some earth about, let's be honest. But now we're beginning to dig out the trenches in this clip here, so I'm moving the digger out to the back and experimenting to see how hard this ground is. Just removing this kind of top layer that I had there didn't allow me to appreciate how much harder this got as I was digging to the depth that I needed to get the foundations in. And basically, as you can see here, it was a struggle and just a technique of kind of nibbling almost at it was what I had to do in tiny little increments to get this stuff out. And we'll see in a second, I think, that I kind of resorted to using the digger and hacking away at it manually with a pick to kind of loosen the really hard bound up pieces of rock and so on. I suppose the advantage to this is I didn't need to dig deep. I just dug to the minimum level that was accepted for foundations in the building regs, because that's all that was needed. I was hitting really, really hard stuff. But the downside to that is removing any of the really, really hard stuff is extremely difficult. So it was just a case of maybe spending an hour and a half hacking away at the trenches and then going back at the digger to kind of gnaw at it and pull out what I'd loosened. That seemed to be the most effective strategy that I could build up. And not having done this before, I didn't know a better way. Perhaps you do know a better way, but this is the way that I had decided I had to do to get these trenches dug. And here I'm just beginning to spray in a line where I want the top of the concrete footing to come to. But we'll see all that in the photographs in much more detail in a second. Right, so site basically cleared except from an area of earth which I've left sort of bound up here in some plastic. And the reason for that was I had to make a start on this, and that was something in my head that could be moved into skips once this whole project was finished. In fact, it did lay there until the whole thing was constructed. And it was just because of the reality of the fact that I had to get started. So I'm standing here beginning to think about actually marking out the trenches that we saw in video form getting dug, but we're going to look at now in photograph. So I'm marking out here the edges of the trenches, and of course this wasn't the exact location of the walls because the trench foundations have a measurement either side of the completed wall dimension, if that makes sense. You know, they're basically wider than the walls. So I had to make sure I was marking out these trenches in a really accurate position so that the walls would sit in the centre of them later. So I'm just using a little bit of old paint here to kind of mark in roughly where I'm starting and where I'm digging. But everything at this stage is on the drawings. It was all done in that sort of period that, as I say, I think I don't give enough credit to when I think back in the design stage, which was kind of done not knowing whether this was going to go ahead or not. Well, I was kind of just chipping away with building control and planning and running this past them. This was all sort of formulated at that stage. So in that sense, I didn't have too much to worry about. It was on the drawings, it was approved, I followed it, and as a result, you know, that was just one of these things that worked. And as I say, the design stage was really key. So here I'm just using my drawings. I'm making sure I get these measurements right, because getting this wrong at this stage would mess things up later on. And that's something I would learn probably the hard way, to be honest. But you know, getting something just a little bit out at this stage knocks on so that 1,000 more things are just slightly out and gives you a headache. To be fair, I did get most of it kind of spot on, but some things I could have just spent a little bit more time getting perfect, and then it wouldn't have affected little other things that later on, because you were just a little bit out with something, it kind of ruins everything else. But that's just one of the lessons that I learned from this. But as I say, most of it went, you know, reasonably according to plan, because I was being overly cautious and just making sure everything was measured, you know, 50 times and only sort of implemented once, if that makes sense. So here I'm exposing a pipe, and this is one of these things when you're digging, you don't want to destroy something that you'll have to put back together later as a result of destroying it, because you're just giving yourself extra work. So at this point I wasn't entirely sure what this pipe was, so I've just been careful. I'd hit a pipe and I was exposing it. That's all I was doing at this stage. Here I am beginning to take out the rear trench, and as I'd mentioned earlier in the video section, this was hard, really hard, in two senses I guess, but the earth was hard to remove. And towards where the rear of the original house wall is, I had a foundation to expose and then match the level of that with the new foundation. So that's what I'm doing there. And it's quite perilous, this, because, and I couldn't see another way to do this other than sort of straddling almost areas of trench that you'd built to continue digging areas of the trench. And I think it was because this site was so tightly bound by the level difference, I didn't have the luxury of sort of being able to sit at one side of the trench and the outside edge, if you will, just digging this thing out. You know, I only had a little bit of room to manoeuvre, so it just meant I had to do this dig from one side, and then I would have a trench there and have to dig to the other side, and that meant straddling it. And just looking at these photos there, it just looks a tiny bit dangerous, probably more so than I realised at the time. Yeah, I'm just using an old door there to kind of make sure well, it's not really serving much function, let's be honest there, but I've put it there to kind of just help me along, hoping. So again, we're still at the 2 skip stage here, because although I've done the bulk of the removal of earth from the site, there's still earth coming out of these trenches, and that still has to get bussed round to the front, so that isn't over. But here we're beginning to see trenches appear, and you know, at this stage I was kind of looking at it and thinking, in my head I had thought these trenches would come out really nice and clean with clear defined edges, but because the earth was so hard and full of sort of bound up rock, when you began to dig it away you kind of pulled it out in a kind of raggy, unsatisfactory way, so it kind of looks rough. But that's what I had to deal with there. I'm pointing at the original house foundation at the back, so that level had to be met or exceeded anyway. Again, wondering what I'm doing and why I've done it. Still not a clear answer to that in my head, which is just one of these things. But anyway, I was doing it at this stage. Now, here's the beginning of the delivery of materials. This is the first real thing I had delivered. And as I say, this is something that I was now, especially since things were going to start taking a course where I was building stuff, having to be done at night. After all this was finished, I would then have to start going inside and thinking about, right, what do I need for the next day? What do I need for the next weeks? Can I order this online? Can I order it in a bulk load? Can I save money by getting it all from one place? Is it cheaper to do it online or phone up somewhere local? The latter didn't prove to be cost effective in some cases, so it had to be done online. Probably mostly online, actually, when I think of it. Most of it was done online. That would be true. So I'm beginning to stack these blocks up in the garage here, and the garage would become a storage area. It did have an old car sitting in it, and that had to get removed, and it sat outside rusting away, unfortunately, while this went on, because I needed space to store stuff. There's no way I could time it so that everything arrived on the correct day and I just immediately started using it and it disappeared. No, it wasn't possible. I could get it sort of running reasonably smoothly, but this garage was going to be full of stuff. There was no way around it. So I'm having a look here. I've uncovered another pipe, and it was just a case of, at this stage, as I say, being careful and working out what this pipe was, what manhole it belonged to. Was it clean water? Was it soil water? I wasn't sure at this stage, so I was just uncovering it and being careful and having a think about what I was doing. In actual fact, at this stage, this pipe looks awfully like it's going to the clean water manhole at where the cursor is there. But why it would run in this direction, I didn't have a clue, and it almost looks like it was running to the soil water drain, which was just below the area where the cursor is here. So that was tricky. I didn't really know what was going on there, and I had to get figured out. But here, my trenches are looking pretty decent. Just at the back here, a little bit more work. And this was something that just took perseverance and a determination to get the stuff dug. I guess it's not that difficult, but it is difficult in a sense that it's just monotonous. But there we go. I think that looks reasonable now. So it's looking reasonably well defined and clean. If it's not for the mounds of earth still lying about the site, but as I say, that would have to get done later. But really hard clay, you can see it there. And this is the technique I mentioned in the video section, where I was just picking away at this before I went back at it with the digger. And some of the bits had to be done manually, by hand. For example, there, I just wasn't going to get a digger to straddle over some of that. So some of it ended up, for the trenches at least, just being more effective to hack away at it with the pick and then lift out by hand. But there we go. I've got decent trenches at this stage, and I suppose that was of some comfort, because I didn't feel by this point, after weeks and weeks and weeks of having been doing this, that I'd actually achieved much. So I'm just in between it, building up these blocks in the garage, storing them there, again using that little motorised wheelbarrow, which came in handy. So at night here, the trenches are dug. More or less, I think, at this stage. They look pretty much complete to me at this stage. And I think this is the night before the trenches are actually going to get poured. I'm looking there at another pipe I've uncovered, and I think that was underground drainage from the front extension roof, which had been put in sometime after the house had been built, obviously by somebody who'd used the wrong type of pipe, because as I'd learnt from the design stage, that's not the sort of diameter of pipe you're supposed to use underground, but it was there anyway, so what are you going to do? Right, so at this point here, I have discovered what that pipe was that I'd made a little bit of an issue out of earlier, and it was in fact the clean water drain from the main house roof. And why it was running in this direction, I've no idea, but it had a number of bends in it, and it did in fact come from the down pipe that I think we've seen in earlier photos, but I might not have specifically made reference to it. But that's where it came from, and that had to get taken out because the new rainwater drainage that we'll see in a minute had to go all round the outside of the footprint of the new extension. We'll see that in detail later, and I'll flag that up. But that was a big job in itself because rainwater drainage couldn't run through the centre of this new footprint. That's not to building regulations. So in the design stage, that was something that I had to spec in the drawings, and that was something that would have to get done. So that pipe, having now found out, even though it was going in a peculiar, bizarre route, that's what it was. Could have made a mistake there and assumed it had went to the soil water manhole, which it just didn't make sense once you'd uncovered it and so on. But it could have been an easy mistake to make, for me anyway. Not again, as I say over and over again, not really having a clue what I was doing, so just being careful. And here I've removed an area which would form a new manhole for the soil water, which we can see the slab that I talked about with the cursor is here at the moment. That has to get moved, and I am digging here an area where that gets moved to. So I'm just thinking ahead while I've got the digger around the trench. I'm going to dig that rather large hole which would house a new manhole. And I'm just shuttering off with bits of old timber areas around the trench where it wasn't very clearly cut, and making sure that the concrete pours in a way that I'm happy with, basically. Now here you can see in this image I've attached a string line, and this is so that I can spray in a line which shows the level where the top of the concrete goes to. And at this stage I had to be really careful because these foundations, the way that I'd done it, and again we'll see the design spec that I used to make the walls of the extension, which wasn't standard, it's not cavity walls as we'll see, but I only had 2 layers of blockwork to play with to make this level before the sole plate of the floor went on. We'll see all that, but this foundation had to be level. I didn't have much room for error here, and if this wasn't poured level, I would forever be left with something that was basically not flat. So I was really taking my time here. Things like the actual time scale of the whole thing, ultimately you only have so much control over it, and although I'm slipping quite badly behind here, I have to still make sure I'm doing this right. So in my head at the moment, all I'm thinking is, right, I have to pour this accurately. So over the line of string that I'd got horizontal, using the spirit level to make sure the string was as flat as it could be, I sprayed over it. And then this line I thought would form, the base where I would bring the level of the concrete up to. And obviously, as you'll see, I've got 2 layers of block to play with to A, make this level, and B, make it exactly the height so that it matches the floor level of the existing house. So this was kind of tricky to get right, and I only had one go at this. So yeah, and just being careful. And that attitude was essential to actually making this work. I could so easily have destroyed it at this stage just by doing something stupid. So yeah, in actual fact, that photo that I thought was the night before the concrete was getting built, poured rather, the concrete getting poured, that wasn't. As you can see, I've still been doing little bits of work before that happens. Right, concrete pouring. Now, I don't have any photographs of it happening because it went a little bit wrong in the sense that I sourced a company from Glasgow that would come with a lorry and mix this concrete up on site, and then as part of the deal, men with wheelbarrows would come and pour it in whilst I used a float to bring it to my line to make it flat. But because this site was so bloody awkward, and by awkward I mean not having any room around the outside, which is why I had problems with the digger and having to straddle the trenches, they initially refused to do it because it wasn't safe and so on. But after a little bit of talking and mutual agreement, they did in fact decide to go ahead with it. And I think it was because they phoned head office and they said, look, you know, you're going to have to do this because it's an agreed deal with the guy. And I was very nice to them and appreciative that they did do it. You know, ideally, like everything else, this site would be flat from the start, and I'd already went through a whole lot of problems that I didn't foresee, and this was just another one that they sort of became a part of. So they did do it. We laid out bits of timber and they went over it with a wheelbarrow and tipped it in from the kind of awkward sides. And I flattened it out with a float. And I had trenches, which was a pretty good feeling because finally I had a base to build some walls onto. And I was really quite satisfied with the way the concrete went in, except from the issues that we had. But we resolved them, and I had this thing really quite nice and flat and smooth. I'd never worked with concrete before. It was, you know, the water kind of rises to the top and it almost self-levels in an effect, but just making sure it was smooth and flat was the key thing. And then I had some good weather at this point, which was essential, and the concrete was left to dry. So a nice set of trenches from my point of view. And we're seeing here the kind of shuttering that I talked about, just so that the concrete had sort of something to set into, where, for example, here I had the hole where there was going to be a manhole going into later. And here I had uncovered, where the arrow is, the soil water drain pipe, which was running through the area where the trench foundation would go. So that had to get shuttered off so that the concrete didn't crush it, and that pipe would actually get removed later so that I could put in this new manhole basically in an easier way just by removing that whole pipe. But if I remember correctly, that pipe took an awful lot of finding. I didn't really know where that was, and it was right at the bottom of the trench, so I was just sort of hitting it with the digger and no more. And it was just kind of when I first discovered that soil water manhole, I didn't know where the pipe was going off to. So at this point, this was good because I knew where all the pipes were going. I'd uncovered them. I knew what was what, and it was just nice to kind of move on from that, knowing where all my drainage was and having a clear idea of how I was dealing with them. And that's just something you don't know until you start digging stuff up. You spec it in the drawings, I guess, but you don't know for sure until you dig it up. So there's the orange part of the pipe just poking through there. So that is a soil water drain going off in some direction and running through the neighbour's garden. There we are, better view. So what I'm doing now is beginning to lay out the actual position of the walls. So this is in effect a little bit simpler than when I was measuring out the trench foundations, in the sense that it's just the measurements on the drawings exactly where the walls are going to be. But also I had to be more accurate at this point because it wasn't the edge of a trench, it was the exact position of the wall. So this had to be spot on. So I was marking it out with chalk here. So there we go, against this line I'm starting to lay blocks. This is not something I'd done before, as you can probably gather by the confused look on my face there. But, you know, in essence, not something that is too difficult, I guess, but it's just the same old philosophy that had become something in this thing. this project, just do it carefully and as precisely as you can. That's all you can hope to do, or all I could hope to do, really. And I think at this stage I had nice level foundations because I'd went to the bother of doing that. And these blocks sat in on a nice bed of mortar mixed a good consistency with the cement mixer that I'd hired. And I was just laying them in firmly, plenty of mortar, as neatly as I could. Obviously they wouldn't be seen, but this would be the base for which all the timber of the new construction would sit onto. It would be 2 courses of these 140mm wide blocks. And as I said before, this is not a cavity wall construction, it's not a traditional construction, because at the outset I knew I don't have the skills to lay bricks and blocks neatly all the way up for the whole extension. I wasn't comfortable with that idea. This had to be something more sort of modular, more easy for somebody like me who's not a builder to do. So in actual fact, one single leaf or one single row of blockwork is all that the foundation takes. That's it. So this is my foundations, and that's it. So there's my cement mixer. So I'm just continuing to lay these along as straight as I possibly can. This was quite satisfactory, quite enjoyable, I think, because finally I was actually building a part of this house for the first time. You know, it felt like, obviously all of it was contributing to that, but this actually felt like I was building it, which was important. I needed a bit of that because weeks and weeks and weeks had passed now, and all I had to show from, you know, my efforts was a big pile of earth in the middle of a sort of crappy looking garden. So, and I think there, you know, that image just kind of proves I was laying these nice and neat and straight to the spec and measurement that I'd done earlier. So, and there we can see I'm going over that area where I'd shuttered out the pipe. I'm just making sure that the block is across that area, evenly distributed, because it's kind of almost like a lintel. So here I am looking at the connection between this wall and the existing house. And it's worth pointing out here that, again, like the kind of stuff I was doing with the bookcases at the beginning, it wasn't in an ideal world I wouldn't do it. In an ideal world, in an ideal world somebody would just come in and build this, and you know, I could go off on a holiday or something. But I was building this for all the reasons I outlined at the beginning, and these walls of the new granny flat house would not match exactly with the level and materials of the existing house. That was just one of these things because of the way this was going to be constructed. That was one of the things. So that was it. That's the way it is. I was happy with the compromise, but as we'll see here, and I'm not breaching any damp-proof courses or anything, so don't worry about that. But here, the way this wall, this second layer of blockwork is being put in, that's it. You only see a little bit of it above ground, but that is the connection to the existing house wall. And this level at the top where the cable is going on is eventually where the timber sole plate will go for the wall. And this level, as I say, had to be so carefully worked out because this had to allow for a sole plate and then the correct thickness of joist so that the finished floor level of the extension matched the existing floor level of the house. So that I had to be really careful to get that right. So I'm just continuing on with my second layer of blockwork, and if there was any little errors in the level of the foundation that I couldn't sort of pad out with the first layer of mortar and block, I was sorting that in the second layer, but by and large it was really pretty good. And as part of the spec there was air bricks in the walls, so that had to be built into this method that I used for the foundation. So this is what I came up with, some concrete bricks to build up the size of a block and then a little air brick in it like that. So after this row of concrete blocks is done. That's me done with concrete and mortar and everything. That's finished. Everything else is dry from then on. So again, nothing more here than just being careful and precise. I guess anybody could do it. Frequent use of spirit levels and so on. So there we are, one side of the extension foundation work is finished. That's it. No more concrete after that. So here we've just got a series of images where I'm continuing along with this second row of block work. And there's that lintel I talked about earlier, so kind of equal distance here and here with the block work so that it's not sort of stressed, if you like. Just mixing mortar in the cement mixer over and over again, but in actual fact not an awful lot for this 2 rows of block work, I'm sure. It's just not a lot of mortar. So, and these blocks were dirt cheap. They were like 90p each or something from the place I got it on the internet. So it's quite satisfactory seeing this go up sort of nice and straight and neat. And just have another look here at this manhole, which I've mentioned a few times was going to cause a huge problem, but I've dug out a little bit more around it as I was doing all this, just sort of preparing myself for the inevitable hell of trying to get it out. So, nice and straight. And at this point I've just got a few air bricks to put in the little construction that I showed you earlier. Mixing mortar's quite easy once you learn the correct proportions. So the first time it's trickier. Once you've done it once, that's it. Of course, this was one of these things with this whole project, everything was a case of doing it once initially as part of the project and learning on the go, and then I didn't have the luxury of having done it all before, so nice little interesting learning curves, if at times hellish, but interesting. So that's the exterior bits done, and then I had an interior section to build up of foundation wall, which was essential to have the construction of the floor there. So I'm just working my way along here with a construction that's called honeycombing, and it basically means just leaving spaces between the blocks so that air can flow beneath the timber structure of the floor. Otherwise we get damp, so this needs to be done so that basically the air bricks are serving their function and allowing free movement of air all through this underbuild. There's the space. And whenever I needed to cut blocks, I just scored round it with this chisel and then smacked it open. Seemed the logical thing to do. Don't know if that's how most people do it, but that's how I managed to do it, and it worked fine. Quite a lot of mortar between these blocks here, but as I say, I only had 2 layers to kind of get this right, and I think the centre area where I was building up this interior bit, I just wasn't quite as spot on with the level of the finished poured concrete, so I was just trying to even that out. In essence, it's only holding up a timber floor. None of the inside of this is structural, so it didn't matter in terms of providing a load-bearing surface for the weight of the roof and so on. So yeah, this is a real good feeling at this point, having seen a little bit of progress, and again, just at this stage having a bit of the belief that I could do this reinforced in actual practice. So I was feeling much better at this point than I did weeks ago when I was initially finding the level of the garden to be way off what I'd sort of imagined in my head. So this was a good little period. This felt good. So I have a tiny little bit of film of me moving this pile of earth in the centre that I'd kind of deliberately left there to pack in the areas around the foundations. And at this point the rain had started, and as you can see there, it's absolutely pouring and hellish, but something that had to be done. So with the foundation walls now basically done, I'm starting to look at the drainage situation. So what we have here is an order of drainage components that I made, and again this stuff was been done at night, and it's mainly underground stuff, but I've also, in this order, just because it was cheaper and I had the chance to order a bulk load of stuff, ordered things like the guttering, so the brown stuff here for the roof. And obviously this wouldn't get used for ages, but if I could think ahead and order all that kind of stuff, why not? But you know, again, just a little bit of thought was critical. So what we see here in the white plastic is lengths and lengths of 110mm diameter underground UPVC drainage pipe and fittings. I can't remember what brand I used, but it was the cheapest I could get and it was off the internet, but it all did fit together nicely. And what we're seeing here is a 90-degree bend, and this bend is for much later in the process, again when we're dealing with drainage from sinks and shower trays, and there's also the drainage for the toilet and so on, all as part of this kit. So, you know, even like clips for the guttering, so all that got ordered. I think I got it nearly right. There was a couple of little things I needed to pick up at the end when I was eventually getting round to fit all that stuff. But one go, bulk order, get a discount, that was the strategy. As part of this order as well, there is the new manhole for the soil water drainage, which is a big piece of plastic, which is how it's done nowadays, not a massive hulking evil piece of concrete like the old one which had to get removed. So this would actually be a nice simple install, and certainly if it ever had to get removed in years to come, it would be much easier than the thing I had to remove. But I say that through gritted teeth, literally, but what can you do? That had to be done. We'll see that getting done in a minute. So this is, I made reference to this earlier, this is the rainwater drainage from the main house roof, which got the pipe, the underground pipework got cut away because it had to get rerouted. So this is the process of actually rerouting that round the new footprint of the extension. And this pipework fitted in really neatly into the trench that had been dug for the foundation. So around the outside, and again this was something that was planned, which was good, something that I'd planned, that had worked, fitted into the trench, and no additional digging was needed. But there was a lot of pipe to run all the way around this, and there was really no other way of doing it, and keeping a slope, a gradient, so that this water would run all the way around here. So I'm using bits of rock and stone and so on to pack this out so that it's nice and on a bit of a gradient. So there's how it slips together, just like massive Lego, basically. So all the way around the footprint we have this underground drainage water pipe, and then that just connects into the existing pipe that I cut with connectors. And I've also left little hoppers around so that any surface water can drain into this as well, so that it's kind of got a dual purpose. Now we're back at this manhole, and I'm starting to pick at it here and see exactly what I'm dealing with, because that has to come out. So I'm just sort of having a look at it there again and preparing myself. Here I've also started to block in areas where there's a step needed for access to the doors. You can see here at this point the mortar's starting to dry out, and it's all went a kind of nice even grey colour, so that was quite pleasing to see. There's my hoppers. And then this area here where the cursor is, towards the very right of the frame, is the hopper into which the downpipe of the new rainwater downpipe from the new roof goes into. And this pipe here is something that caused me endless grief. This was the downpipe for the original house roof, and originally where the cursor is, it went into here, and then the pipe went along here, and that was the pipe that we removed earlier. But when it rains, water's coming down this pipe and running effectively into a piece of space, the internal footprint of this extension, that I really desperately want to keep dry. So that's a huge problem. The fact that this is, whenever it rains, and it did start to rain quite a bit from here on in, rainwater's coming in. So I've got a kind of plastic bag taped up to try and kind of direct the water in this into a trench area that was, part of the area that I dug out, just to try and get it out of the footprint. In actual fact, it never really worked that well, and we'll see in photos endless sort of iterations of ways I tried to direct this water out of the footprint. So here we're having a look at what we saw in the video, and that is the mound of earth in the centre now starting to get packed into the areas of the trench that was dug out that fill in each side of the concrete block foundation wall construction. So a kind of case of moving the earth back into this space. Now, this is one of the few instances that I needed to get help from somebody else, and I've not made any reference to this thus far, but my dad doesn't have sort of any knowledge of construction, or he wouldn't want to tackle this kind of thing, and he'd happily admit that. It's not in his nature to kind of want to do that. So at this point here, as much as he was kind of sitting back and well, not sitting back, that's unfair, but letting me get on with this because it was something that I wanted to do, and ultimately, he didn't feel how he could contribute to it. I needed him to help get this massive lump of concrete out for strength. So firstly, I was cutting away the 2 inlet pipes into this manhole, and then I managed to separate the 2 areas of concrete that surrounded it and smash it open. And in the end, the whole thing basically had to get smashed up to get rid of it. There was no way around it, but it was just so heavy that this took hours. This took hours to gradually move it one way or another and chip away more earth from the sides of it and just get it loose. And then the piece of pipework that ran from it in this trench here that I built the shutter around, I just took that out and replaced it because it was only a small area of pipe and it made sense just to renew it, make things easier for me. So here is the pipe coming from the main house, and here is a pipe coming from a secondary toilet in the house, and both these pipes went into this big bowl and then disappeared off down the route I'd just shown in that trench in the previous photo. So these cuts where I'd cut these pipes to get that massive monstrosity of a manhole out, they had to be cleaned up and ready to accept new pipe work. Now what we're seeing here, the top pipe is rainwater drainage that I'd just shown around the trench, so that was all done, and that at the left hand side of the frame, that is now ready and connected in to the clean water and off to the manhole at the side of the site. And then this pipe underneath is a new pipe I'd put in with a little adapter adjustable bend to get the because it was going on quite a bit of a gradient at this point. And then this manhole construction that I'd bought was replacing effectively that old concrete thing that I'd just dug out, but this time outside the footprint of the flat, so it was all to building regs. So this was a this is all stuff that at the end of the day, when the thing is built, is unseen and kind of unappreciated, but a huge amount of work goes into getting that right. So there's the view zoomed out from that. So here is where the new manhole is going in, and this new piece of pipe is going up here, where I'm ready to start making new connections where the existing manhole was. So all these new connections are sealed connections because they're inside the footprint, so they're T-joins and so on. So at this point I'm also starting to put in the pipework for the soil water drainage from the new granny flat. So this section here is going to be for new drainage. And there I've dug out a little piece of earth there to accommodate this new bend, and this position here had to be really accurate because on the plans ultimately everything, there's a lot of plumbing in this project because it was a granny flat, not just an extra room where you would have no running water and so on. There was a shower tray, toilet, sink for the ensuite, sink for the kitchen, sink for the new utility room. So all of that was going into ultimately here, and this had to come up in the right position so that it could service the new toilet. So again, just a case of trying to make sure it was accurate. So all of this pipework's now connected just using what I described as the kind of Lego-like joints. So all pushed together tightly, and that manhole is now gone. It's all sealed connections, and effectively we're good to move on, and this can all get filled in with the remaining piles of earth that are still lying in the centre of this footprint. So there we are. I've started to build up what is basically the soil stack of the new granny flat. The areas where the cursor's on here, just above the level of the earth, that would accept 40mm diameter drainage pipe work, and that would accept that underground. So things like the shower tray, where the pipe work would be clipped under the floor joist, that would ultimately get put in there. And then things like the toilet, well, there's our fitting up here. So this soil stack was important, and it important to get it in the right position, and important because it would basically be essential so that everything in this new building could drain into. So important stuff. Well, I felt anyway. It was just important to get it right. I'm maybe going over the top here, but it felt important to me. So with that sort of sitting up there and ready to accept drainage much later on in the project, I've now packed in the trenches, and that's all gone for good. And of course, it was important to get that right, because once that's down, it's down and it ain't coming back up. So obviously testing the drainage still worked with the existing house and so on. Good. So with that done, we can kind of move on and know that all works and not have to worry about digging it up. And of course, there's just no way it's ever coming up again, because this is going to get concreted over in what's called a solum. Okay, so now we're going to have a look at how the solum was made up. And as we'll see, the solum is basically this area beneath the new timber floor where it stops damp rising up and so on. So I ordered some hard core, which is just sort of crushed concrete, and I began to take this round to the back of the house and chuck it down onto this now uniform flat surface after the area around both sides of the trenches had been filled in. So we're left with something like this. And it was important to note that when I was filling in the areas around the trenches, so here and here, both inside and outside of the wall and over that drainage pipe, which, as we saw, runs in here, I did both sides at once. So that footage of me out in the rain trying to force all this back in, I didn't force it into one side first because that could put stress on the wall, I figured. So, I put both sides of earth in together so that it was sort of pressing against each other and not having the chance to distort the wall. I don't know, maybe overkill, but I just felt it was important to do that. So I hope that makes sense. So I've tipped some hard core onto this surface, and it's now firmed up, nice, flat, uniform, and basically ready to accept a thin layer of cement. 5 centimetres, 50mm is what is in the spec. So as you can see here, I've put in another step with some remaining concrete blocks that I had. Here's the clean water drain manhole, which was always here. And here's the new soil water drain manhole with an identical cover. And all the earth has been compacted down, and obviously around this plastic ducting that we looked at, which replaces the kind of concrete thing that we'd seen earlier. I packed plenty of sand around that and compacted the earth back in. So that's all sealed and down and never coming back up, hopefully, ever. It would be difficult to do at this stage, so had to be right. And we're now ready to start pouring concrete. So I'm just compacting this down a little bit further with a piece of wood and jumping up and down on it. Fairly rudimentary, if you like, but I didn't have a compactor, and as I said, the ground was absolutely rock hard, so it seemed fine to do that and just walk about in as much as possible. Basically compact that hard core down so that it all kind of locks together, if you like. So this is starting to look quite tidy now, and there's my little surface hoppers there popping up to accept surface water, storm water, if you like, once this is all levelled on the outside to the correct finished height. So we need a damp proof course, and after getting this really level, that goes down, and it's just a really thick plastic sheet. It's 1200 gauge plastic sheet, and it gets laid down over this flat area of ground. And as we can see here, that's what it looks like once the sheet is down. And I just leave the ends hanging up so that when this concrete gets poured down, there's, a damp proof course there that isn't getting breached anywhere. So the guys that came and delivered the concrete for the trenches had to make a return, so I booked them again, and they came, and it was a case of getting this concrete poured down. You can see around the outside as well, I ordered in some grey gravel, and it was just a case of sort of levelling this area around the outside out a little bit further, making sure it was solid and gave me an area to walk around and work without getting covered in mud. So I've just compacted that in there, and in the end it's grey gravel that still exists around the outside of this, just more of it to form a pathway. So my plastic's down. I've just put a couple of stones dotted around on it to hold it down in case the wind blows that up, because the next day the concrete would be getting poured onto it. So that's the solum. Okay, so we'll see the solum concrete getting poured in a bit, but now we're going to take a quick look at some of the things that I was beginning to order in, and this was really important, this box here, because in it there was contained a nail gun, and I bought this new, and I thought it was absolutely 100% necessary at the time, and I stand by that now. I could not have done this project without this nail gun. It was essential because, as we'll see, the whole construct was designed around a timber frame and lots of it. I needed this to get the speed up so that I could actually start throwing these frames together nice and quickly, especially since I'd fallen behind quite badly because of the groundworks being absolutely tedious. So there we go, I bought that new, and that helped me a lot. Now, another delivery of stuff. This was a huge timber order. For somebody like me, anyway, who'd only ever bought little lengths from B&Q at, a combined total cost of about £12. So this was massive. The cost in total, I think, was about £1,800. And it was a complete order of basically all the timber I hoped that I would need to complete the project. So all the framework, all the linings. I also ordered things like plasterboard. And I'm here with my dad, waiting to get the order off the lorry, but it's worth saying there was a huge amount of work gone in at nights to get this order together. So having had the project spec'd out away at the beginning, it was a case of reading the drawings, seeing what I needed, measuring from the drawings how many sheets of each material I would need and so on. So at the end of the day, just simple maths and so on, but just, getting it right so that the right amount of materials come. I made some errors, happy to admit that. In the end, there was a few things I'd ordered a little bit too much of, a few things I didn't have quite enough of, but by and large, the order was fairly good, fairly accurate, and again, contained lots of stuff that I wouldn't actually get round to using for a long time, weeks anyway. So this guy came with this lorry of timber, and it came off in a kind of remote controlled crane type affair. And we're dealing with proper lengths of timber, proper 4.8 metre lengths, not the stuff you get at DIY shops, which is all sawn down so that you can fit it into your car. Proper lengths for a proper construction job, I guess. So there's how that timber came off, and it's mainly, as we'll find out, 7x2, almost exclusively, with roofing battens and internal partition studding and so on in it. Sheathing, OSB, floorboards, plasterboards. There's even some shower panels in there for the end because I was never planning on tiling the shower area for, time constraints. So that's what we're looking at, and I'm beginning to leave it in the garage. So floorboards, sheathing, plasterboard. So another big order of stuff. So we're just having a quick look before I go any further at some of the other things that I'd bought inside the garage. So we've got a roll of roofing membrane here. We've got, in this box, there are, believe it or not, sinks for the final kitchen and utility room, which, would come a lot further down the line. And here we're just having a quick look back before this concrete solum is filled with concrete, obviously, to how I was going to deal with this step that was left by digging so much of the site out to make it flat. Now, again, this is a thing that in an ideal world I would not have done it this way, but I had to come up with a way of stepping this garden in a way that I wasn't going to be building a brick wall. I didn't have time for any of that, so what I ended up doing was a simple little timber construction, almost like you would do with railway sleepers, but this was not done with railway sleepers. This was just done with standard 7x2 timber, which I'd ordered a shed load of because that is what I was going to be building the extension out with. So let's have a look. I'm putting in a couple of 2x2 posts, and I'm hammering them as deep as I can possibly get them into the ground. And I'm coating them with a bitumen paint just to try and help them last a bit longer. And I'm putting them in at the area where I want to build this timber retaining wall, if you like, this makeshift timber retaining wall that, again, I state, is not what I would have done if I had the choice, time, money, etc. But it was what was having to get done. And it's how it is today, and to be fair, it is held up absolutely perfectly. So I've painted them all with bitumen now. Just painted the tops as well, it felt reasonable to do that. And here we're just seeing in the garage, I'm going to start to charge tools up in preparation for the timber work, which is drawing closer at this point. I'm just doing multiple little things at once here. And I'm checking my materials, checking to see roughly what I might have ordered wrong or I might have not ordered enough of. Because again, it's like everything else. Once you see it, you begin to think. So the timber pile is opened. And I'm on the phone there ordering some more stuff, which was a huge part of this particular phase of the project. Materials starting to come in preparation for different phases and schedules. So just showing a little bit there. This is where I did my ordering at night and sometimes during lunch. So I have a 8-inch sliding miter saw with laser, which I ordered, a big powerful hammer drill bits, long drill bits, because I was going to have to connect this timber structure into the wall of the existing house. And I'm starting here just to build a little, again, rudimentary area, workshop, the garage, the area where I had filled up with materials and would, as you'll see later, get full of other stuff later on and get more restricting to work in. But anyway, for now, the plasterboard and the flooring formed a neat little sort of workbench for my saw, and here I could really think about starting to build up these timber panels. So just, you don't sort of plan this stuff out, it just happens. So I'm now kind of thinking about working in a little workshop scenario where I can start prefabricating panels, walls, so that I can start chucking this up quickly. It's worth noting as well, with regards to the walls, I did try and have them prefabricated off-site, but there was nobody near enough who could do it at such a cost that, you know, I was basically effectively forced to demand. So that's why I ended up buying the nail gun, and then, as we can see here, I'm now sort of putting together the bones of how I prefabricate them on site. So onwards. Okay, so we're kind of jumping about a little bit, and the reason for that is these photos were taken chronologically as I went through this. So it's reflective of what I was actually doing at this stage. I was jumping about a little bit because this was basically a kind of change of pace and materials for the project, because this groundwork stuff was coming to an end and I was moving on to timber, and there was just so many little things that needed tied up, materials to start arriving on time and so on. So I was jumping a bit all over the place at this point because that's what I was doing. I was jumping a bit all over the place because I needed to. So looking here, we've got the concrete solum down. Again, I don't have photos of this because this was done in probably the worst conditions I've ever worked in for anything ever, in the sense that it was pouring down with rain when the guys came to pour this concrete, and I was literally covered in concrete when I was finished because I was having to kind of float this out and level it out. And as you can see there, it's not great. The result is not great because I was in such a rush, because it was absolutely chucking it down, and I actually thought this concrete might have to get dug up and relaid. It was that bad. In the end, it was acceptable. Again, it serves its purpose. It does what it's supposed to do, but it's not pretty. And there's literally nothing I could have done about that because it was so heavy rain when I was doing that, and then I had to fight to find stuff to cover it up so that the concrete didn't effectively just get washed out. So, is what it is. So looking at the timber here, there is a sort of method going on in my head where I've got this little workstation. I'm beginning to cut the stuff up into lengths that in bulk would be ready for me to kind of put together with a nail gun. Meanwhile, the solum is basically dry. It's still covered at this point because it's raining torrentially in general. And my little sort of timber wall structure, retaining wall, whatever you want to call it, around is starting to get built up with pieces of 7x2 treated timber. So I'm starting here to saw this all into lengths, as I say, that were ready to nail together into panels. The timber was, well, look, it was raining all the time at this point, so outside everything was soaked and I was dealing with wet timber. And, you know, when timber dries out, it moves and it twists and it shrinks a little bit. What could I do? So this had to get used wet. I don't know how people deal with it on, you know, actual proper building sites, but it was wet timber and it had to be cut and it had to be put up, so what could I do? That's it. And obviously these covers didn't really work because it was windy as well and everything just got soaked. But I'm starting to form lengths of timber here that I could build into panels. I think I'm just having a look at the kind of water build-up in the site now. And remember, this stuff is all clay, as we discovered, so it's beginning to waterlog a little bit, and you can see the the covering over the solum is getting weighed down by the amount of water. And of course I've got that downpipe off the existing house roof, which is just chucking water into the bits where I don't want it to be. Hell. But my little timber retaining wall affair is sort of coming along in the meantime, which is good. Yeah, okay, there's what I managed to do to kind of direct the water from that roof into what would be the new drainage area. So that was my solution for the time being, but as I say, it was constantly a problem. So my wall's really pretty much finished there, this retaining wall for the time being. It's there, it's enough to let me get on. I can tidy it up later when the project's finished and the inside's plastered and stuff, which is at this point seemingly ages away. So there we go. I've just filled in the area between the little timber retaining wall and the foundation with more grey gravel, and that gives me a nice area to work with. As you can see there, it's waterlogging, as I said. So there we go. Now, removing all of that plastic for the last time, we can see it's dried to an acceptable sort of standard. It does its job. It's a damp-proof course. It's a solum. It's nice and hard. Does the job. So fine. It's not pretty though. So at this point, the site's actually looking really good. The gravel's down all the way around. My little retaining wall, as much as I don't like the way it's constructed, but you know, it is what it is, as I've said a few times, due to the constraints of this whole project, it's up. And my foundation work, although it doesn't look like an awful lot, a hell of a lot of work has went into it at this point. And you know, it's looking good, it's straight, it's flat. Maybe this could work out is what I'm thinking at this point. Maybe things could just take a huge leap and start working out well. And as we'll see, that did happen for a little while. So a case of cutting the remaining sort of area of damp-proof course from this. So the area that laps up the side of the foundation wall just gets cut and tidied up like so with a Stanley knife, and that's the sort of result we're left with. And obviously this gets time to dry out. You can see how the air bricks work, you can see how there's enough space beneath the floor joists. All that's done to spec, it's done as it was laid out in the building warrant. For some reason, I'm not really very sure why, but until this stage I never even gave any thought to demolishing this kind of shelter area at the back of the house, which was always, you know, a kind of thing that was in poor condition. And it just seemed easier to leave it while I was doing this. And it, also because it was raining so much, it kind of provided a little bit of shelter to one area of the footprint. But the time had come now to start getting rid of that. And my little area of brand newly installed pipework is sitting there perilously waiting to get crushed by this thing. And it was actually a very awkward thing to take down because I'd been taking bits of it away to allow me to do what I needed to do, but now this thing had to actually come down, so we'll see that in a second. Okay, so I'm starting to take down this shelter now, at last. And it's one of these things, I mean, at this point, it's kind of difficult to remember. Probably not for me at the time. It's difficult to say whether I was really absorbed in it enough to kind of forget what the original purpose was, but just a few weeks ago, basically, I decided to do this for my Gran. And it's just worth throwing in at this point that this is all happening because I want to build a house for my Gran to live in. So I just thought I would throw that in there at this point. As much as it's easy to get sidetracked and all that's going on, this is ultimately what it's for. So whilst I demolish a shelter and my summer break, the reason for it all is for my Gran. So moving on. Mum looks concerned there. Probably rightly so, because it looks like this thing is going to collapse on top of me. So I'm just removing what I can from it and gradually removing enough so that it begins to collapse in on itself in a controlled way not crushing my new pipework, and remove all the old rotten rubbish timber out from the site. So there you go. Difficult, that bit. I got my dad to help me again, just holding stuff, and it's gone. So there we are, the site looking really quite clean, quite crisp, quite ready to accept timber, which of course is the new stage now, the new beginning, if you like, a new start to this project, a new phase, a totally new thing to work with, and really start building this thing up at a speed rather than dealing with all the mucky, horrible, disgusting rubbish that I'd been doing, basically shifting earth around and laying blocks and in a sort of muddy environment. All that stuff is over, it's finished, it's gone, and it's symbolised by this final skip for the time being anyway, until I get rid of that earth at the very end. But by that point everything will be done, so it doesn't count. This is the final skip in my eyes at this point. So it's all tidy, skip number 8 or 9, something like that. It's ready to go, and we're ready to start a new phase. Okay, so this is exciting. For me at this point, I'm starting to work with timber. And for me, during this project, working with timber was really enjoyable. This was my favourite phase, this part where after all that sort of slow progress, things really begin to take a speedy turn. So the stuff I'd started cutting in between other stuff earlier on is going to get put into use. Now, this is all 7x2 C16 sawn treated timber. And the way I'd worked this, and again this goes back to the design stage, so this was thought out way back when I was still at uni. 7x2 timbers for everything. It worked for the floor spans, it worked for the wall studs so that I could get a really good load of insulation in, and because, as you'll see, there's no brick or concrete outer leaf in this, for strength, rigidity, feeling of security. Everything was 7x2, it just worked. It worked perfectly, and all I needed to do in this order for all the main stuff is just order a ton of 7x2. What we're looking at here is the studding timbers for the internal non-load bearing stuff, which we put up much later. It's just CLS. And this is the night before I begin my timber. And this was typical. I'm just preparing for the next day, and this is probably about 10 at night. That's what it was like. So be it. So, great. Right, it's all tidy. It's ready for timber. This is timber day, and I'm starting. So, first thing, damp-proof course. Just comes in a roll. And it was a case of rolling this onto the top of the foundation wall. So I need a sole plate of timber, which in actual fact the sole plate was 6x2. That was the only thing that was 6x2, because, well, the only thing that was 6x2 in the main structure of the thing, because I had to fit over 140mm block work, and 6x2 is 150mm wide, so that worked pretty well. So sole plate, roll out my damp-proof course onto the top, and the sole plate goes on like that. Now, the way I'd chosen to do this in the spec was to nail it every 1.8 metres, and the nail is just there to kind of locate it, as you can imagine. Gravity, it doesn't need much really here, it's just to keep it in line with the wall, and nailing it every now and again, as I said, at that interval doesn't affect the damp-proof course in any way. So there we go, nice and simple. This is almost like Lego with timber, a bit more like the drainage stuff I did, pushing and fitting, you know, laying and nailing, sort of simple, dry jobs, no wet materials here, just roll it down, timber down, couple of nails, bish bash bosh, if you like. And for stuff that I'd been used to taking days and weeks and hours of fighting. Well, this is just a piece of timber laid onto a wall that's all there, ready, flat, prepared. You know, that whole thing probably took an hour and a half max. And I've got my 4x2 timber sole plate on the interior piece there, ready to accept the floor. Again, over a damp-proof course. So there you go. And I just nailed the damp-proof course round onto the top of it, as we can see there. And then that whole sole plate is protected from the elements when you see the whole thing start to build up. So yeah, this felt good at this point. Progress, finally. And there we go. Nice and straight and level. So in here I'm taking delivery at the moment. And again, this is just something that probably came as I was doing that in actual fact. The delivery of what would form the outer sort of layer or skin of this construction. And it was a product that we'll see much more of later on, and it was called Eurobrick. And you can Google that and get the company if you like. And it's a company that sells cladding. And I talked to the guy at Eurobrick when I was preparing the building warrant about how I would construct this and provide a detail that would work so as his cladding could fit onto my timber stud house. We'll see all that in detail, but basically it's like Lego and it's pretty awesome stuff. So we'll see that later on, but that's it getting delivered. All the components, backing, glues, tiles, that kind of thing. But as I say, we'll see that later. So at the moment, I'm just starting to bolt on some timber runners to accept floor joists, and I'm just bolting them in using expansion joints, which worked nicely. No problems there. There we go, another one in. And we're just having a quick look there below that timber bearer that I've just put in at the exit point for the drainage for the existing central heating. And this is where we're starting to look at all these other things starting to come into this and how they'll play the role in the final part, because in the main house there is a combination boiler, and that serves all the radiators and hot water function for the main house, and that's where the radiator water drains there. That can't be, but way back at the design stage, again, I keep mentioning this because it was such an important thing to think this all out as much as possible beforehand. I would take the opportunity of doing this granny flat to upgrade the boiler of the existing house, which was coming to the end of its life. So by upgrading it, we could move it. So that's something just to keep in mind. So this area here would also serve as kind of an exit point for all the new services like electrical cables and water pipes and so on. So they would all come through there into the new structure. And the electrical cabling there is just electrical cabling from existing outdoor lights and stuff, which could just get left like that. So there we are. On the left there we see the boarded up patio doors, which happened weeks and weeks ago. And we see where the mouse cursor is there. There's the flue for the existing boiler. And obviously it made sense to sort of kill two birds with the one stone and move all that out to a better position, renew the boiler as part of this build. Just made sense. So I'm starting now to put in a vertical piece of 7x2 onto the timber sole plate that I just laid out. And I'm just screwing that in with little screws at a 45-degree angle just to kind of hold it in place for the time being. It'll all get nailed together when the joists go in and kind of form its own structure. So there we go, just screwing these onto the timber bearer. Just sort of essentially sitting pieces of timber in place. And obviously some of them were twisted and warped, so I picked the best ones that I could to do this so that they were easy to go down nice and straight. So there we go. And that looks good. Nice, clean cut. Timber's amazing. So nice and clean to work with and easy to kind of keep tidy. And I like that feeling of keeping everything tidy and neat. A far cry from what I'd been through at the beginning of this. So now I'm starting on this picture to mark out spacings between joists so that I can start nailing them into position. So there we go, joist sits in, it sits on the sole plate, simple as that. Into position. That little screw there is just holding the outer piece in. It's not really structural, it's just sort of keeping it in position while this all gets built up, nailed into place. And then literally at such a speed, bang, 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 bang. Got the nail gun, cut it accurately to length, and obviously because everything's measured accurately, I could just cut this all in one go, just loads of the same length, whack it in, nailed, done. And this is my nail gun. In fact, we'll just go back to that. This is my nail gun gas, which you need to put into the nail gun so that it fires nails. And then there's a couple of other things arrived, silicone for later on, and there's some joist hangers and whatnot in here. There we go. There's the fuel cell opened up. And there's what the nail gun nails look like when you order them. And they're priced a little bit more expensive than standard nails, but you know, so what? The time saving is so huge, it doesn't matter. There we go. That literally all went in together in an hour. Done. And then I can start laying the joist the other way. Start infilling little pieces. We see at the back here, I'm starting to block in areas with timber because of course there's a wall to sit on top of this structure, as you'll start to see. So there you are, there's a better view of what I was just describing. And that looks good. This was a really nice, pleasing stage. Faith had been restored. This was doable, I believed it. Now I'm inserting some metal timber joist hangers, and I did order the wrong ones here, but I got round that by packing out pieces of timber so that the joists fit perfectly onto the joist hangers like so that caused no issue at all. Just little things, you begin to kind of find ways around things as you do it. Nothing can be expected to go perfectly, so there we go. And of course the step, as I mentioned a way back earlier, it simply couldn't be removed because it was so hard. I don't know what I would have needed to get rid of that concrete, so in actual fact I ended up building around it, which didn't cause too much of a problem, just a series of joist hangers, and I constructed it like that, and that was fine to get through building control. It was inspected at that point by the building inspector, and he was happy enough with all that, so that was good. I think it was inspected twice by building control, so they weren't on my backs all the time, but you know, for something that they knew was going to be built by somebody who wasn't experienced, it made sense for them to come out occasionally and just check. And they didn't actually pull me up about anything at any time, but they just came out to have a look and check that I wasn't, you know, not measuring everything correctly and just sort of, you know, way off with the potential that I could actually do this. You know, I was on track, put it that way. I was definitely along the right lines, so they were happy that I wasn't going to completely cock this thing up. So there we go. That's a day's work probably. I think I got that done in one day. That felt so good. One day and I've got floor in. It's all straight. It's all level. It's all good. And there's something quite appealing visually looking at that for me. Yeah, that's good. Good. Ready to accept walls, and that would be something that I would be looking to do straight away the next day. 7x2, all 7x2. So there's the wall studs all cut to length, ready to start assembling wall panels. So the first thing to do for the wall panels the next day was to lay these 7x2 timbers out as if they were walls along the edge. So there we go, we've got a base of the wall, if you like, base rail. Starting to mark that into position. And then this is actually a really long wall. It's like 7.3 meters, something like that. For an extension, that's actually, it's pushing it a bit, but again, at the design stage, I tried to get sort of maximum space I could out of this. So anyway, it's all approved at this stage. It doesn't matter. It's got planning, it's got building control. This wall is 7 and a bit meters. Deal with it. So there we go. Studs in. So 3 nails at the bottom, 600 spacings. Spacings that would be the correct width for plasterboard and sheathing later on, so that it didn't need to be cut. I could whack that up at a fair speed. There we go, so nothing particularly difficult from my point of view here now. I'm just nailing studs in at the correct spacings. There we go. All the way along this panel. So quick at this point as well. It's brilliant to see this happening. And of course there we're seeing the opening for a door, which had to be taken into account when making these panels. And in actual fact, as I talked about earlier, that I wanted to get these prefabricated. So glad I didn't, because the work involved in doing them here wasn't so much, and it was enjoyable. So it made total sense to build these on site here as I'm doing. And on the other side, I'm beginning to do exactly the same so that I have a wall panel for the other side. And there is the panel up on the big long wall. I'm just easing that into position. I've got a video of how I put these panels up, which we'll see later on. But I did that myself and I just heaved it into position. And there we go, I've just got a little piece of timber kind of holding that in a reasonably steady kind of way for the time being to let me get on with other stuff. Wall up, a little bit twisted and so on at the moment, just because there's no other structure kind of helping it along, but all that gets sorted out later on. So that wall's up, that's good, and the base rail is nailed down to the timber that it's sitting on. And here I'm just catching a little bit of timber from the existing structure just to get a nail in and, at least have this attached vaguely to this wall so that I can go on and make the proper connections later. There we go, one wall up, great stuff. And I'm making the connections there with the drill that I bought, and again it's a case of expansion joints. So here, the next wall is up and it's just a smaller version of what's on the other side. There is a door opening, and then the next thing to do is get this back wall up, which is done in exactly the same way. 7x2 timbers, studs, nailed together. So important to have that nail gun, can't emphasize that enough. Lift into position, and this wall was more complex in the sense that there were 3 windows in the design that I'd made, and so I was just getting the rough, if you like, structure put up at this point, and I would add in the horizontals and so on when it's up like this. I thought that would be easier to do it that way, so I'm just getting the basic vertical areas in. And at this stage we can see, worth noting as well, there's a damp proof course on that behind that first bearing there where the mouse pointer is. So here we're looking at, again, within the space of a day, a whole series of walls up. And there's no masonry external leaf in this. These are the walls. It will be fettled and finished and so on, but they're my walls. In essence. And again, the good feeling continued at this point, because it's just rapid progress, and suddenly from nothing a few days ago, there's an extension growing out of the ground from my timber. So we're just having a look now at a piece of video that I managed to capture when I was doing this process that we've just witnessed there, which is the timber installation, the first round of floor timbers. And it illustrates quite clearly how it was easy just to whack these nails in at literally, like 5 second a piece with the nail gun. But just continuing to make sure that I was spacing them correctly and accurately, with the kind of philosophy that accuracy now means less fettling and fiddling and cutting later on, and therefore a greater speed. So there we go, really quick, really easy and enjoyable. Right, so onwards, these walls, the back walls that I talked about, I was beginning to pad them out with more structure. So it was a case of inserting the horizontal pieces of timber, nailing them in place. As you can see, I'm cutting with the miter saw now outside on the joists. It was a kind of awkward thing to do this, because for a long time all these floor joists were just exposed, so any movement within this area meant kind of jumping all over these joists and balancing, and it was just generally very awkward for somebody like myself who doesn't have the best balance in the world. It's kind of difficult to continually stop yourself falling in. But hey, certainly better now than it was, say, 8 weeks ago. So there we go, I've padded out the back area with horizontal timbers for the windows. And as you'll see, the window in the centre becomes a really large kind of centrepiece window, which lets in lots of light. We'll see that later. And I mean, this is really similar to what I was... there's the little boy from a couple of houses down the road who was kind of intrigued to see this thing going up from his own house. He could see the structure kind of appear overnight almost, and he started to come up. But I did have to kind of keep him away, because ultimately it was quite dangerous for him to be there. But he was there at the moment, and he covered his ears up while I was using the nail gun. But anyway, what I was saying, this timber is basically what I'm doing here is a hugely scaled up version of what I did when I covered that patio door in earlier. Nailing timber and making frames. So above the door there has to be a lintel, and that's how it was done there. 2 pieces of timber nailed onto the inside of the door opening, and that was one thing to watch out for, because when I was building these frames, the opening for the door had to be wider than the opening of the door, because it had to also allow for these pieces of timber to go in to hold the lintel up. Just something, could have been an easy mistake, and it could have wrecked my life. So the saw is at the bottom there. I'm cutting out that section where the door's going in. Obviously I've been careful to kind of not nail that piece, so that gets cut out. At the back now, that wall's looking good, and also all the noggins or doangs, depending on which word you prefer to use. That's the horizontal pieces halfway up the studs, which kind of give everything additional structure, have been nailed into place. So beginning to just look more and more like a house. So there we go, there's that piece I was mentioning earlier, getting sawn out. And I'm up at the corner there, and we'll see what I'm doing in a second. I'm putting in some brackets. There's the opening for the door, kind of formed in timber there, with the height of it being denoted. So, a couple of brackets, and this is just to join the sections of wall panel together. Remember, there's no concrete or brick or masonry outer skin to this. The timber frame is the structure, that's it. There'll be a cladding on it, which we'll see, the Eurobrick thing I talked about, but it's important just to make sure everything's correct and no corners are being cut, because there's no outer skin. That's it, this is it. So there we go. Brackets in, walls joined together. And obviously that was spec'd out away at the design stage, and it's worth saying I didn't have a structural engineer involved in this at any point. All of the timber structure was designed in compliance with a document that I'd read through in detail at the design stage time called Small Building Structural Guidance, and it's just simple stuff like span tables and what timbers you can use to support specifically already determined weights and stuff. So for simple buildings like this, that is the accepted methods, and if you follow that, you're fine. And the building standards officer was fine that it didn't have an external skin and was happy that everything was structurally sound to the spec that I had decided upon way back at the beginning. So it's worth just mentioning that. Now here is something that we'll revisit about 400 times in the next hour or so. My little windows on this elevation. I did them because I could do them. There's no philosophical reason for putting them in. I was able to put them in without adding any additional structure or lintel. That's why I put them in. I could. It would, in my eyes, not cause any extra work. It made me feel happy. That you'll see it later on. You'll see what I mean. But I did it because I felt like it. That's the reason for that. I wanted to do it, I felt like it, so I did it. Right, moving on. So I'm starting to board out the exterior surface of these studs with 9mm OSB 3 board. It's a kind of cheaper substitute to plywood, and plywood is a very similar thing. It does the same job, but this stuff is half the price. So that's what I got, and that was in my timber order from a while ago. So I'm just cutting that to size there, but obviously the majority of the pieces, with the stud spacing being the way that it is, just fits on perfectly. So a case of nailing pieces of timber to some studs, not difficult, if a little bit awkward to hold and put up yourself. And you can see there I set the wall structure just slightly back from the edge of the floor joist construction so that this timber could just lay on the edge. So you can see what's happening there. No cutting of height, just slap it on, done. Plenty of nails. You can see my little rainwater diversion strategy is still there at this point, because without it, that inside area is getting flooded. So here I'm starting to nail the board onto the back area, and it's a case of cutting around the window openings neatly and accurately. And here on this long side, I'm starting to nail on these boards again, this time cutting out spaces that allow for my tiny windows. That was actually a planning amendment because they weren't in the original plans, but because I decided to do it halfway through, I filed a non-material amendment, it's called, and there was no issue with them because there's no privacy or anything being breached, which is part of the reason that I did tiny windows. And again, the reason I discussed, which was because I wanted to do them. So a little bit of extra work there, but fine, it was worth it because, as I said, it made me happy. So continuing to board round there, we can just see from the front of the house this structure starting to extend all the way back. And remember, of course, at building warrant stage, I was trying to get this through planning, that I would be building a flat roof onto this thing, and how that would have made my life so much easier and quicker. But it wasn't to be. There had to be a pitched roof, so we'll see how I managed to get round that later on. So the outside is boarded up, and suddenly these hollow studded constructions take on a whole feeling of solidity, and they feel what looks like and could be described as walls from the outside anyway. And it's amazing how that 9mm OSB solidifies everything up. Everything suddenly becomes rock solid. And that is its purpose, it's structural. It doesn't need to be super neat, it just needs to fit together reasonably neatly. Which, going at the speed I was going at, was doable. Nice, quite neat, boarded up, nice and straight, nice and level. And there's this opening at the back ready to accept this large window. There's the damp-proof course against the original house wall, which is there if you get, for example, really heavy rain which soaks into the rough cast. It could start to begin to cause a problem with rot with that timber sitting on that wall, so that's why that goes in. So here we have a view from the hall window on the first floor of the main house, looking down onto this structure that has now appeared. And in actual fact, this hall window that the photograph is taken from is actually an issue in itself, because the pitched roof that I was forced to put onto this thing didn't clear that window. So we'll see how I get round that later on. But it's just a case of, on the inside of this hall window, if I had to start bricking that up or modifying it in some way, the internal decoration of that gets destroyed, and then you would have to either redecorate the whole hall or come up with some kind of improvised solution like I did with the bookcases away at the start and the room where the patio doors were. So we'll see how that got dealt with later on, but that was another issue, this hall window. But it did provide a nice view of the structure that was emerging. Okay, so we're going to have a quick look at a piece of video that I had captured of this frame going up, and I had mentioned that I was going to show that earlier on. So in video, here's the way that I nailed these studs onto the base rail and the header rail, and began to create something that could then be tipped up essentially to form the walls. And it's just something that, this had to be done myself, and there was nobody there on the day that this was going up to help me get this into position. So I'm just showing this because it shows a rare bit of video that I've got of this project, how I kind of negotiated my way through kind of working out how this would go up. So the other side's already up, and I know roughly what I'm doing, but it's just so that there's a record of this particular method that I used to get these up by myself, because it's just representative of the whole thing, really. Just finding ways that, for example, if there was 3 people on site, this would be easy, but if it's just little old me by myself nailing bits of timber together, then you just need to be a little bit careful and basically creative in how you start to put these things together. And this kind of thing was repeated over and over again, because things like the boarding on the outside and plaster boarding, when we get to that, again, that had to be done mainly by myself. Certainly the vast majority without additional hands, like my dad helping me hold things up and so on. So just little things, it's kind of awkward, but it's fun in a way, kind of finding your way around it, because you're problem solving and so on. So this is where I'm creating the opening for the door. And what I mentioned about making it wider than the actual door, because there's 2 cripple studs in there to support lintels to go in. And at this stage here, what I'd been doing with the measuring tape was allowing for that. And you soon begin to realise when you're working with timber that you can manipulate it quite a lot, because it's soft. This is soft wood. And once you nail it together, there is still a little bit of play in it that you can just tap with the hammer to kind of ease it into a more perfect position than perhaps you had managed to catch with a nail gun. But generally, first time is better. But the option's always there. You can just kind of tweak it, which is one of the... When you start working with timber and something like this, you begin to kind of pick up what you can and can't do with it, what the qualities of that material are. As I say, I really like timber. Absolutely brilliant thing to work with. As you can see, I'm just manoeuvring this thing into a position where I'm ready to lift it up. I've moved it back from the edge of the flooring assembly so that when I do tip it up, it's sitting in roughly the right position and not going to fall off the edge. So here we go, and it's just a case of one massive heave and trying to hold my balance as best I can. And there we go, into position. So I think it's kind of important to have that little bit on record. A good bit of video, good rare bit of video of the project. Then of course I'm just nailing that bottom piece to all the timber that's already there and checking its level, which it was because of measuring everything about 15 times. I was literally petrified throughout this whole thing of measuring something wrong, which ultimately was probably a good thing. And there I'm just doing what I'd mentioned before, there's just a little bit of play in the timber to allow you to tweak it slightly. Just checking, because sometimes when you nail one bit in and you kind of pull it, you manoeuvre another piece out of position slightly. So I'm just making sure with the twists and so on, with all that wet timber, that I'm getting everything lined up as close as I possibly can get it to being perfect, so that later on it doesn't come back to bite me. Okay, I think I'm pretty much done with that now. The wall's up. It's reasonably straight. I'll probably stand there and tweak it a little bit for God knows how long. But anyway, it went up and it went up straight, and that's a good little illustration of it. I enjoy using that nail gun actually, probably too much. Extremely fun thing to use. So the framework's come a long way now. And as we move on, we can see that the opportunity to start adding kind of meat to the bones of the inside surfaces of this frame becomes the next kind of logical step. But my window openings are formed. I'm just awaiting the window assemblies. And the outside's really looking rather complete in the sense that the look of the studding has disappeared and suddenly it feels solid. So where the floor attaches to the wall, there is underneath that an area where services and such are going to have to come through. If I move the pointer over, it's just there. So, as I've mentioned before, gas, electricity, water heating pipes, and the main supply of water all have to go through that area there, and there's an awful lot to connect up in the main granny flat. Because it's not just a simple case of an empty room with no services. There is a shower tray, sink, toilet, kitchen sink in the utility room, which all has to have water feed and drainage. And of course, another boiler's getting moved, and there's a boiler going in the granny flat, which needs gas and all the relevant services and so on. So we're just looking at a few photos there of the stage we're generally at. And the next thing I'm starting to do here is build some stud walling across the edges of the existing house so that I have something to plasterboard later on. So in this photo I've just removed an area of timber. It's fairly obvious where I've removed it from, just here, so that I've got a flush area to start assembling some studding onto. And the studding just looks like that. It's 63mm CLS, and bearing in mind what I've already done with timber, this was dead easy in the grand scheme of things. And I've just nailed that together really simply and quickly and whacked it into position essentially. And I've just caught a nail onto the timber studding, the main exterior timber wall on the left hand side, and just caught a nail into the top of the timber area that I removed just up here, so that it's fixed onto something and fixed along the floor. But because it's 63mm CLS, it's got kind of a structure of its own, so it doesn't need to be fixed all the way along to the rough casted wall area. It simply has its own structure and it's fixed minimally to whatever's there. And I'm beginning at this stage to mark out the space where I have to start studding this wall as well, and it's a little more complicated because I've got the door opening to deal with. In actual fact, I kept this double glazed door in partly as a cost-saving measure, but also because it made sense in terms of separating the granny flat off from the existing house. A really good soundproof buffer, so the utility room is soundproofed and isolated from the rest of the house, and then the door into the granny flat off the utility room that is about to be constructed is also separate, so it's as separate as it possibly can be from the house, and that means Gran gets her own independent space, and as I keep saying, that's a really important concept to the whole thing, so made sense to keep it. So I'm just adding in a 4x2 batten, and I'm using expansion fittings, and that will support timber trusses later on, so I'm just getting that securely into the existing house, and I just used the drill that I had bought. And here I am just laying in a little bit of flooring, and just a little bit here, this area where I've used some plywood that I had lying around, and I've just screwed that into position, and it's just to give me something, as we'll see in a few photos time, to make that studding onto. So in the meantime, I've jumped onto preparing the vapour barrier and breather membrane on the outside of this construction. It's not a vapour barrier, sorry, it's building paper, and it's essentially the weatherproof membrane for the whole thing, and it's waterproof, but it allows vapour to essentially come through from the inside to the outside and make the wall breathable. So it's not a vapour barrier, the vapour barrier goes on the inside. This is building paper, and some people call it a building membrane, whatever. It's a membrane that essentially is the weatherproof core of the whole thing, even though there's stuff over and above this later. This is our kind of weather sealing, if you like. So I'm just stapling that into position, in actual fact with a household stapler, because it's all I had to hand at the time, but it worked absolutely fine. And I'm just tucking it into the openings to keep it neat. So simple case of just rolling this round and overlapping the joints, as we can see. And then where there's steps, I've just used a little bit of the damp-proof course that I used way back at the beginning when I started doing the timber work, and just put this up behind the membrane, and that is just as an added layer of protection to stop any rising damp around that area. And we'll see later on how the steps eventually finish, because we're dealing with a non-standard construction. They don't actually meet up with the wall, but we'll see that later. But that's just a little added measure that I did there. And by this stage I have the whole thing wrapped with building paper, or the building membrane, whatever you prefer to call it. So, huge progress by this point, and I'm back studding this area here where I'd laid a little bit of floor, because I'm going over the the floor joists across them rather than along them. I've just laid this little bit of floor in to get me started so that I can build the wall onto it. And of course we've got this boiler flue here, which is going to come out and get moved when we eventually move the house boiler, which obviously sits behind that wall. And I've already explained the reasons why I was doing that as part of this work. So I'm just building that up simply in stages, just filling in the areas basically so that I've got surfaces to plasterboard later on, like so. And there's the corner detail, so I've just left myself edges to plasterboard, and we'll see later on that it kind of becomes important to keep leaving yourself edges to join these boards together. And there's a lot of kind of timber that I didn't account for later on that I had to add in to continually give myself edges to keep the plasterboard tight and give it a surface so that the joints didn't move or come apart. So I've continued the studding all the way around the existing surfaces of the house wall. And up here we can see I've got an extractor fan from the kitchen, which is just coming through that wall in a position where it had to get taken off, and I would have to add some more ducting in and actually vent it out of the granny flat when it's finished. The granny flat construction, that is. So the next stage after putting this building paper up is to nail some roofing battens. They're not specifically roofing battens, they're 2 by inch timbers, so 2 inch by 1 inch timbers, 50 millimeters by 25 millimeters. And these battens are nailed through to the stud behind. It's very important to nail it through to the stud because nailing onto a piece of 9mm OSB will give it absolutely no substrate to attach to, and this is actually going to hold on the cladding system later on. So very important to make sure I'm nailing through to the stud. And you know, if you see any nails poking through from the inside, then you know you've not done that correctly. So just a key point to make sure I'm being as careful as I can to nail through to the stud. And at the bottom here I've got this detail where the battens that I'm attaching stop as shown there, so as not to breach the damp proof course. So I'm just leaving about 1 centimetre at the bottom, and that means there's no chance of these timbers drawing up moisture into the construction. So there we go. And by this point I have ordered some UPVC doors and windows, and the measurements I used for these were the measurements I took off what I'd actually built, because if I just used the measurements from the drawings, there is a chance that there's either just a little bit of error or something won't quite fit. And what I did was I measured up what was on site, so that I was using basically the measurements that actually existed in real life, and sent these measurements off to the precise sort of millimetre to get made up, custom made by a company locally. And they made what I thought was very nice windows and doors at a decent price, and he's used the advanced extrusion, which seems decent enough. I don't know if it's sort of the most common one or the most used in the building industry, but it seemed absolutely perfect quality to me. And there's my little tiny windows which go in the little tiny openings that I talked about, which was getting done because it made me happy. And I decided I was doing it, and that's that. So they had to go in too. So by this point, the inside is complete in the sense that I've got all the vertical structure waiting to get lined with stuff. So a good deal of timber assembly, if you like, is completed at this point. So I'm just continuing on with my battening here all the way around, nailing through to every stud. Again, the importance of the nail gun is apparent. Now the windows came with ledges, and the way these work is the ledges are attached with some screws that just grip onto the bottom edge of this UPVC where the cursor is, but obviously not going so far in that it causes the vacuum sealed double glazing glass unit to burst. And a big bead of silicone is run all the way along this piece here, and that stops water getting kind of sucked up under the window. So with the ledges siliconed onto the bottom and attached to the window assembly, because the measurements were so accurate, it was just a case of lifting them in, and this was a really sort of simple exercise in just getting my spirit level out, lifting the assemblies into the timber frame and using brackets in this instance to attach them to the timber frame. Because there's no opening on this central window, it was brackets that were needed to get the attachment to the timber. So there we go, that was probably a 20-minute job there. Lift in, make sure it's all level all the way around, and screw it into the frame. And the ledges were of the dimension that they will protrude the correct amount out of the finished cladding, which will be much further out from what we see where the building paper level is. So I'm just tucking that building paper into the edges of the window, just for neatness, like that. So in actual fact, areas where I'd kind of tucked that round, I'd taken off and just decided to let this window protrude, say 5mm out from the surface of the OSB and batten, and then just make sure that I'm making it as neat as possible. So there we go. There's a view from the neighbour's garden at the construction kind of extending out behind the rear of the house. So as I say, this was quite an easy stage, really, just lifting these pre-made manufactured UPVC windows into position. And these two side windows, here and here, opened, so no brackets were needed. I just opened the casement and then put a screw right through the frame to attach it that way, which is easier if you have the option. And again, I'm just doing what I mentioned earlier. I'm tidying up this building paper around the windows to make sure that it's all neat and kind of just tucked in under the edge of the little bit that it's protruding out from the surface. So by the end of all that, I have basically got windows into this frame and fixed securely. And the view we saw there, I'll batten that out after these windows are in. So there's the kind of level of measurement that I had to get right, and you know, as I say, they just slotted in nicely, perfectly. So I'm beginning to work on the door openings here, and of course it's paid off that earlier I kind of had the timber either side of these are called cripple studs where the arrow is here, because they're essentially holding up this lintel. And as I say, the timber here and here on the outside of the cripple stud had to be the door width plus the width of the two cripple studs, if that makes sense. And my three windows have the ledges now siliconed onto the bottom and are awaiting getting put in. And here's the door going in. And I would say at this point, I do have to admit to an error on my part. I didn't mismeasure it, but I measured it correctly and then wrote down the wrong piece of measurement on the piece of paper that I was using to send to the supplier. So somewhere along that line, basically, I'd measured it and then mixed the figure up, and they came a little bit too short, but it was still within, you know, appropriate building regulations and so on. So it was just a case of adapting this opening slightly at the top. So yeah, there you go. Things like this happened, and I guess I just had to work around it. It certainly wasn't a case where I was doing everything perfectly. If something like this happened, then I just had to deal with it. And this is one of the cases, and there weren't that many, but where I made a little bit of an error and had to kind of get out of it. But a simple enough rectification just by adding in some framework to the top of the door. No real harm done, and then I could just insulate that out later, and once the plasterboard's on and everything, it's not really obvious that there was ever an issue there in the first place. So yeah, I don't know, I'm not too annoyed with myself that happened. In the grand scheme of things, stuff like that is always going to happen, and it's just a case of getting round it. So there we go, I have sorted that basically. My battens are all nailed on to this building paper. And my doors are in position. And that's another little hurdle complete. My window's just sitting into the little openings there in exactly the same way as everything else, but because they didn't have an opener, I'm having to use brackets to make the fixing to the timber. And then we have a view of the little windows from the inside with the bracket fixing. And what I'm doing, once I have these UPVC units in, I'm fixing a batten right up to the edge of them on top, nailed through to the stud. And I do that all the way round like that on all the vertical edges of these units, like so. And on this elevation there, I've just got a little bit more battening to do onto more studs before that's complete. So there, I've done the same thing for the little windows there. Just like so. So the next stage after having got all of that done is now to go round this thing again with another layer of OSB. And it may seem sort of counterintuitive, like he's already put a layer of OSB onto this, why is he doing another one? Well, the thing about this is it's very important to understand that this layer of building paper, as I described when I earlier wrongly described it as a vapour barrier. It's not a vapour barrier. The vapour barrier goes on the inside to try and stop vapour getting through this construction. But any moisture that actually gets through the vapour barrier on the inside that we'll see later on going in when I'm sort of kitting out the inside, inevitably some moisture will get through. And this outside lining, this building paper, has to be able to cope with that and let it through so that it's not trapped in the inside edge of this timber, causing it to rot. So if I were to just affix the cladding, which is this Eurobrick system I talked about earlier, straight onto that first layer of OSB, it would trap moisture. So the reason I've actually went to the bother of battening this whole thing out with battens is to create an airspace behind this second layer of OSB. And that airspace is breathable. There's a space at the bottom and it's open at the top as well in the construction, so the air can move about behind this boarding and take away any moisture that's come through that construction. I hope that all makes sense. So this layer of boarding is in actual fact a structural backing for the cladding, which in itself isn't structural in the sense that it's able to support itself. So basically, if you just trust me on this, 15mm OSB panels have to be put over these battens in preparation for the cladding. And again, this is all to avoid a traditional construction whereby I would have to either lay a whole wall of blocks and rough cast it, which I just wasn't ever confident that I could do, certainly neatly and on time. And using this method, I'm essentially getting that cavity in behind this timber boarding, and in a similar sense I get to the same result without having this outer leaf of blockwork rather. So I've only got one layer of blocks as a foundation. That's why we've done it like that, and then this cladding fixes on. So I hope that all makes sense, and we'll just move on and see this going round. So after having going all the way round with 9mm of OSB3 and the building paper and the battens, I'm just going round the whole thing again with OSB 15mm. So there we go, and that's the kind of finish I'm getting at the bottom, again being careful not to breach that damp-proof course. And as you can see, I'm left with a small area at the top of this OSB board because in the first layer of OSB I was working on top of the floor construction, and now I'm kind of covering over this area at the bottom. So I've got an area at the top, the width of the depth of the floor, to also add in. So hopefully you can see why that's the case, why I'm having to add in another piece of timber here and why it doesn't just fit perfectly this time. So I'm just continuing to board round, and again just being careful to cut round the windows as neatly as I possibly can and nailing it onto the battens and through to the studs. So a really nice, secure, solid fixing. And there's nothing, having experimented with timber now for a bit and kind of understood more of its qualities, there's really nothing difficult to me at this stage about nailing some boards onto some battens neatly. And there we go. And with everything being reasonably straight and concise, it's paying dividends at this point because this is going rather quickly and I'm not having to make too many awkward cuts. So there we go, I've just got the bit along the top to add in now in that image. There we go, it's added in, and that's my next layer of OSB complete, and it's ready to accept this cladding now whenever I choose to do that. But at this point that looks really quite finished in a sense that it's solid, there's doors, there's windows, it looks sealed. It just looks more like a sort of permanent construction, and all that came about really quickly. So that was satisfying and pleasing to see it in this stage anyway. And there you can see how I've got this space behind the boarding that I was talking about, this space where air can circulate and take away any moisture that would perhaps get caught up in the construction. So there we go. Now we're looking here at what's called tie-down straps, and these were something that I had to choose to spec in the building warrant. Obviously that was done a while ago, but these were something that is in the building warrant and needed to be put into the build. So this is just a simple case of getting a fixing onto this concrete construction at the bottom, and in theory, in really high winds, the logic is this extension could lift up if they weren't in place. Now, I don't think there's any chance of that happening, bearing in mind the weight of the concrete roof tiles and so on that are eventually going to go onto this thing. But they're spec'd and they had to go in, so they attach to the timber and then they just attach onto the piece of visible concrete foundation work. So just a case of making some notches to get them to fit. And screw them into position, and of course they're galvanised metal, so there's no risk of rust or breaching the damp-proof course in any way. So I think they went into every third stud. If I had any left over, I just used them. So there we go. Major progress. So we'll move on. So in essence, after that last image there, I've kind of completed a phase, if you like, of timber work, in the sense that I really have got to the stage where the structural elements of the wall are now in place, and I'm ready to start thinking about the roof and trying to get this thing weatherproof and watertight in a sense as soon as I possibly can. So this image here is a picture of truss clips which I had ordered and had delivered in preparation for actually getting the trusses onto the top of this wall construction. And of course this is a stage that I, in my very first sketches and so on, was something I was reluctant to do because of time scale and complexity and a whole load of reasons why I thought I could get away with a flat roof on this thing for just a functional space for Gran. But I wasn't to have that, as I've said a few times now, I believe, and I was in the position where I was finding myself having to do this pitch roof. So these truss clips get screwed on to the top rail of the timber frame, and the trusses are then attached to these with screws, and that keeps the roof tight and structurally connected to the walls, and also gives kind of everything more structural integrity. So here I'm just going around marking the positions of the trusses and screwing these into position, and then after having been at night arranging deliveries and getting things to come and arrive on time and so on, I have these trusses arriving, and they are arriving on the day that I'm ready to put them up. So that's just how it had to be, and they're there, they're coming in the lorry, as we can see, and I'm just ready to put them up as soon as they're off this lorry. So they're laid out in the garden at this point. And because I was forced into doing this pitched roof, and I had these trusses, the measurements sent off and ordered quite a while ago, where I wasn't quite aware of how far behind I was with this project, I still, at that point felt that it was going reasonably according to plan when I actually sent these off to get made up, because it takes about sort of a 6-week lead time for the manufacturer to do them. And because at that point I felt, things will be okay time-wise, and I was getting forced into doing a pitched roof, I would try and make something out of it and do something I otherwise couldn't if I had to do a flat, if I had chosen to do a flat roof. So what I have here is 3 different types of trusses, which actually hugely complicate everything, but I'm glad I did it. Seeing the finished result, it makes the interior spaces a bit more special, as you'll see as this thing develops. But basically, because if I'd ordered the trusses on the day that I was actually putting them up, I probably wouldn't have done this. I would have been going for the most time effective sort of measure to get it done as quickly as possible. But I did this a long time ago, and I was going with the idea that if I have to pitch this roof, then I'm going to make something sort of reasonably special out of the pitched roof as a sort of reaction to getting forced into doing it. So I have 3 different types of trusses. A scissor truss, which we can see in this image here, and the idea of this is to give basically sloping internal ceilings and a greater feeling of space inside. So these are the scissor trusses, and they're hellishly awkward to erect because they're sort of just out of balance basically when you're trying to lift the things up. These are the mono trusses, so these are a little piece of roof that is made to connect beneath the hall window that I had mentioned a lot earlier on in this. And this is just an image showing what these trusses actually look like. They're fairly simple things, and they're nailed together with nail plates, but the actual structural integrity of the trusses is something that the manufacturer deals with, and then they give you a certificate to submit to building control to say, yeah, this is all okay, and I don't need to worry about, any structural issues with these. They come from the factory approved, and I just bang them onto the building basically. So there's the manufacturer that I used. So a lot of these trusses on the lorry are not my trusses, incidentally. So my trusses at this point are loaded off and lying in the garden and ready to go up. So here's one of the first mono trusses going in. You can see that it's at a completely different pitch to the existing roof coming out of the side of the house. And the reason for this is to clear the hall window, because I mentioned earlier when I was looking at that image taken from the hall window that it would sort of become a problem. And when I was asked to pitch this roof by the planning department rather, this was one of the reasons that I really didn't want to go there, because this hall window would either have to get taken out to match the pitch of this roof here, and then that means redecorating everything on the inside, which I just didn't want to go there. So I came up with this solution that I would bring the roof pitch down for this section, go under the hall window, then bring the roof pitch back up. And to do that, it was very tight, and I'm working at 17.5 degrees, which is basically the minimum roof pitch you can have before it's likely that water will actually creep under the tiles and destroy the roof. So pretty important that I was able just to get the pitch in no more to do this. So it's a really low pitched tiled roof in this area, but it's just within spec. So my truss clips are on this batten that I bolted on to the rough cast much earlier. And it's just a case of sitting these trusses in. Now these went in okay because they're not too cumbersome, but the rest didn't go that well. So there you can see it's just clearing that whole window and no more. But still quite cumbersome. But these are the only ones I was able to get up by myself, and then when we get to this stage I needed my dad to help me with another set of ladders, and we eventually just got them up. Now these were the sort of second most difficult to put up. The full original pitch trusses, if you like, but with the flat bottoms, and there were 3 of them in the design, so all this area internally has a flat ceiling. So there we go, I'm gradually getting them up. Now this truss we see here has the pitched ceiling. I'm running the cursor along. And, well, they were a challenge, let's just say that, because they just feel so out of balance and they just want to topple over and kill you. And it takes a lot of strength and just perseverance to sort of manipulate them into position, and then once they're screwed in with the truss clips, they kind of stand up straight, but they're still very wobbly, and you need to kind of use a little bit of timber to pull it into position. And in actual fact, what I ended up doing for the last few was lifting them up and then using electrical cable, a big length of like just standard flex, and tying it onto the truss and then sort of pulling it up in, I guess, the same kind of way, like, you know, how the Amish kind of raise barns. So getting the truss up flat and then pulling it up with the cable in a kind of controlled way. And that's how I ended up getting most of these scissor trusses up, because they were just so frigging awkward. But at the correct spacings, they are going up. And by this point, with a roof on, I've come a long way from a big pile of earth in the garden. So again, this is a good feeling. And the way that it kind of, well, I mean, look there, you can see how kind of precise that actually went up along the actual ridge of this roof here. Everything is lining up absolutely perfectly, which is a good sign. It kind of shows all your prior measurements are more or less dead on. And then these trusses have to be supported and held together structurally in a lateral sense. So you can see I'm starting to nail pieces of timber to the underside, just so that for the time being they are secure and rigid. And I'm just starting to run other timber along the bottom just to give me a chance as I'm erecting these things so that they don't move about, and I'm kind of building onto something rigid later. So I think that's one day's work there, and I've not quite got all the trusses up, but I've got the bulk of them. So in this image here, I have all the trusses up. I have more kind of structural pieces between the trusses, just CLS timber nailed to the underside where I'm running the cursor along. So for the time being, these trusses are up. I've made sure they're all straight, they're all spaced correctly, they're all secure, they're not wobbling about. And after that point, I decided to move on in the way shown here. And again, I'm kind of jumping around a little, purely because probably at this point, if being honest, I'm just doing almost what's most entertaining to me. You know, if I feel I can do something that gives me a sense of progress, then I'll do it. So at this point, with the weather the way it is, sort of changeable, and you know, no real value to doing any one thing in any particular order, I decided, right, okay, I want to get some of this Eurobrick system up, so that's what I decided to do. What we're looking at in this image is the first panel of the Eurobrick system, and it's a cladding system whereby you put this backing board up, and it comes in the same sizes as OSB imply, so 2.4 by 1.2 metres, or 8 foot by 4 foot roughly. And it's a foam board, and it screws onto this 15mm OSB backing that I'd put up, and it provides a backing which essentially tiles in the shape of bricks are glued onto and then grouted essentially with mortar. So we'll see how that works, but for the time being it goes on, and it goes on with these screws and washers. Obviously the washers are there so that the screw doesn't just go all the way through this kind of foam-like backboard. And the composition of these panels, it's kind of like a fairly dense foam with a plastic kind of, a very plastic, almost like the kind of plastic you get that holds chocolate in boxes, but much thicker. That's the best way I could describe it. And that's glued onto the foam, and that's your panel, the foam and the plastic. So I'm screwing that on, like so. So just more screws every, I think I put 4 in every width of the panel, and then I think maybe 5 rows or something. We'll see that in a minute. So I'm just screwing that on, and really at this stage, I remember this is one of the few times Gran was actually up and saw me doing this, and she didn't really believe that I was doing it myself. She always asked when the builders were coming to finish it, and I did explain it several times that, look, Gran, it is literally just little old me each day on this, working away in it. But probably understandably, she just wasn't having any of that, and she didn't really believe it at the end until it was completely done. I kind of said to her, look, I did all this myself for you. And she did believe it at that point. But here, when she saw it, she described it as being like Lego. And that is probably so true, because aside from, sort of traditional timber assembly, which makes up the structure, this cladding is child's play, really. It's plastic pieces which fix together in a kind of Lego-like sense. So I'm just cutting these boards, screwing them on. There's the kind of foam backing I was talking about. And this is how this house is getting built. It's a Lego house. So these panels, which I had ordered quite a long time ago, and again had to kind of order the correct amount, the correct area of number of panels to cover this, are going round. Okay, so as I say, I'm kind of doing what pleases me. So I've got these Eurobrick panels up in preparation for the cladding, and now I feel it would be logical to do a bit of roof. I guess I was just at this stage doing what was enough to kind of keep me going on this, keep me happy, basically. So I'd done a bit of screwing this stuff to the wall, and now I wanted to do a bit of roof for a kind of change of scene and change of interest, and a feeling that I was progressing. So 9mm OSB is what is spec'd to go over these trusses, and it's a case of nailing these boards on. So the first 2 boards on this side went up easily. I could nail them all from just a ladder at the side of the roof and leaning over and nailing these on. It's worth saying at this point, the pitch of this roof, while not being extremely steep, I'm just not comfortable up that high. So this posed a real challenge to me. And at one point I did think it might be an idea to get somebody in to do this roof. And just, I suppose at this point, having come this far myself, I was a little bit protective of what I might end up, bearing in mind how far behind I was, getting somebody else to do. But there was 2 problems with that. 1, the budget, and 2, my sense of having come this far, giving kind of almost, losing sole ownership of the construction process of this, which, having come this far, it felt that I felt I should try to continue and do it myself. But the time was against me, and so I was thinking maybe I should be thinking about getting somebody else to actually finish and tile this roof. But there were problems with that, basically the budget. And, as I said, I was getting a little bit selfish in terms of, it was a very mixed up period for me. As you can probably imagine at this point, with the time pressures that were on me, I didn't really know what to think. But I was boarding this out, not kind of knowing how ultimately it would get finished at this point. I should say, just to avoid any doubt, I did end up doing this roof myself. But with time against me, and in the end, I did fall behind and get this finished at a slightly later date than I had originally planned. But we'll see how that all pans out later. You can see also on the right hand side here where the cursor is, I've got this awkward, hellish piece of roof rainwater drainage from the original house I've cut it back so that when it's finished it kind of runs onto this roof and then into the drainage of the granny flat. So I've got a position where if I can get these boards up and get a waterproof layer on that, that's one less thing to worry about. This thing will finally not be causing me any grief in terms of flooding the inside of this extension. So as I say, the first boards went up reasonably easily, and all the way round, i.e. on the other side, I'm able to do the same thing. And that's just by standing at the side, sort of forcing a board up with my hands, getting a little fixing on the edge with, say, a nail or a screw, getting the ladder into position, fettling it a little bit, and then nailing onto the trusses as much as I can. So there we go, I'm sort of manoeuvring a board into position on the ladders there. And at this point I think I'm starting to board out that gable end, which is something I hadn't done anything with yet. So I'm just nailing 9mm OSB onto this gable, which is the structures formed by the truss essentially. So I'm joining the truss to the frame below. And you can see at this point I've got kind of the bottom areas of the roof boarded, but I've not moved up any further at this point because I haven't quite worked out how I'm going to do this, because I'm just not confident at heights and dealing with balance on a slope where I feel I'm going to slide off and die. So having boarded out this gable with 9mm OSB, I'm using, essentially on the roof, it's a waterproof breather membrane, building paper, whatever you call it. It's all basically the same stuff. And I've used a different brand here on the roof and on this area of the gable purely because I had found a good deal from somewhere, I can't remember where, it might have been Screwfix, that had a decent price and a big roll of this stuff, cheaper than the place I'd got the stuff for the walls from. So it doesn't matter that it looks different, it's all getting covered up anyway, it doesn't matter one bit. So it's just an explanation why I'm suddenly using dark blue stuff rather than the grey stuff. And it's worth mentioning, actually, going back there, I'm just starting to nail from behind some pieces of timber that will eventually form the roof line, because as you can see in the original house, there's a quite deep area of timber cladding. And because I was forced into making this pitched roof, rather than it being a kind of different modular, just box-like structure on the back, I felt, well, right, I'm pitching the roof, I should probably be trying to match it to the rest of the house as best possible. So I'm beginning to think about building framework that will allow me to clad a kind of fairly deep roof line similar to that in the existing house later on. So that's in the back of my mind. You can see I've got pieces of timber here, over on this side where the cursor is here, and obviously around, just in preparation for this, and I begin to think more about how I'm actually going to build that later on. So we're just nipping back here to this area where I talked a few times about bringing services in. And one of the things that I now had to start thinking about was electrical work. Now, I had for some time known through reading and just a kind of odd interest in electrics that, you know, for example, in school at physics, I was always interested in circuits and so on. And I had kind of researched and understood the basic principles of how a house is wired up, what thickness of cabling should be used. You know, for example, there's a ring circuit for sockets and a parallel circuit for lighting, and what connection boxes and types of sleeves and connection methods were typically used according to the correct British standards in houses in Britain. So I had a clear idea in my head how this was going to get wired up, as complex as it was, with as many different switches and lights and so on. So my plan here, as you can see, we're looking at an image of me pulling a bit of cable through this hole. Now, I legally couldn't connect this cable up to the main consumer unit. So my strategy was to wire everything up myself, leave the connections inside at the existing house consumer unit for an electrician to come in, whilst at the same point getting the electrician to test my work and then inspect it and give me a certificate. And that would save me paying for an electrician to do all this work, but it would still be safe and legal. Here's the inside where the consumer unit of the existing house is, and you can see that's where the existing boiler is as well, which is, as I've said a few times now, getting taken out and moved. So I would just leave this cable here. This is one of the cables for one of the circuits I'm putting in. I would just leave that there so that the electrician could come in and provide new cabling for a separate consumer unit for the granny flat and connect all that up. And that's only a small job as opposed to coming and wiring in a whole extension. So yeah, I decided to do the electrics myself, and that's what I followed through with. Now, you can see there's a space here, and that's the join between the first row of OSB board attached to these trusses and the second row. And as I said, the first row went up really quite easily because it was within reach from the side. Now, this second row, and I don't have a photo of me actually doing this, unfortunately, but I'll try and describe how I got this up. What I did was, with this first piece outlined here, nailed in place, I then wrestled this second board up over onto the first piece and then used a big piece of timber to slide it over. And then because this first piece had an edge, the board would kind of drop in behind and lie there without sliding back down. And then that gave me an opportunity to do what I'm doing in this image, i.e. lay the ladders against it, climb up, and then get a fixing in the top of that board. And I wasn't able to fix the bottom of that board because that would mean climbing up onto the roof, which I wasn't comfortable with. But by doing this, I was fixing here, the top edge of this second board, and I could worry about getting a fixing into that bottom edge when I started to get battens and things on that I could then climb on. So I hope that makes sense. I'm doing it in a way I'm comfortable, because I'm not comfortable climbing about that roof. So there we go. And the roof is beginning to take shape. It's beginning to get blocked in with OSB. And there's something quite beautiful, I think, about seeing the trusses from the inside in this state. Just a big mass of timber it looks like from inside. And as you can see, the way the trusses are connected to the head of that timber rail of the wall, there's a big space here for maintaining airflow into the roof so that condensation doesn't become a problem and the soffits will be vented accordingly. So there we go. A huge mass of timber trusses are in place with boarding starting to go over the top. And here's an image from that position I was talking about where I had the ladders lying up against this edge here from the inside, and I was just getting fixings along the top edge of this board and fixings away in the middle here at the bottom edge of this second board. I was not doing at the moment because I'm not comfortable on that pitch. It's worth saying though, the shallower pitched roof beneath the hall window, I was comfortable enough climbing up and just boarding that out. Easy peasy. So there we are. I'm starting now to add in a third piece of timber, and it is almost bringing it up to the top, but I need a little space for my ladders to go in, so I'm leaving a little bit out before actually getting right up to the top edge of that ridge. So I've cut a length of OSB to a width that allows me to do exactly what we're seeing in this photograph. So I hope that makes sense. It's basically just chipping away at this thing, gradually adding pieces of timber in and fixing where I'm comfortable. Here's one of the few images of me actually in amongst it, looking at the camera. And again, I'm going to say the same thing about that as I said earlier. I'm probably at that point wondering in general what the hell I'm doing. But hey, it's happening and it's going up. As mad and bizarre as the whole thing is. It's probably worth saying some of this roofing I was doing at like 10 at night. That's how stupid the schedule was to try and finish this thing. Out trying to board a roof up at 10 at night in sort of semi-darkness. And, you know, I think that's probably the definition of somebody going insane, but hey. So there we are, I'm doing the same thing again in this image, reaching up from inside and screwing down what I can reach. And at that point I'm using screws purely because I'm uncomfortable enough as it is, and holding that big heavy nail gun just kind of affected my balance too much. Now, I talked about this roof line earlier and how I was going to try and copy what was on the existing house. And here we just see how I'm starting to begin to form a kind of box section to which I can attach a soffit. That's the piece that goes underneath, which would be white and made of UPVC. The original soffits in the original house are actually asbestos, but obviously I wouldn't be using that. So the closest thing and the most maintenance free thing would be UPVC. So I've got a surface to attach that to underneath. I need that, and I need a surface to which I can attach timber cladding to the front. So I'm using offcuts of timber that I have lying around, and basically any means I can to make a solid box section for this. This is a sort of thing that isn't in any detail on any drawings that I've done, but it's something that has to be, or I certainly had to just plan out as I was going along and keep in mind. So at this stage, the timber pile is going down. A lot of the timber is gone on all the studding of the external walls, but there's still a whole load of material in that garage and lying at the front on the driveway to get used up. Things like roofing battens and timber that will form these box sections I just talked about. So there you are. I'm beginning to kind of pad out that little bit of timber that I'd added in at the beginning to give me the shape that I need for the roof line. And I'm just using the nail gun there to add these pieces of timber in to give me the surfaces I need to attach to. So there we go. You can see the kind of depth that I'm looking for, similar to the existing house. And on the inside here, we're just taking a quick look at how I'm beginning to route cables around underneath the floor joists. And I'm just using cable clips, and I'm having to think very carefully and look at the drawings to see where I've got sockets. Are they low level? Are they high level? Are they part of a circuit for the utility room? Are they part of a separate circuit for the kitchen? All these things just running through my mind to make sure I'm cabling this together correctly and building legitimate electrical circuits that can then be checked and then boxed in with flooring and plasterboard and so on, and not touched ever again. So again, just that old thing that's been going on throughout this whole thing, accuracy is key. Do it right once. So at this stage, I'm still doing this thing where I'm jumping around from job to job, depending on weather as well. So I've got some dry weather. I've got most of this boarding, this sheathing on the roof, this 9mm OSB. So I'm beginning to roll over my roofing membrane, which is a breathable membrane, which is waterproof, but as I've mentioned, just in the same way that the wall works, it'll let moisture kind of move through the construction and escape. So that just rolls on, and I think I just tacked that down with a couple of clout nails or maybe a few staples. Yes, I think I stapled that down, just as I did with the walls. And then we're at this stage where I need to begin battening the roof. And as I said, the wall construction that I developed this sort of non-standard thing with the cladding. It actually goes together very like the roof goes together. So we've got an OSB, we've got a breather membrane, building paper, building membrane, the waterproof bit, whatever name you want to use for this layer of material. And then battens. And I'm using the thinnest roof battens you can get because that's all that's needed, just to give this little sort of free area of airflow behind the roof tiles. So I think these are 12mm by 38mm battens. It's very thin. And of course they nail down through the OSB through to the truss, and it's the same principle. It has to be nailed through to the truss. You don't want to see any nails protruding through on the inside, otherwise you've really not got a proper mechanical connection there. So there you go. So I'm doing this thing here. Remember, some of these OSB boards that this fabric is rolled over are not fully nailed down because I've only been able to catch edges that I'm comfortable getting to. So the same thing goes for these roofing battens. I'm nailing down sort of up to this first joint here. So nail, nail, nail. But I can't reach any further without climbing onto the roof. And as I've previously said, I'm really not comfortable with that. So I'm just nailing the bottom bits of these battens or screwing them, depending on what I was most comfortable with, probably again because of the weight of the nail gun just causing me a bit of an issue there. And by this stage, I have got the roofing membrane down, and we're really looking at a sort of fairly complete looking set of cladded walls. Yeah, it's looking good there. Right, so I've rolled membrane to the extent that I've just shown in that earlier series of photographs there, on both sides of the roof. And now, in the spirit of jumping around all over the place, I'm starting to get the cladding and so on in this wall to the same level that I've got on the other wall. So I'm going to continue cladding along with this Eurobrick backing board, this foam board with the plastic in front of it that we discussed. And I'm starting to just begin to put together a bit of structure which will allow me to get this roof line and soffit to match the existing house along this elevation here. So I'm starting just where the cursor is to add in pieces of timber that will allow me to do this. I've nailed a piece of just 2 by 1 inch timber, I think, all the way along here through to the stud, because this is where the soffit level will begin, and the bricks will, the brick tiles that will go onto this cladding system will only come up to the level of that batten. And then just to complete the insulation layer that's on top of this OSB, which is the cladding board, this Lego-like stuff that I talked about, just to maintain that all the way to the top of this wall, I'm just using Celotex, which is this rigid insulation board of the same thickness, to pack into position as I'm doing here, just because it's a little bit cheaper. There's nothing going on top of it because it'll be boxed in by the roof line. So that's why there's two different things going on here. So I'm only using the Eurobrick thing because it's quite expensive up until the level of the soffit, and then I'm just finishing off the insulation board with this stuff in at the top there because it's a little bit cheaper. And of course there is insulation value to this cladding. That's another point. You know, it's foam because it's insulative, so there's no point in leaving no insulation in the top bit where the soffit is, because that would be silly. You'd be breaking, well, an area of insulation. So I've taken delivery at this point of all my insulation for the building. I decided, for cost reasons, and I could get the insulation value that I needed to pass building control within spec with this mineral wool insulation, bearing in mind I'm using a 7 by 2 inch stud. So that's a 17 centimetre basically depth to pack with mineral wool, and that gives me plenty of insulation. Mineral wool's dead cheap, but it takes up a hell of a lot of room, so the garage is packed out with the stuff at this point. And we're just looking there at a couple of offcuts of the Eurobrick cladding system, which, as I mentioned, the foam part of it is an insulation. And at the back here, I again, we're looking at this roofline area that I've begun to frame out, and I've just battened up to match the rest of the construction so that I can get 15mm OSB onto this surface and kind of complete it. So there we go. So I've got my top piece of cheaper insulation all in there. I've done the same on that side, so it's the whole wall is insulated to the same spec as the Eurobrick system. There's just another view from further back so we can see what looks very much like an extension now at this point. It looks solid, it looks real, it looks proper. It's not a sort of made up joke of a thing made out of timber anymore. It's beginning to look real, which is great. So I'm starting here in this image to nail the first counter batten onto the roof, which are the battens that go across the way to which roof tiles hook onto. We're just having another look at the extension as we go around, just seeing progress. Right, okay, so this image, what I'm doing here is finalising the little timber construction that is going to form this area where I've got roof line, a structure for roof line to nail onto. So what I've done is I have nailed from behind pieces of just 2 by inch timber, 2 by 1 inch timber. So I've nailed these pieces from behind this piece and then nailed that onto the piece of timber that I'd already nailed on to the OSB through to the stud, obviously. And then I've just connected the two with another piece of timber, which I've used a spirit level to make sure it's straight, and then just joined it up with screws. So it's basically timber that I have lying around that I'd bought for the roof that I could afford to use up. I'm just using to create this box section shape to which I can replicate the roof line of the existing house. It's as simple as that. So there we go. It's not pretty, it's not particularly neat, I guess, but it is straight, it is level, and it's just offcuts of timber, and none of it will be seen when it's all put on because it's straight and level. The job's good. So I'm happy with that. So it's just a side job that I can gradually chip away at. Easy enough, not cumbersome, not full of huge pieces of timber being forced into position. So there you go. And I've completed that all the way along this side now. And that's just another job sort of ticked off the list. And all these little details, although a little bit time consuming, these things, they give sort of the extension proper bones and structure and a feeling of becoming real, you know. It's no longer this sort of oddity box. It's going to have the details of a proper extension. So again here I'm just beginning to add in little pieces of timber with nails and screws, whatever I have to hand, to create this box section. Just making sure it's all level and straight. And there we go, I'm adding in more bits and pieces here. Just as long as it's all secure, it's fixed onto something, it's good. So there we go. Now inside I am jumping about and I'm going back to doing a little bit of electrical work here, and in this image I am bringing up cables for sockets, and these are done in what's called a ring circuit. I think I've mentioned that. So each socket basically has 2 sets of cables going into it, and all the connections are joined up together. And that's just me doing the electrics there, so just routing the cables carefully and with a great deal of thought. And here's one of the building warrant drawings that had been approved, and I've just made some annotations and so on it to show what lights need to go where and what sockets need to go where. And it was quite a complex affair with lights, because I'd built in roof lights and wall lights that worked off different switches so that you could have part of the room lit and part of it dark, and wall lights on, roof lights off, varying different combinations and two-way switches and this kind of thing. So a lot of thought had to go into this cabling. Here I've got a cable for a kitchen socket coming out. So in fact, that's in the utility room. So it's a high level socket to go above a worktop. And there we go. I'm just showing there more cabling getting routed underneath the floor. Again, I'm just clipping that in with these cable pins. Here's an image that kind of just shows the complexity of what's going on. Cables for wall sockets here. This cable that I'm moving the cursor around over, in actual fact, is for the switch to which the new boiler for the granny flat gets hardwired in. The one next to it is for an extractor fan. I've got 3 extractor fans to deal with in this project. One for the kitchen, one for the bathroom, one for the utility room. And then in this image, I'm starting to run wires which will form cabling for the lighting circuits, which will come out of the ceiling. And then after I've completed all this wiring, I'm really getting into insulating this structure now. And this was one of the most hellish jobs I have ever done. Not difficult at all. It's just stuffing mineral wool into holes and making sure it's tight. But it releases fibres that I'm led to believe, as long as you've got a mask on, is perfectly, safe and so on. But it really does irritate your skin, it irritates your throat, it gets up your nose, it gets in your hair, and it doesn't leave all of these places for days. It just lingers with you and makes you uncomfortable and itchy. Really, really nasty, horrible stuff. And it's worth saying, before that insulation goes in, obviously all my cabling has to be good and proper and sorted. So here we've got cabling for what ends up becoming an outdoor light there. And then this will be a wall light, and then there'll be junction boxes up here that connect everything together. And obviously I had to make sure at this point I was getting the electrician that I'd asked to certify all of this out at correct points, so he could check 1 or 2 of the junction boxes and be happy to sign this off under his name. So once he started looking at my connections, he was happy that I was doing it to a tidy, neat standard. And once this is all boxed in and the test is done of the final thing, I had a chance of actually being, giving out all the correct readings and being safe, basically. So I was making sure I was calling him up and saying, look, could you come out and check this? I'm ready to insulate it, and you'll not get a chance to see any of this again. So that's how that was done. So in actual fact, I put 2 layers of insulation into the wall, because it comes in 100mm thickness and 70mm thickness. So the 100mm thickness gets pushed in, and then there's another 70mm kind of block of this mineral wool that gets pushed in on top of it to make it complete. Now, had I chosen to do this again, not that I would ever choose to do this whole thing again, because now knowing what it involved, it just isn't, it's not good for your health, put it that way. I would have chosen to use a rigid foam insulation board and taken the time to saw it to size, because it just doesn't create the irritation that this does. This is easier in a sense because you just sort of pull it apart and stuff it in, and there's no sort of skill in cutting it neatly to size, but it's just purely because of the irritation factor. I would not use this stuff again. But anyway, it had to be done, and hellish and awkward, and as angry as it made me, it was a part of the build, and it had to be done to make this nice and cosy and warm. And of course, where this extension is being built, the area of the country that it's in, it gets cold at winter, and this needs to be able to withhold the heat. So I'm probably stuffing insulation into the wall here about 10:30 at night, which is what normal people do, obviously. Certainly working in this structure with the roof lights at night, it's quite quite beautiful in a way, just the bare timber structure and this kind of mass of timber everywhere. So at this point here, I've went back outside and I've finally completed the Eurobrick cladding aspect of that long elevation. So that Lego-like stuff is all screwed into position and it's nice and straight. I've got my roof line ready, my structure for the roof line, and it's ready to accept these tiles, these brick tiles that we'll see going on later. And in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions, the manufacturer of Eurobrick, the joints are taped with a tape that they supply, which is suspiciously like duct tape, because it is, I guess. But that's how these joints are taped up. So there we go. And on the back elevation here, I'm beginning to think about how I want this to look. And obviously I've got a detailed sort of aspect drawn out in the planning application, but I did in fact change it a little bit, and that was put in as a non-material amendment along with my little tiny windows, which weren't in the original plans either. But none of this was an issue because it was so minor that basically I'm just trying to kind of get an idea in my head what I want to be brick and what I want to be timber on this elevation. In the end, I make quite a lot of it timber because, well, it's a little cost-saving measure as well because it saves on brick, but it also adds a sort of area of interest to this rear elevation. So we'll see that when it's done. There we go. Really does look like Lego. Very plasticky and kind of almost looks like a futuristic method of construction. Certainly no mortar and bricks involved here. So I'm continuing on inside with this insulation. And at this stage, I also have to think about insulating the roof and how that's going to be done, because I had chosen to do it with exactly the same thing, mineral wool. And there is no loft space in this project because, well, one, it's just not feasible to have it. The void space in the roof is just not big enough for any usable reason. So there's no hatch, there's no access after this is done, so it has to be insulated from beneath. So we'll see that getting done quite soon. And I'm probably at this stage pretty much nearing getting 2 layers of that insulation in and having that finished. But as you can see, I've still got areas of this roof to finish boxing in for the reasons I outlined before, but my feeling of comfort on that pitch. So I've got that in the back of my mind. I haven't quite got it solved in my head what I'm going to do with that. So at this point, I'm just being I'm going to stages of kind of overkill with the bracing of these trusses because I don't want them moving in any way. I want them to be absolutely rigid. So I'm going across the way with just some extra timber that I had actually ordered for this because I felt it necessary. Just because, well, we'll see, I'm going diagonally like this and nailing it from the underside, and then I'm doing that all the way across with a huge piece of timber onto the full-size flat-bottom trusses and the full-size scissor trusses, just pulling the whole thing together and making sure that that end truss is secure, because when high winds come and so on, that last truss is where structural failure happens, particularly in timber buildings in America and so on, where they get hurricanes. And I'm just trying to make sure that I have that totally sorted and all braced together correctly. So the mass of timber up there becomes even more sort of entangled and complex looking. But there, I've got more bracing. I'm absolutely happy with that. There's no point in doing anything that will leave you with doubts in your mind that it's going to be structurally insecure. So it was just one of these things. The timber's not expensive. It just took a little bit of extra time to nail that to the underneath, and I simply had to do it for my own peace of mind. Right, so finally we're getting to a stage where I'm thinking about trying to get this roof absolutely 100% sealed up. So what I start to do is the counter battens, which are the battens that go horizontally and are nailed onto the first layer of battens which follow the line of the truss beneath, these get nailed on. And the idea here is they give me a kind of ladder to crawl up, which means I can then go and fill in all the areas of fixing that I'd missed before and make sure everything's nailed together properly in all the right places. So the idea is, say I put four lines of batten on from the ladder, and then I can climb up onto these first floor lines and then start adding in nails through the battens, through the OSB to the trusses, so that I'm getting a fixing in all the places that I hadn't previously. Now, it doesn't matter that I'm not nailing directly onto the OSB, I'm nailing through these battens, and everything is just fixing together with really long nails. So once I do this, that works. I've kind of solved that aspect of getting up onto the roof safely and getting the connections that I need. So there we are. Once I'm finished, I'm left with something like that. And obviously the tiles have to overlap each other, so you just need to make sure that there's the same distance between each row of batten, essentially. So I just use a little offcut of timber and then use that to keep the spacing equal all the way up. And in actual fact, roofing, certainly something like this, where the roof is not a complicated shape, it's two sides and it's a gable end, roofing doesn't seem to be something that strikes me as difficult. And you know, if you were a professional roofer and you're doing all sorts of different shapes on older buildings, so yes, there's an element of skill in this, but as far as this goes, once the battens are on and spaced correctly, the tiles just hook on and nail in. There's nothing that, I mean, anybody could do that. Anybody could do that. And it's something that happened really, really quickly and easily for me. So there we are, the tiles are going on. I think at this point I'm just testing a few just to have clear in my head exactly how this is going to work, and I can, in actual fact, when I eventually tile this roof, it takes literally like 3 hours a side. Easy, quick. The hard work is done with the battening. And with all these battens in place, I'm happy that the sheathing and the battens are all nailed down all the way up. Everything's 100% secure, which is good. So here's a view from the front, and we can see that I've got my battens on there, I've got my roofing membrane down, and I've just got the little shallow pitched roof section to complete in the same manner. So there we go, I can add in the final bits of OSB, the final bits of roofing membrane, and the roof is effectively now completely shut in and watertight, because it can rain now and nothing will get into that. The holes that are created by the nails, well, they don't leak because the nails go all the way into the timber, and it creates a kind of watertight seal when the nail is put in with the nail gun against the timber. And certainly basically it's watertight for a good couple of weeks before anything would start to drip. So that's fine, that's great. And the ridge here is not sealed up, it's left open, because that is going to have a vented ridge on it, which in combination with the vented soffit rather, that'll allow airflow in the roof to keep it condensation free, stop the timber from rotting. So there's how the tiles hook on to the battens. They just have little kind of lips at the back, and they literally just sit on, and you nail every third one. So there we go. Now I'm working on this shallow piece of roofing here, and I'm just nailing the battens on in a similar way, but I'm keeping the battens slightly closer together here so that there's more of an overlap, because I need to do that because the roof is so shallow and I don't want water creeping back up under the tiles, so they overlap by more. And there's the view from there, just working my way up. And as I say, working on this shallower piece of roof was certainly much easier. But because of the complex kind of shapes that were created by this little awkward bit where I had to make the roof shallower to clear the hall window, I'm left with kind of surfaces that have to be dealt with in a way. And in actual fact, this needs lead valleys to be installed. And the way that that is done is by using code 4 lead. We're just having a quick look there as I flick forward at the bracing that I talked about on the inside. So back here, the area here has to be constructed in such a way that lead flashing goes into it, creates a valley, basically creates the situation where there's nothing that water can leak downwards into. Now in actual fact, this area here, I didn't batten out, I did, like this, with this whole thing, I didn't really know what I was doing in any, professional sense, and I was trying my best the whole way through, but this detail here was how I thought it would be sensible to create an area for lead to go in. And lead was one of the things I just wasn't prepared to work with, purely because it's poisonous, and also I just felt this is the first time I got a third party involved in this right from the beginning. So I've been on this thing for weeks now, and this is the first time I thought I'm going to get somebody to do the lead work. So I did. I got a guy who came out and made me lead valleys, and when he came out to quote for the work, he said, look, that timber detail there is not quite right. I'll show you what to do, have the timber ready for me, and I'll install the lead for you. And because of the detail around the window ledge, there was some welds and so on to do with the lead, so it's definitely something that I couldn't do, because I was certainly not going to be welding a poisonous metal. No chance. So there we are. I've added 15mm OSB board over the battens to this gable end that I'd been sort of building up after all the walls and just sort of chipping away at. So now we've got this kind of uniform cladding on the gable end, a cladding of timber, ready to affix more Eurobrick system or timber, whatever I choose to do. We'll see that develop. So what I do is the area where you see there's Celotex, which is the same thickness as this Eurobrick foam insulation board cladding for the tiles. I'm not going to use concrete tiles on the area where there's Celotex. I'm going to use timber. So what you see here where there's Celotex, that kind of shiny silver stuff, that won't be the brick tiles that go onto the Eurobrick stuff, that will be timber. But we'll see how that works out. I'm just taping that all up with the tape that was supplied with the Eurobrick system. And we can see what is Eurobrick cladding, and you can see what is Celotex. So anything that's Celotex, I'm using timber over. Anything that's not, I'm using the brick cladding on. So inside at night, it's all looking lovely and finally watertight, completely. I'm just showing these images because I quite enjoyed the look of the inside here. A big complex mass of timber lit up by one little dim work light casting kind of shadows over everything. So we're looking here now at beginning to use the components of this Eurobrick system and fix them to what I had built up and prepared on the walls. So it comes with this kind of, I guess, professional grade sealant gun. There we go. And into which they supply you with this urethane adhesive, and it's very, very, very sticky stuff. It's German manufactured stuff, and once it's on something, and it's never coming off. It's as simple as that. And you crack open that kind of cartridge inside this big industrial grade sealant gun, and you start piping sealant onto the cladding boards. And here I'm using the corner tiles that the Eurobrick system came with first of all to tile in the corners. So as I say, once that stuff is on, you can feel it stick. It literally, once it's on, it's on. You've got a little bit of movement to play with, but nothing much more. And here I'm just experimenting and using some of the bricks the brick tiles that are part of this system, just to block in a little area here to see, just get a feel for how the system works essentially. And in actual fact, it's dead easy. It's like a brick a second, a big line of the special glue adhesive, and then just whack these things on. Really, really simple and quick. And it had to be done for me, as I say, way back from the beginning, way back at the design stage. This is one of the things I had thought and decided I was going to use. This was how I was going to get around the problem of not being a bricklayer. This will look really neat and professional when it's done, but no skill is really involved in terms of bricklaying or mortar mixing, or it's been a completely dry system up until now, just using timber, screws and kind of Lego-like constructs. So the glue is piped on with the sealant gun as shown in a sort of thick bead towards the top edge of the little channels, so that the tiles almost hang, and then once you grout them, all the grouting mortar, this is a special kind of semi-elasticated stuff that you'll see me pipe in later, kind of holds the whole thing together. Really good system. So I think at each stage it's kind of important to keep reflecting back at where this all started. And now we're looking at a really seriously real looking thing beginning to take shape, and the little imagination streak that I kind of had at the beginning, where I thought, hey, I'm gonna build a house for my Gran, which is what this whole thing is about. It's actually happening, which is a pretty special feeling at this point. And I hope, having seen everything that I've kind of been through with it so far, that you can appreciate how satisfied I was at this stage. And I've really made progress with the bricks here. I've glued on a big section. Again, that's probably an hour's work there to get that done at the back. So just a huge sense of satisfaction that, I'm at this stage. I've not got long to go. I've only got a few weeks left at this point in terms of my time before I go back to the next university term. But hey, it's becoming real. I can live with it. I'll figure something out with the time scale is my logic, and I will get it done. At this point I have a belief that I will get it done, which is something I didn't have. I had insights and sort of half-hearted beliefs that I might be able to do it, but having got this far and seen the construction at this stage, I knew it was going to happen, and it wasn't going to fall down and go on fire and so on. It was going to be okay. Just a couple of close-ups of the detailing there. And again, anybody can stick a tile to a pre-made, pre-formed guide, essentially. There's really nothing difficult about that at all. All the hard work in terms of that is done. Measurement, alignment, and so on. No, this is just gluing and sticking little concrete brick tiles. Easy peasy. So there's another side complete now. I've spent a couple of hours really gluing that side up together, and then I'm back inside now. As I say, I'm still jumping around at this point. I'm just keeping myself occupied, giving myself little bits to grasp on to make sure I'm feeling progress. And I'm starting plumbing now. And what I've done is I've made a big order of this kind of plumbing stuff that you need to install the mains pressure feeds and heating pipes and basically everything that contains pressurised water. And what I decided to do was use a push-fit plumbing system called HEP2O, and I believe it's quite widely used in the trade. Some people will have an issue with it and say, it should all be copper and it should all be soldered joints and so on. Well, very possibly maybe, but this stuff comes with a decent guarantee. I know for a fact a lot of plumbers use it in areas where they have difficulty accessing it to do soldered or compression joints and so on. And for time and convenience, the pieces just push together, and it's flexible, it's bendable. It's just so much easier to install than copper, and for that alone, that's the choice it had to be. So there's a lot of this plastic pipe going into this project, but it is a recognised brand, and as long as you be careful with the pipe and don't scratch it up, and make sure you use pipe inserts and be neat and careful and thoughtful, don't just whack it. It's not like you just push the ends in and you have to make sure everything's clean cut, tidy, insert in and so on, push it together firmly. Then there were no leaks at all with this system, and it's like that to this day with no leaks in the pressurized system. So it must be fine. It must be a decent product, and it's something I guess I had no option but to use. But just in terms of making sure every pipe was going to the correct thing, again, just make sure there's enough thought going into this. And obviously I would need to get a gas safe registered plumber to install both boilers. And I think I've kind of alluded to the point before this point that there would be a boiler in the granny flat. It would have its own boiler, its own heating, its own hot water. And then the house boiler was getting moved as part of this for all the reasons I outlined before. It was coming to its end of its life and so on, and creating a new flue and so on. It just made sense to move it and replace it as part of this project. So I've got 2 boilers to deal with, and I'm leaving the plumber all the pipe work for the boiler areas, just waiting there for him to use and connect up. But all the pipe work has to be connected up and waiting for him in the correct way, the correct areas. I've got a toilet to worry about, I've got 2 sinks, I've got hot and cold water for the boiler, I've got the hot and cold heating pipes for the boiler, and all that has to be laid out under the floor. So it's a massive sort of entwinement of flexible piping, but it's all clipped, because if you don't clip it, it will sag. And it's a case of just getting it all in and making sure that it's done to a high standard so that it won't leak. And there we go, it's all in. Lots of little joints, radiators, sinks, all sorts. So they've all got to pop up through the floor in the right area. And of course there's pipes extending from the existing house boiler and so on. So all that's got to be thought of. Now we're back having a look at the electrical cabling here. I have begun to finish that, and I'm ready now to install this vapour barrier. Now the vapour barrier is the barrier that goes on the inside of the studding. And this again is to stop as much moisturised air effectively getting through into the timber construction. But of course any that does will be able to get through it, because we've got that breathable building membrane on the outside edge. So in this photo I'm still working away installing some of this pipe work, and I'm using copper ends here to come up where I'm putting radiators in, so that when the radiator's in you see the copper pipe at the bottom of the radiator and not horrible ugly plastic, so it gives the illusion that the whole thing has been done in copper. So there's my dad there in amongst the joists, giving me a bit of a hand with moving stuff about. I have here, where the cursor is moving about, a load of just typical softwood channel lining cladding, which is cheap, very cheap stuff, and I've stained it up with a kind of water protective paint before it gets put up, because softwood will just rot if you leave it outside unprotected. And what I'm also doing in this picture is stapling in this vapour barrier. And the vapour barrier I chose to use has some insulative quality. It's almost like bubble wrap with a shiny foil film on it. I wouldn't use that again, I'll explain why later, but that's what I chose to spec, so that's what I was using here. And I'm just stapling that onto the studs. Bish bash bosh, so that's rolled over, stapled in, and the joint is taped, and any cabling for sockets or wall lights is brought through it and left kind of poking out. And at this stage, the softwood cladding I talked about that we just saw in that earlier photograph, I'm beginning to nail that onto the little box sections that I had created. So I've got good, solid, secure surfaces to cut and nail this softwood onto. And because I've painted it before it's went up, if these joints move a little bit or expand and contract, then you won't see unpainted pieces sort of expanding out in the channeled areas where the cladding connects. So it was just important to me that I painted that before I put it up, because it's not an expensive finish. It's, you know, really bog standard lower end stuff, and I wanted to make sure it looked good when it was up, which I think it does. So just a case of making sure that's all cut neatly, a nice join at the top, and I got 4 rows of that in, and I planed off the bottom grooved edge of that tongue and groove lining. And this is me on top of the roof beginning to install tiles. You can see I'm up there working on a nice sunny day, which was great. So I'm on the roof, I'm hooking these tiles onto the battens, and this was easy. What you see there, from going from no roof tiles to all of that, probably took about an hour, and I just nailed every third tile, and it's as simple as that. All the hard work was done, all the battens were lined up correctly, so the tiles just sit in, anybody could do that, nail every third one, job done. So on the inside, and we'll go back to the roof because I go and I do that in little stages again, because even without the tiles, the place is watertight. So a couple of things have happened in this image. The boilers have been put in. So the boiler to the right hand side, which we see here where the cursor is over, that is the boiler for the main house that has been moved, and all the pipe work that you see running down that wall has been installed by the plumber and connected into all the tails effectively of pipe work that I left him. So in amongst these pipe work pieces, there will be a mains pressure cold water feed, there will be hot water out, there will be a return pipe for the central heating, there will be an outflow pipe for the central heating, there will be a gas pipe. So the gas, the plumber brought that through that hole in the wall that we've looked at a few times, where all the cabling and pipe work is coming through from the existing house. And yes, I've got 2 boilers all connected into the pipe work that I had supplied ready for the plumber. And these lengths up to the boiler need to be done in copper by regulation. And before these boilers went up, I had begun to plasterboard just a little area of the inside, i.e. the area that you see in this photograph, so that the boilers could then be connected on top of that finish. And behind the boilers, I inserted a piece of timber between the studs so that there was a secure fixing for these boilers to get fixed onto, so that they were structurally secure, because they are quite big, heavy things. Each boiler as well has a condensate extraction pipe, so because they're condensing boilers, they eject a little bit of water from time to time, which is wastewater, and it goes down the white plastic pipe. That pipe is visible in this boiler, and then that gets connected into the drainage below the ground, which by the time this photograph is taken, I've actually moved on quite far with connecting all the underfloor drainage, which will encompass things like the drainage from the shower tray and so on. So we'll take a look at that, but these pipes had to get connected into that, which was all done below the level of the timber suspended floor. In the picture, I've also begun to insulate the floor, and I'm starting to finally lay the 22mm chipboard flooring on top of the joists. To put the insulation in, it's a case of laying over a wire netting and then packing the insulation down into that. The insulation wasn't so much of a problem this time because of the fact that it was going down, and therefore the fibres kind of didn't rise up and get in my hair and eyes and clothes and so on. So it wasn't such a miserable experience doing that. But at this point, all the plumbing had to be tested. And because once this floor was down, it's down. There's the netting I talked about a minute ago. And I'm just beginning to further insulate the floor in that photograph. So here we can see the extent to which I've got masses of this flexible cut plumbing pipework, and some of the pipework where there's hot water going through it, for example to the radiators and to the hot water taps, I have to insulate them with a snap-on foam insulation. So what we're seeing here, as well as that, is the fact that I had to insulate some of these pipes with a snap-on foam insulation. And that insulation is there so that there's no heat loss in the pipes. It's an energy saving measure and it's required by building control. So basically anything that's carrying hot water has to have this snap-on foam insulation fitted. In this image we're also seeing the drainage pipe beginning to go in, and this pipe that I'm hovering over with the mouse pointer is for sinks. And as you can see, it's getting clipped underneath the floorboards with just some clips and some pieces of timber so that it doesn't sag, so that it's maintaining a gradient towards that big drainage pipe that we looked at way back at the beginning when I was building that off the area where I extracted that huge manhole. Hope that makes sense. And then this pipe is going towards where the shower tray will be located, and then I'll be able to connect that into the whole thing as well. So there's the pipe, the big thick 110mm diameter, essentially soil stack for the granny flat area, this big grey piece that we put in way back at the beginning. And I've got underfloor connections where the pointer is, so there and there. And that's how the sinks are getting drained into there. You can see I've got a pipe coming up here, and that will take the drainage from the sink in the utility room. So there's a lot of different drainage connections below ground going into that, and they're all just clipped beneath the level of the floor. And in this image we can also see that I have holes cut for the 2 copper pipes, which will eventually have a radiator attached to them. And again, it's just a case of getting these coming up in the correct area, so that the correct width of radiator plus the little fittings that go on each side are, is the correct measurement, so that all that slots in later. But at this point I was getting quite good and confident at having these measurements done correctly so that later stuff would fit into it. A huge part of this whole project. So with all that done, I am now applying this netting over everything so that I can get some insulation into it. And by this point I have basically covered everything off with insulation and netting where you see it. And I've only got a few electrical cables and so on poking up, which will go into stud walls that will be put in later. And the pipe work that you can see here is for all the radiators in the granny flat area. A supply and return pipe for each radiator. And there we go, the final image of all the flooring down completed, and with all the services just poking up through. So drainage for the toilet, radiator pipes, electrical cables. So I'm continuing on with the plaster boarding on the inside, and I'm affixing that to all this stud work that I built quite a while ago. As you can see, the boiler flue is now removed where it used to exist. And certainly with a floor down, it's hugely easier to walk about in this thing now without falling in between the open floor joists and catching your ankles and feet and so on. That was a never-ending issue whilst the floor didn't exist. Just maintaining your balance over that sort of condition was a complete nuisance. But there we are, we've got floor down and I've got all the things I need just poking out. Another view of this main house boiler, which is now in the utility room, and as you can see the flue is going out of the external wall, as we can see there. And all the pipe work was done really neatly by the plumber. As an afterthought as well, I did add in, where you can see the mouse pointer, an outdoor tap from the cold water feed. I just thought it was a good idea to do. And electrically, we have the cable for the boiler just waiting there to get connected into a separate switched spur. And there's the boiler for the granny flat. In terms of brand, if it's of any interest, the granny flat boiler is of Akera, which is a slightly cheaper boiler than the main house one, which was a much bigger, more powerful Worcester Bosch boiler. The logic behind that is the boiler for the granny flat was only going to be heating a grand total of 3 radiators, so it was really not a big job to do, and something a bit more light duty would suffice completely there. And I'm led to believe Akera is a reasonable boiler company. So my vapour barrier's up on this wall completely and it's ready to accept more plasterboard. And I think at this point I've decided I'm just going to finish this floor in its entirety now, so I'm netting the rest of the exposed timber joists. And I'm really beginning to make progress with the floor there, and that was an amazing feeling there, because suddenly the space opens up. You begin to get an actual feeling of the solid edges of it and exactly what kind of interior space you're going to be dealing with. Very dark because there's no white or a light colour to reflect the light around inside the room, but nonetheless still an impressive kind of development. And as I say, everything that I've went to the bother of thinking out, cables, pipework and so on, is just poking up in the right places now, sealed behind, be it floor or plasterboard. I screwed the floor down because I think it helps to create a better, less creaky finish. Certainly that's what I was led to believe, so that's what I was told by a few people, and certainly it doesn't creak to this day, so it was probably worth doing. So there we go, floor down, amazing, more vapour barrier up, and by this point I could walk about in here, which felt great. There's an example of the kind of electrical junction box I was dealing with throughout this thing. So there's one opened up that would get inspected by the electrician. And there were a few of these dotted all over the place, and it was important to use earth sleeve in these things so that it complied with the regulation code of the time. And obviously they were getting sealed in behind plasterboard, so they had to be done correctly because they were never ever coming out again. Beginning to cut holes for sockets. Vapour barrier inside is continuing to go up, and by this point I'm screwing plasterboard to the wall at quite a fast rate, and I used loads and loads of screws, probably more than is necessary, but I talked to a joiner about this and he said put in loads of screws, more than the plasterboard comes with little crosses where it suggests you put them in, so I put in double the amount, and it just means it won't crack open along the joins, and it just gives a better finish, allegedly. So that's what I did. I'm glad I did it. It seems to have worked. Certainly to this day the wall is crack free and so on. But I said I would mention why I wouldn't use this vapour barrier again. Well, in terms of putting it up, easy enough, staple it and tape it just like a traditional kind of plastic vapour barrier that most people use. This was meant to give some kind of extra insulative quality, but it is kind of spongy, so because it's like bubble wrap, and when you go to screw the plasterboard onto it, it's very difficult to kind of find the point where the screw just bites below the surface of the plasterboard. If you go too far, because it's spongy, the screw kind of wants to pop through the plasterboard, and when that happens, it's not a correct fixing, and you either need to put another screw in or, you know, basically start again. So it's important to kind of make sure you're not being aggressive with the electric screwdriver when you're doing this, and you just want the screw to just go below the surface of the plasterboard, and that's a good plasterboard fixing. So there we go, I'm just continuing around. I've got a floor down, I'm not reaching up high. Yes, the boards are big, but it doesn't matter. I line them up, the studs are all in the correct position, because that was what I did when I was way back building the walls, measuring out the spacing between the studs so that these plasterboard sheets would just slap on, no cutting, much easier, and that saves me time at a time like this. Now we're looking back outside, because at this point I have completed the roof line timber facing onto that little kind of made up construction pieces that I described earlier, where I provided the kind of box section structure for this to attach onto. So as you can see, I've got a soffit to install in this image, but the actual facing is on. That painted or stained protected timber is up. And I've also installed the plastic guttering and downpipe, which is stuff that I bought way back at the beginning when I was doing the underground drainage. So that has just come out of storage in the garage, and because I got the right number of clips and so on, I've just screwed that on, made sure I had a little bit of an incline, and the tiles are sort of overlapping the edge of that the correct amount, so it all lines up and so on. And it's just screws. That's basically it. It's Lego time again. It all clips together. Just cut it neatly and accurately. And of course that downpipe goes into a hopper that we had put in way back at the beginning when I did the underground drainage. So just a really nice feeling of things matching up, and previous sort of work that I'd done that was maybe underappreciated or didn't show a huge level of progress at the time was now coming to fruition because it was there to connect into. So that kind of thing makes me happy, or it certainly made me happy then. Of course, I didn't have too much to be happy about just in terms of my overall mental well-being. It was strained. So things like a downpipe going in to match exactly where a hopper was absolutely delightful from my point of view. This image as well also shows the two boiler flues which come out and vent out of the timber roof line, which is great because there's no concrete to bore out, there's no masonry, just a cut in the timber on the inside. And you know, these took 10 minutes for the plumber to get out. Nice little touch, I guess, because there's no actual masonry skin in this and it went through the roof line. That was much easier from his point of view. So another little advantage there of the construction method that I chose to use. So in this image, I have basically completed the roof line and the guttering and the brickwork, and we're seeing that now in daylight. The boiler flues, it's worth noting as well, are sealed towards that timber facing so that no gases can get back in. And inside, I am now really beginning to crack on with this plasterboard, and I want every single wall that is part of the exterior wall structure of this construction to be plasterboarded first. That's the first stage to get that done. So I'm just working along cutting the plasterboard to size around windows and so on. And I chose to use a saw for this because it's neater, and I was in, you know, the place is a building site. There's no issue with creating a lot of dust. So it made sense just to saw it rather than use a knife and try to score it and snap it. So we're seeing here at the beginnings of something that was very important, and I did mention it a while ago, which is creating edges for plasterboard to connect onto. So this piece of timber here, where the cursor is a piece of timber that I've had to add in so that I've then got an edge to screw the roof plasterboard onto. Without it, it's going to be all floppy at this end. And what I need is a secure corner so that the plaster doesn't crack and we have essentially a solid wall there. And here we see the image of the roof construction with all the light fittings ready there, just waiting to get pulled through the plasterboard. The wiring for the light fittings, rather, not the light fittings themselves, they'll be put on afterwards once the plasterboard is all screwed onto the underside of these trusses. There's an image showing the same basic idea there. The wiring is all up there, ready to get pulled through the plasterboard. Now here I have something that I was dealing with before, which is this extractor fan from the original house kitchen, which vented out here before, which of course used to be outdoor space. And what I had to do was extend that so that it then vented out this granny flat soffit area. There are 3 areas where I have to have extractor fans in this project that forms the granny flat construction. So there's the ensuite, there's the food preparation kitchen area, and there's the utility room. They all need their own extractor fans. I chose to take them out through the soffit area. In actual fact, I ended up taking them through the facing, the roof line, and I did that using flexible ducting. What we see in this image is a piece of timber that I've nailed onto the top of the truss, which will house an inline motor for the extractor fan for the bathroom, and the wiring is there waiting for that. And this is a piece of flexible ducting that I connected onto the inside, back here, so that I could fix it onto the ducting from the existing kitchen, and then that becomes a rerouted exit point for that, and that problem is overcome. So that's where I was choosing to exit these extractor fans. In actual fact, on the roof line facing, because there's enough room there and it's reasonably visually discreet, and the soffits were only 200 millimeters in width, and it just made more sense, I think, to just have them popping out there. Also, again, because they were just going through the space between the roof truss and the wall header where the ventilation is, no obvious sort of difficult drilling to be done, just a circular cut in the timber and that job's good. So no huge holes to core out with a gigantic drill. We can see in this side as well, I've done the same deal. I have guttering clipped in, down pipe going into a hopper which is ready there to accept it. And by this point as well, the rainwater drainage from the main house roof, which we can see away up here, is now going onto the roof tiles of the granny flat, and then that'll all drain through down this down pipe, so that nightmare scenario of flooding and stuff is well behind us. There we go, and I think it looks reasonably attractive. So inside I have completed the plasterboarding of all the external walls, and it's looking quite neat. At this point I don't know in my head whether I'm going to get this skimmed or try and tape and fill it myself. In the end I do choose to get the thing plastered and skimmed, but because I'm not sure at this point, I'm making sure all my joints are as neat as they possibly can be, so that if I do choose to tape and fill it, the option is there, and I'm not having to tape and fill massive gaps between the plasterboard. So on the outside, I have begun to nail in areas of timber where I planned there to be timber, and we talked about that a while back when we looked at what areas I was using the Celotex insulation on and what areas I was using the Eurobrick backing panel on. And the timber is the same stuff that we used before, which is the stuff that is just simple softwood channel lining, tongue and groove, stained before it's put up. And in this image I've got 2 cables there, here, and just behind the ladder there, one you can't see, which will accept outdoor lights later on. And I think it's looking pretty attractive there. Also in this image I have nailed on dry verge end caps to the edge of the roof tiles, and they just nail straight onto the edges of the timber battens. And as long as you have a large headed long nail and make sure each individual dry lining piece is clipped in very accurately and concisely, then they're not going to blow off in a storm. Quite a lot of these things are put up badly and then they just blow off when there's a high wind. So I just made sure I was careful, clipped them all together 100% true with and made sure there was a nail put into the edge of the roofing battens. So there we go. That's basically how the final thing will look. And then these concrete wall tiles, which are part of the Eurobrick system, because that's all they are. They are tiles that are in the same proportion of bricks so that they look like bricks. They will get painted to match the existing house later on, because they're just Eurobrick, which is the company that makes this system with the backing cladding board and the glue and so on. They provide many different types of brick facings, and this is basically the cheapest one that they do, which is just a flat concrete finish, and that can just be painted to match anything. So I've installed the wall lights, the external wall lights, which I showed there was wiring for just a second ago. And you can see how I've nailed that timber into position, and I've just nailed it straight onto the 15mm OSB board behind. That's all it needed. It's lightweight. That's a perfect substrate for it, and it holds well. And there's a couple of little tiny half bricks to be put in and glued into position when we see this image. And by that point I've completed them in this image. But there is one thing I've got to do, and that is to complete this area where the cursor is here on all windows and doors, and that's the area where we just have sort of space where we've got a build-up of batten and OSB and insulation and final cladding. And there's a little trim piece that gets glued into position there later and then sealed up with sealant, but we'll see that later. But this gable end now is looking really good, and you can see the ledges are protruding out the correct amount for the final finished surface of that cladding. Now back inside with the floor down, I've begun to mortar into position this shower tray, and that's how that goes in, because it's a kind of stone thing itself. It needs a base made of essentially concrete, so it's just a sand and cement mix, and it's sort of manoeuvred into position on top of the timber floor on a nice wet bed. And then this hatch, I cut this out of the floor that had been laid, and then I could get access to connect this drainage pipe that we saw much earlier to the connection, the waste fitting that came with the shower tray. And what we can see here is plastic plumbing pipes ready for the shower, which would be a direct feed off the boiler, not an electric one. There's only 3 radiators for the boiler, so it made sense to take the feed straight off that for the shower. And I've assembled a stud partitioning which will form one of the walls around the ensuite bathroom in the granny flat. And I've just done that in exactly the same way that I've done all the other bits of studding that you've seen me do. This time it's 100mm wide CLS, so in actual fact I think the exact measurement is something like 92 or something time it's finished, but you know, it's essentially 4-inch wide CLS timber, and I've just nailed that together to make studs and nailed it into the floor, the finished floor. I've just nailed it straight onto that and onto the truss surfaces where the flat trusses end. So it's simple stuff. By this point I've become a kind of accustomed to building frames quickly and reasonably accurately, so nothing groundbreaking here in the grand scheme of things. As you can see, my cables that I'd left rolled up for switches and stuff are getting taken down through the cavity in the stud work. And above this piece of stud work out of 2x2 timber, where the cursor is moving around, this sort of triangular piece, I'm building in a little 2x2 timber frame here, because that will have to be plasterboarded and insulated behind, because it's this idea that I was talking about when the trusses got delivered. Because I was forced into doing this pitched roof, I wanted to make something out of it. If I was being forced to do it, I wanted to get something out of it that I otherwise couldn't if the roof was flat. So I've got this pitched internal ceiling, but it stops there, and then that triangular area has to be plasterboarded in, and it kind of defines, as we'll see later, the kitchen space from the living space too, which is quite nice. So just simple framework there, nailing in, making sure I've got good fixings, and using pieces of timber to make sure I have edges to attach plasterboard to. And then there's all these extra pieces of timber to attach edges of plasterboard on flat surfaces, because the plasterboard doesn't always join at corners or edges. It joins right in the middle of flat surfaces, and again, you need a piece of timber there to to put screws in to make sure these joints are tight and aren't going to move around. So all these joints here where the cursor is moving up and down, I need to cut and fit pieces of CLS timber in, nail them, and make sure they're there so that the board edges have something to connect onto. As you can see, there's quite a lot there, because there's ones here at the bottom, here, another one, and then I just need this tiny little section of plasterboard to finish off that area. So in actual fact, each surface of pitched roof has 4 lines of CLS pieces in it, if you like. So there we see that finished. So the sort of timber mass up there is even bigger now. I've got bracing and all sorts up there, and now I've got the pieces of timber ready to accept the plasterboard. So it really is a massive sort of mishmash of timber, but it's all adding to strength as well. And then I've built this sort of ladder construction, because the ladders that I had weren't big enough to reach the top of this internal pitched ceiling. I've just made a simple sort of construction there out of a couple of bits of wood and a bit of electrical cable, so that I can use the large ladders that I had to have a ladder that can kind of sit in the middle of the room, and I can climb up and fix these bits of plasterboard right at the top of the apex, which is, you know, about 3.5 meters off the ground. So I'm just finalising some of the electrical connections for the ceiling that will now get put up and never seen again and never accessed again. And you can see the extent of the cabling that I've begun to clip along the roof trusses. What we're looking at here is an image of 2 of the roof tiles which have vents attached to them, and they are necessary on the shallower sloping section to allow the air to circulate around there, because there's no ridge in that section of the roof. These tile vents have to go in to allow air to circulate. So these bits here, they are ventilated tiles. So in the flat section of the internal ceiling above the utility room, the kitchen and the ensuite, I'm doing exactly the same thing. I'm nailing in bits of timber so that my sheets of plasterboard have edges to catch on. And then this is this ultimate piece of hell, which is insulating the ceiling. And the opposite of the floor is true here, because it's above you, all the fibres fall onto your head, so it's worse than the walls. This bit was pretty awful, and the fibres, I think, are still with me to this day, itching me. But what can you do? It had to be done. As I say, I wouldn't have chosen to use this method. I would have used a rigid foam insulation like Celotex in here, but this is what I had ordered and I had to get on with it. So from underneath, I had to lift this stuff up and sort of drape it over the trusses like so. And this was a 170mm loose roll that I'd used for the floor, same stuff. And then once I had that draped over the top of all the trusses, I would insert sort of more rigid, solid mineral wool bats in between, and then that is my ceiling done. But that was evil, that bit. Pure evil. So the same exact process has to be done with the pitched roof. So in exactly the same way, this pitched area would need to be insulated from below. And this time I'm faced with something that goes up much higher, so just a little bit more awkward than the flat stuff. But it's all lined out with the correct timber in the correct places to catch the edges. And there's a view of the flat area sort of half done, so you can see the extent to which there is a good depth of insulation in there. Big thick roll plus this bat, which is sort of more dense between the actual truss timbers. And I'm just showing you there again how I've got edges all the way along here to connect the plasterboard to. So the shower tray is in and the hatch is down. Of course that hatch was required there to deal with the drainage connection beneath it. And the extractor fan ducting is taken out and vented out through the roof line as we've looked at before. And you can see there also how I've taken the ducting from the kitchen extractor fan and how that goes out through the space between the underside of this OSB3 roofing sheathing and the head rail of the wall. So as I say, no drilling required really, just a cut out in the timber facing on the roof line. And the extractor fan body will be affixed onto that plinth that I've put in there. So back to the insulation, and the flat stuff is just about done in its entirety. I think I probably took this photo just because of the little windows and how, well, with the walls lined out in plasterboard, they were just showing themselves up there. So glad I put them in. And here we're just having a quick look at the way the electrical cabling is brought through boxes to which the sockets and switches and so on can be screwed to, because remember this is effectively a hollow wall, it's just plasterboard, can't really get a fixing to that, so you use these special plasterboard boxes, and these little yellow pieces here are kind of tangs that grip behind the plasterboard, and then when you screw the socket in it all tightens up and you've got a perfect fitting. So just one more look there at the drainage for the toilet, which will go into the ensuite later. Just waiting there, ready to accept that now. So important to get that in the right position. So I'm adding in the soffits now, as we see in that image, and it's just UPVC soffits, which are, I think from memory, 9mm thick, and they've got the vent in them so that air can get in there, travel all the way through the roof void above the insulation and out through the vented ridge. So just a case of nailing that to the underside of that framework that I built with plastic nails. Same deal on that long elevation, nailing that soffit to the underside of the timber that's already there with plastic headed nails. And now the roof line and soffit box that structure in completely, and it looks kind of solid and finished. There's another image. So I was really satisfied with how that turned out, and it mimics the exact style of what's in the existing house, which is what I was after. In this image we can also see how I've begun to add in this little UPVC trim, which is the exact width so that it matches up just below the outside edge of the concrete brick tiles. So this just gets nailed into the timber work, which is already behind the cladding, the concrete cladding and the foam board. So a nail goes in just behind that to the timber, and then a good bead of high quality silicon mastic goes in both edges of that, and that's how that works. So there we go, soffit at the top, a little bead of silicon in here to finish it off, silicon here, and that's that done. And there's the plastic nails there, and the plastic nails there. Plastic headed nails rather, they are metal, but they've got a little plastic cap on them so that they look tidy. And I'm installing soffits to the underside of the gable end. They don't need to be vented, they're just solid soffits. And this was part of an order that I got from, I think it was, can't remember the name of the company offhand, but it was a kind of online PVC warehouse type affair, and they gave really good prices on bulk loads of UPVC. So I just got all the soffits there and got them delivered, along with the nails. And you may have noticed earlier on, I don't think I pointed it out specifically, that I had left cables out for some little downlighters in the soffits, so that at night they kind of highlight the kind of perfect nature of this tiled wall, because arguably the bricks, the sort of texture of the bricks on this wall is actually better than if you laid them properly, because they're so tightly in this perfectly straight backing board. So when that's lit up, it does tend to look really good. And you can see how there is an extract vent there, and that's from the extractor fan in the granny flat area. So with the light dimming outside and it's getting near to night, I've turned on the external lights on the gable end, and they again kind of highlight the texture of that wall, in this, you know, the sense that the cladding has grooves in it. They're really highlighted by these up and down lights. They just kind of shine on the soffit. And in this image you can also see I've nailed in this little piece of UPVC trim around all the windows where my mouse pointer's going there. So I've done that exactly in the same way that I showed in the door and the other elevation, but I've just done the same thing there, and that's ready to get sealed with silicon mastic soon. And that rear elevation is beginning to look really finished now. And what I've done on the areas of brickwork, or brick tile work if you like, above the windows, I've actually mortared them up, i.e. used this special grout that Eurobrick provide you with in the kit, and piped that in and smoothed it off. So what you're seeing there is the actual finished effect of that brickwork before it gets painted. And I've done the same on the lower half of this wall here. I'll show you how that's done later. And I have inserted 2 little spotlights in that soffit as well. And you can just see on the edge here the detailing between the last dry verge piece and the edge of the guttering, all nice and neat. And then this join between the edge of all the roofline cladding timbers, I've got a little piece of finishing strip for that to keep it all neat and tidy. And there we go. I don't know what you think, but I think that is hugely satisfactory for something, having hopefully seen this from the very start. I was really happy with that. So back inside, and while we're looking at fully lined walls and fully floored areas again, and electrical cables coming out of their little boxes ready for sockets, I still haven't got around to insulating that pitched bit of roof, so I think that's what I'm beginning to do now. In the very edges of this pitched roof, I'm using Celotex foam insulation board that I had left over, and a little bit that I bought, so that I could get roughly 100mm of thickness out of that, because the way these scissor trusses are designed, if you can imagine, right at the end here, there's not much room to get insulation in and leave an airspace. So to keep the insulation value of the whole thing correct, I use Celotex there, because 100mm of Celotex is basically the same as like double the amount of mineral wool insulation. So just because, as you can see, because of how tight that goes, see this triangle area where the cursor's going? It's very tight to get that depth in there and still leave a space. So I use Celotex there and then mineral wool elsewhere. Celotex is a lot more expensive than mineral wool, so I really couldn't afford to do it over the whole thing. As I say, I would love to have used it, given the chance again, over the whole thing. But nevertheless, I'm insulating the thing out with mineral wool against my will, and I think there it's going in my eyes in that photo, and I'm cringing. So, I mean, it had to be done. There's no way around it. You can sort of seal yourself up as much as you like. The fibres just get under your clothes and everything. I put on gloves and whatnot, but it didn't really help that much. And that's all done at that point. And what I'm doing now is beginning to attach plasterboard to the underside of this flat area of ceiling. And again, it's a case of getting that vapour barrier stapled up, because it's just like the wall. You don't want vapour escaping through it. And then on top of the vapour barrier, which is of course all taped up, the plasterboard just gets screwed on, and to the top of this image where the cursor is, there's it's basically just a piece of metal with a little flap in the end of it, and it's actually designed specifically for this, believe it or not, and I think it's called a board mate. And you just screw that onto the last piece of plasterboard, and then it gives you a kind of lip so that you can manoeuvre the next sheet in yourself without the aid of somebody assisting you. So I used that to get these boards up onto the underside of these trusses. So just slip one end in, lift the other end up, get 1 or 2 screws in as best you can, and then quickly bang in another few until it holds, and then you can let your hand down and deal with neatly putting in the rest of the screws. So that's exactly the same thing I'm doing in this image, and you can see I've completed the vapour barrier all the way over the bottom. It's awkward with that vapour barrier because you can't actually see the studs, so you have to kind of feel for them and use good judgment and so on, and occasionally you miss them, but I did pretty well to keep catching every screw I possibly could on areas of the truss. So we're looking now at the boiler, and I'm starting to wire that in so that it works. So I've brought the power supply cable from the boiler through the wall and up into this box so that it can connect into a switch with a fuse in it. And here I'm just beginning to put in this final piece of plasterboard on the flat ceiling. Obviously I've got electrical cables coming through there, and to the extreme right I've cut out a hole for the extractor fan to go onto the roof and connect into the ducting, which in turn goes out through the roof line. So there we go, my dad's giving me a hand with that one just to hold it. And we've moved on a fair bit in this photograph here. What I've done is, in the area that would become the ensuite, I have completely boarded out that stud wall that I built in earlier. I have boarded out the ceiling. I have brought the extractor fan through the ceiling, and I've obviously affixed the extractor fan body to that plinth we looked at not so long ago, and the electrical cable for the light of the extractor fan's poking through with it. So there's the stage I'm at, and you can see I've got plasterboard on the pitched section of the roof there as well by this point, and lots of screws. So there we go. It's nice, clean, flat surfaces, but it's still ruined by the fact that there's cables poking out everywhere. There are screws visible everywhere, and there's lots of little unfinished details of plasterboard still waiting something. But by this point I have put on quite a lot of the sockets, so I've stripped the wire back and affixed them into the back of the sockets, and they're just waiting to get screwed on at some point. I've got light switches in this wall, I've got cables for wall lights, I've got cables for ceiling lights. And I think in that image you can see the extent to which I screwed these boards. I really put a lot of screws in them. And this is a great image to finally kind of show what I was banging on about these scissor trusses for. So I've boarded out both areas of ceiling. This whole area that you see towards the back of the photo is flat, and then suddenly the ceiling jumps up and becomes a pitched ceiling. And then I've just got to plasterboard in this sort of triangular area where you see the vapour barrier, and I've obviously insulated behind that as well in the same way that I did with the ceilings. Great stuff, it's looking good. So I mean, at this point I'm just, although I'm probably days away from actually starting back at uni, possibly about 7 days I would say at this point, even though never going to get it finished in that time. I'm jumping up and down with joy that I've got to this stage, and got to this stage in a manner that everything's looking good, and I would say reasonably professional looking. It all looks kind of straight and neat, and it doesn't look like a complete amateur has sort of put this together in a shoddy way. Not, far from that. So really satisfactory, nice sort of cuddly, warm feeling inside that I'd got to this stage, because, well, it had taken it out of me. But for this alone, it was worth it. And seeing the two different heights in the ceiling just made the space feel all that more special. So by this stage here, I'm beginning to add in the final pieces of stud work. So all the way along this place where there's flat ceiling, just about halfway up that, there's a stud all the way along. And that doorway that you see in this image is the doorway into the granny flat. So that's the ultimate starting point of where the granny flat begins, and the sort of privacy of that area begins through that door. And that stud wall would be fully insulated, and the reason it would be fully insulated would be for noise. So that's why you're seeing insulation in that stud wall. And there's the view from the other side of that stud wall I've just constructed. And again, I've done it at this stage so that I'm not cutting plasterboard and flooring unnecessarily. Because when you do that, you need to provide all these edges. And if I'd put these walls in stages ago, then I would have more cutting and more bits of timber to add in. You just put big sheets of plasterboard in where you can, then this wall just gets built straight onto that. So I'm literally nailing stud work onto the top of plasterboard. Perfectly legitimate, as far as I'm aware. It seemed sensible to do it that way. And then, you're just plasterboarding up to a piece of plasterboard that's already solid, because it's bridging across two pieces of stud that are already there. Hope that makes sense. Okay, so I'm really, really on the home straight now. There's just no doubt about it. Well past halfway, but really coming to the end of the time that I basically have to do this. From sort of a few days on from this point, I'll be occupied with other stuff, and I'll be trying to finish it amongst that, which is what I really, really, really wanted to avoid. But nonetheless, I had a result I was kind of happy with, and I knew I could actually make into a finished working final piece. So I had that to look at and be happy with, and just accept that I had fallen behind too far, that I wasn't going to have this completely finished before I went back to university. So that's how it was, and I had to kind of juggle the two things again, which I did not want to do, but it had to be done to get it finished, so be it. And also bearing in mind, I've still got two big mounds of earth lying outside that I had left, because I thought I would be doing that at the end when I had time. Obviously, that's still a little bit away, but all that still has to get moved. Just worth bearing in mind for me at this point that is still an unfinished piece of business, if you like. So we're looking now at the shower tray, which I have begun to use these shower panels that I bought way back when I had the timber order from Rembrandt, which was the massive timber order that I got off that lorry. And these shower panels simply saw into whatever size you need, and then there are pieces of trim that I got with it that go into the corners, and you just run a bead of silicone round it, and it's about 17 times as fast as tiling and much easier to clean, which is basically what you want for this type of application. Now up outside on the roof, we're just taking a quick look at the final result. So all my tiles are down. This here is the ventilation tile that I showed you the underside view of a little while ago. On this exposed side of vertical surface, if you like, where the roof pitch changes, I used some of the Eurobrick system that I had left over, and I put that over the lead flashing that, as I mentioned, I had somebody install the lead flashing, and we'll take a look at that in a minute. Now on the other side, where the pitch of the roof changes to go steeper again over the granny flat, I had another exposed vertical surface, and on this side, just purely because of what I had left over, I chose to use the timber that I'd used for the roof line. And what I did was I used an OSB backing, and then I used building paper, which, as we discussed, has several different names, but it's a waterproof membrane, so that's your kind of 100% waterproof layer. Battened that out and then nailed this timber on, and obviously there's kind of a couple of really kind of awkward cuts to get this to follow the line of the two roofs and still join up as horizontal cladding. And as you can see, just in there where the cursor is, the lead flashing goes up and behind that, and that's how you get the watertight seal on that area. Also visible on this image is the ridge system that I used. And I don't have any photos of this bit, but basically there's no mortar or anything involved in that. And at the top of the ridge, where the OSB meets, which is the sheathing that I used, remember to board that out. It doesn't quite come to a sealed joint. There is a space. And then these areas where created by the tile profile provide spaces that air can escape out of through this kind of mesh that's under the ridge tile, and the ridge tile just screws down with this little metal piece that you can just see where the cursor is there. It's sort of a big metal clip that bridges over both areas of the ridge and then screws down onto a plastic kind of piece that you put in before. It's all part of a ridge kit that's sold, and you know, it's all dry fix, so you follow the instructions on that, and I managed to get that to work out reasonably nicely. So there's the final image of that roof, and it's serving its purpose because it's pouring of rain. And worth noting as well, I've got the dry verge on that side as well. So here's the sort of detail that the guy who came and did the lead flashing for me created. Because I was so close to this hall window ledge, because I was constrained by having a minimum pitch of 17.5 degrees to work with here, I had to go right up to the bottom of the ledge. And time I had the tile thickness and everything on top of these pre-made trusses, I was much closer to the window ledge than I had initially measured for. So we got around that by using a sort of lead tray over the window ledge, and he used some welds to go around that. As I say, there was no way I was welding a poisonous metal. It just wasn't happening. And then once he left me with that, I sealed round the lead and then got him to take the lead under this window. I removed all the trim, and then I just popped that trim back on, and that's that watertight. So there we go. And as you can see, there's a better view actually of that dry fix ridge all the way along, and you can see the screws on the top between each join in the ridge tiles and how they're held down into position. Right, inside, I said I was going to get the place skimmed. That's the decision I came to. I came to that decision because I got a price for it, and it was very reasonable in my eyes. The time for me to tape and fill this would have been huge, sanding it back, filling it, and gradually, flattening the boards out without actually putting a proper layer over everything. Another thing that influenced my decision was the fact that once this skim layer of plaster is put on, it's much more hard wearing. It's a kind of almost rock hard finish rather than something you can gouge out, which would be the case if it was taped and filled, and areas of plasterboard would still be exposed. The other thing that sprung to mind in my decision to do this is because I had come this far with it, and I was happy with the standard of work, and I didn't want to ruin it by having a sort of nasty finish on the inside where you could still see the joins of plasterboard and areas where screws were going in underneath the finish when it was painted. So I thought, sod it, I've come this far, I'm going to get this thing professionally skimmed. And as much as I would love to have been able to say I did this stage myself, I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things. I've done most of the bits that I thought I could never do. and I'd managed to overcome that. So I'm happy with the decision I came to. I got this professionally skimmed by a really good guy who came in and did it in like 2 days. And the result is that I have beautifully clean, crisp edges and beautifully flat surfaces with no trace of plasterboard underneath it. So we'll just have a quick look at these images of the plastered area. And this is where the shape and form and edges of the space are truly defined. The walls are suddenly solid. The story is, the day before I actually had arranged for this guy to come out, I was up till 3:30 in the morning doing pieces of plasterboard, like the area. See this surface in these little windows? That's 4 bits of plasterboard that need to get cut. This triangular piece, I was doing that at like 2 in the morning because I still just hadn't got round to doing it. So I was really, you know, what can you do? You arrange a time with the guy and try and stick to it, and then you fall behind, and I basically had to have it ready for him. And what I did was I nailed on this metal beading all the way around all the external corners, which we see here. And that just stops any gouging, you know. That's not possible if the thing was taped and filled with a nice skimmed finish. You have a sort of solid metal edging, which is really good. And I'm just going to go around and show you the space now in photo, because I was really taken aback by how great it was to see this thing all plastered out with clean, crisp edges. And as soon as I saw the inside like this, you can see in this image I've got the shower panels all up, and I have built this little construction here around the extractor vent from the kitchen. So I just plasterboarded, I just built a little frame around it and plasterboarded it, and the guy plastered around that and you know, made a neat job. I thought I would just make it that shape because it seemed natural and easy to make that way, less imposing than a kind of sharp-edged box-in job. And here we can see how I've built a little timber frame around the soil stack area and boarded that out and put my metal edge trim and just left it there for the guy to plaster over. And the top of that is actually fitted with what's called an air admittance valve, so that that pipe doesn't need to go all the way out the roof. I'd always planned it that way. I certainly didn't want to be doing that. So there are these things you can buy now, which means it only lets air in and it doesn't let air out, so that any smell effectively contained within the pipe doesn't come into the room, but it allows air to get sucked in when there's a flush of the toilet and the water wants to suck air into the system. So all good. And just some more sort of low angle views of what we're left with. And now I hope you can see why I'm so glad I did that pitched roof. And what it does here is it kind of defines the area under the pitched roof is the living space and the bedroom space, that, you know, it's the combined living space. And that area, without a door or a wall, just by the level of the ceiling changes, it kind of shows where the kitchen ends, because the kitchen is that bit under the flat bit. And of course inside the ensuite is flat too, which is through this door here. And onto each door frame area I affixed plain timber, which was from memory 120mm by 35 planed, and that came out to the level of the finished skim job. So I had these frames up before the thing was skimmed, as you can see, because the plaster's kind of skimmed over them a little bit there. And the sizing of that timber is such that it accounts for 2 layers of plasterboard and a skim. And that means when you go to fix your facing onto these doors, it's all lovely and flush. So that was that. And of course, when I was building these stud frames, again, the same deal as the external doors, I had to allow for the width of that timber to go in as well as the door, if that makes sense. So I wasn't actually measuring the door width when I was building these studs, I was measuring the door width plus the width of these timbers. But this is, at this stage, just looking beyond anything I could have comprehended in my wildest imaginations, and just in terms of how precise and basically just non-amateurish. You know, I always expected in the back of my mind that there was a chance that this could just end up a complete disaster and I wouldn't be able to cope and I'd have to call people in to finish it, or I would get through it but the finished sort of standard would be low and you would be able to walk into it and say, oh, somebody who didn't really know what they were doing built this. But no, it didn't turn out like that. It turned out really, really well. I just love the sort of raw look of the plaster and the nice clean edges. Lovely, fresh, flat surfaces. Ready for paint. And obviously there would be no way any other finish other than paint would be going on this. Having got such nice surfaces to work with, I wouldn't be texturing them in any way. And just a tremendous feeling of space by that pitched roof inside. If it wasn't pitched, it would be a completely different room. And there, of course, you can see why the boilers were put in the positions that they were the way back when we did that. Now that boiler is in the granny flat with the addition of all the internal walls, and it's the boiler for the granny flat. There we go, the little windows in that wall. And again, I've said this several times, there's no philosophical reason for putting these in. They're there because I could do them, I wanted to, and I liked the idea, so I did it. So you'll just need to deal with that if you're struggling with why they're there. They're there because I wanted them. So this ledge is a kind of hardwood mahogany thing that I bought from a specialist timber place not so far from where the building is actually located. And it was not too expensive, but I thought for the kind of inside everything was looking like a minimalist kind of look that was developing inside, you know, clean, flat, just pure surfaces if you like, and I didn't want to clutter it up with rubbish, you know, because anything that you put on this with it being so plain and simple kind of stands out. So I thought these window ledges deserve a hardwood finish, and the 3 ledges got installed like so. And I didn't do any more to these, I just installed them like that. Obviously, because this is a timber construction, it was a nice timber fix, so just a couple of nails and some plastic wood to kind of cover the nail holes up. And here I've taken delivery of, and this is signs that I really am on the home straight now, I've taken delivery of things like light fittings. And there you are, my little windows during the day. They're just like little notes of light on the side of the wall. I like them. I really like them. And you can see how they kind of project onto the floor there. Get little kind of squares of light. All my switches are in. The plaster is starting to dry out. There's my windows projecting these little pieces of light onto the ground there. The extractor fan's going in now, and that's just a case of pulling through the ducting, fixing the ducting to the back of it, and installing these extractor fans straight onto the plasterboard with a plasterboard raw plug. They are not heavy, that's all they need. Nice and neat again, I'm delighted with that finish. And then the kitchen light is going on here. This is just a very simple, bog standard, cheap light fitting for a kitchen or bathroom. In the utility room I went for spotlights, so I put them in. Extractor fan in the utility room, and there you can see how that was actually done. So that's just screwed into the plasterboard with plasterboard raw plugs, and then my electrical connection comes in there and I just join the cables up. Job done, cap on, extractor fan works. We're looking at now the wall lights, and I got these wall lights from Screwfix, and they are brilliant. I love them. They light up and down just like the lights on the outside wall, and they're just simple little pieces of plaster cast into a mould with a light fitting on them. And again, this goes with the idea that, this is going to be a really simple aesthetic inside, and they are dirt cheap, really cheap. But again, I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of the result. There's the kitchen light in, and you can see in the background of that image how I've got hanging lights off of the sloping ceiling area. And I did this for two reasons. One, installing sort of surface mounted spotlights into an area like this, it inevitably means the insulation behind that has to be kind of cleared out around it so that it's not a fire hazard. And I wanted to avoid that because I didn't want to kind of break the insulation blanket round this. And B, I thought hanging lights off this pitched roof would look great, and we'll see how they turn out later. So there's the kind of light wash that casts up over the wall because the plaster finish was of a high quality. That seems to work. So there's a clear view of these lights hanging off the pitched ceiling, and the way the kind of kitchen area is denoted, if you like, by the change in level of the ceiling. And obviously, because it's open plan, there's plenty of light in there and ventilation and so on. This is a view of the doorway into the ensuite, and I've got this switch up here is for the extractor fan, light switch. These are light switches for the main room. That's a light switch for the kitchen area, and of course we've got this door which leads out onto the garden from that side as well, which you'll have seen hundreds of times over now in the images of the construction, but another way just to get some more light in, a full height door. So I'm starting to screw the sockets into the wall now so that they're all tidy and flush. And I suppose it's worth noting here, as we see the installation of the first radiator, which is from pipework that was prepared by myself a long time ago and just sitting, poking up there waiting. So the radiator goes on by affixing brackets onto studs. Make sure that you fix the brackets so that they go through onto studs, because the radiator is a heavy thing, it needs it. And then the radiator just hooks on, and then because the pipes below are plastic, there's plenty of movement to kind of pull and twist these copper tails that are poking up. And then the fittings that I ordered for the radiator, which includes a thermostat valve on one side and a standard valve on the other, it's just compression fittings in the bottom of these, which are ones you just use a spanner to operate. So you use an olive and you poke that into the bottom of the fixing on the radiator essentially and give it one full turn, and that seals it correct if you've done it carefully and with a little bit of care, cleaned the pipe and so on. And that gives a nice watertight seal, and that's a radiator plumbed in. So I did that myself. There was no plumber involved in putting the radiator in. He'd done his bit, he was gone, and behind the radiator I've started to fix skirting board in this image, purely because if I didn't put it on then and the radiator was up, I would have to cut it to get it in, so it made sense just to put one big length along that wall. And because of the quality of the fit and the straightness of the wall, I didn't need to use nails, I didn't need to kind of force it and hold it. I just put a little thin bead of glue on the back of it, a kind of no more nails, all-purpose adhesive type thing, and put that onto the back of it and just stuck that skirting board onto the wall. And I only had just a tiny little variation in gap behind it, which a tiny little bit of filler fills in, so that was really great. Usually, when you're dealing with certainly houses that were built in the 70s and so on, where the walls are all over the place, you've got lots of work to do with the filler, so that was a good time saver. Tiny little bit of filler to just insert along the top with a sealant gun, and that job was done. So nice and easy, and the plaster's really beginning to dry out in this image. It's also worth pointing out how effective that middle window is. Just because it's that little bit higher, it lets in so much more light. And that was done because of the pitched roof again. That's I wouldn't have been able to really get that to work properly if it wasn't for the pitch. So in this image, I am putting in the second radiator for the living space. It's a big open plan living space, so I specified 2 radiators for it, and this is me putting in the second one in the location shown. So there we are, same deal, compression fittings, make sure it's secure, wiggle the pipes about, there's plenty of play in them, but they have to come up in generally the right places, and that's it, that's done. Radiator in the utility room, just a little one this time, the utility room's not so big, and there's my 2 tails. I've not got the valves or anything on in this image, so that just shows how it was like before the valves are on. And then I have put down some vinyl here. This is a wood effect vinyl floor covering, and I got this off of eBay, believe it or not, and it was £4 a square metre, and it's really effective stuff, cleans easily, hard wearing, looks very like wood, perfect functional stuff for a place that's going to get hard use like this. And I put this down before I actually put the skirting on, because that meant I could cut it, well, I cut it neatly, but I didn't need to be worried about cutting it as neat as I'd have to do if I had to join it up with the edge of the skirting, and then I can just put the skirting over this and I've got the perfect edge. So nice flat floor, nothing to worry about in terms of jumps and level or so on. So this quite thin vinyl is fine just to go straight on top of the floor, and it's, you know, it's dead flat and perfect and good to go. I've used that same vinyl in the kitchen area, which you can just see at the bottom of that frame. And really, at this point, one of the main changes is the plaster is dry, and I've begun to kind of hoover up a little bit. The dust's going down, it's really beginning to feel like a home. It's insulated, it's warm, it's watertight. And one of the main things I'm beginning to do at this stage is kind of tidy up tools, because a lot of the stuff that I've been using I'm not needing. And you can see my toolboxes at the side there are beginning to kind of become ordered, and, you know, almost beginning to pack them away. So into the ensuite, and I have installed the sink. Again, because of the method of plumbing, it was plastic pipes behind that sink, so it was just a case of push fits onto the back of the taps, screw the fitting on, and then push the pipe into the tap and tighten the tap down. All the drainage pipe was already there, as we've explored in earlier photographs, so no issues there, just compression drainage fittings and a little bit of fettling and cutting, and that's the drainage sorted. The toilet, the floor's dead flat, so it just screws straight into the floor. I put the floor covering down first again, as I did in the utility room, and I've inserted the skirting over the floor covering here. So same deal, and that way you get a nice perfect crisp edge between the skirting and the flooring. And the toilet I've just plumbed in with a kind of flexible hose. I used a little bit of copper there because you do see that little bit, and it made sense not to deal in plastic where you can see it because it's ugly. So the toilet's all plumbed in. The drainage is just push fit. And there's that flexible pipe. And then in the ensuite I had specified a towel rail radiator, and that went in exactly the same way as the other radiators. I've got my tails there, compression fittings, tighten it down, and then I could think about filling that system up and checking to see if there were any leaks at the radiators, which there weren't, because I'd just spent the time to make sure I was doing the compression joints with a little bit of care. A couple of spanners is all you need for compression joints, no solder or anything. And here I have inserted the shower in, and again from the back it's push fit fittings. Nothing difficult there, and it just screws onto the shower board, and the whole thing looks pretty much perfect. So the kitchen floor is down in that image. Extractor fans up on the ceiling all done. Just got a few more images of the fittings in place. That's the bathroom light fitting, which is sealed in this case because it's for a bathroom, but again, just a fairly simple fitting. Nice looking shower actually. And this is, in this photo, you can see the kind of things that are lying on the wall there. This is the shower door assembly that I'm beginning to put together. I've just snapped another picture of my window there because I like them. Yeah, so this is just general kind of snaps of various bits of fixture and so on that I'm just going around taking. And then after the plaster is completely dried, it needs to be sealed, so a coat of white emulsion everywhere. So easy job, whack it on with a roller and make sure you're not messing it up in any way by leaving paint runs or anything on that nice new flat surface. So in white, it looks a whole lot better even than just the raw plaster, I think. It brightens the whole place up because the light starts to reflect around. But by this stage, I've got that sealer coat of white on, and by God, it's looking nice. I'm just going to snap round various bits because I was just taking photos of what I'd got. Hanging lights. There's that little bit of edge trim I was talking about to tidy up the roof line. So that's all sealed shut. There's the finished roof line along that long elevation. Just details. All the details are really coming together now. That's me putting in the shower door assembly that we looked at a second ago. And by this point, what I've done is I have added in some door jambs onto the door frames. I've glued most of the skirting in and mitered the joints, which, as I say, because the walls were so straight, this was a pleasure to do, just neatly gluing them in. And then I've affixed architrave or door frame onto essentially the door frame moulding, if you like, door frame facing onto the actual door frames themselves. And then I've given the skirting and the wood door frames and all the facings one coat of satin wood. And because all these MDF mouldings were primed, it was all MDF mouldings I used purely because I wanted them to be white, going with this feeling of simplicity inside. And to use pine, for example, you're dealing with twisted wood with knots, and the knots can shine through the paint. I thought, why not just use MDF? It's a nice, perfect finish, and once it's white, that's the best thing for it. So MDF mouldings in terms of door facings and skirtings. And I've done the door facings in that image, and I've got the door jambs done. Door jambs are in pine, but I've made sure I've put a kind of blocker coat on that so that the knots don't show through. Chosen satin wood because gloss is evil, and it's just too shiny and it shows up all the imperfections in the mouldings. Not that there are many in this, as I discussed, because it's MDF, but I just thought satin wood was a better choice for the thing in general, more of a sort of subtle thing, subtle sheen. And as you can see there, a really sort of decent standard of fit and finish. Certainly from my point of view, I was absolutely delighted with it. I couldn't have hoped for any better. The shower door sliding is in position, and in the shower door I've got a little list of things which are to finish. By this point I'm well back at university. Just as an aside, I'm kind of working on that and coming home and finishing this at nights and weekends. And there we go, there's the shower cubicle completely finished. Around the windows, I have used a little bit of silicone to just seal it to the plaster, and that just gives it that nice, uniform, complete, gapless finish. And I just use a wet finger to do that neatly. So a tiny little bit of silicone and then smooth it with a wet finger, and you get a nice sort of smooth curve to it. And I did that around the bottom of the ledges as well, and that's looking really great. A nice clean cut window opening, all sealed shut, draft proof, neat. Everything you could want from a window, I guess. And at night with the white and the light, it's looking good, and it's looking spacious. 36 square meters in total, this thing. So it's a good size. And I've just got a little pile of tools in the middle now to basically clear away. I'm way over the bit where I need a nail gun and stuff. That's all finished, that's all in the past. I've just taken an image from the outside, looking in at this really bright space at night with all the lights on, ceiling lights and wall lights. Looks pretty cool. So certainly with the roof lights and the wall lights together, there is more than enough light to have this room absolutely ablaze with light at night. From the inside you can see the soffit lights. So yeah, I'm just taking a load of photos here to let you see what the finish was like at this stage and how the space worked out after having been through nailing a couple of bits of timber to make a wall and lifting it up myself about probably 11 or 12 weeks ago, something like that. It's really come on delightfully. So there's only a few things left to do now, and my list details quite a few of them. So I've got things like sand and second coat of skirting and door frame, paint all wall surfaces, varnish window ledges, put up doors and door furniture, put up bathroom cabinet, gripper rods, carpet laid, television, worktops, tile, small areas. So really getting into the finishing details of this thing. At day it's really nice and bright too. No artificial light needed during the day at all. Totally bright without it. So I mean, I didn't plan this space to... It was such a vague thing at the beginning, trying to get the building warrant and planning done, which only deals with the outside. I didn't anticipate the space being as satisfying as it turned out to be, and I think a lot of it's down to that pitched ceiling, to be honest. It just wouldn't be the same thing without it. I'm so glad I did it, because it's given me a space that could be better than I could ever have planned, to be honest. So I'm just laying down a little moulding there to catch the edge of the transition from hard floor to carpet. I've got gripper rods down, and I'm planing a door in that image. So I'm starting to fit doors into this whole thing. And the doors I got echo the theme, if you like, of keeping everything as simple as possible, which I was sticking to religiously now. So I got the simplest door I could find, and with simple things quite often they're the cheaper. There's no sort of detail of any particular merit or interest in this door. It's just a nice functional clean white door, and it's pre-painted, so no need to add any paint to it, and it's painted in a factory where there's no brush marks and so on. So a nice easy put it up and leave it job. There you can see the top of the skirting, how tight it is to the wall and how little filler was needed. Just a little skim along with a caulk gun, and that was it done. Just taking some angles, different angles of these kind of roof shapes that were created, and the way the light kind of bounces off the different surfaces. It's quite interesting, quite nice, quite enjoyable for me to witness. I would have kept it white if it was just for me, but obviously it wasn't for me, it was for my gran, and ultimately it's easy to lose track of it looking over these images that, you know, again, I mentioned it kind of halfway through. This whole thing is all about building a place for my Gran, and important to kind of remember that. This is my Gran's house that I've built, and it's for her to live in, so she can live in peace and in an independent way with help nearby if she needs it without going into a home. That's what this is all about. So anyway, I've cut out hinge holes for the doors and affixed them to the frame, and I bought some reasonably expensive handles, which I probably shouldn't have done, but hey, I did it. I felt it was like, this is like my windows. It made me happy to get these door handles. I liked them, so I got them. No further explanation needed. That's what I did, so I did it. And the doors went up reasonably well because everything was straight. It's not like fitting doors to, say, a house built 30 years ago where everything's moved a little bit potentially. Everything was straight because I'd been using the spirit level throughout, so the doors basically a tiny little bit of planing, and they just snap shut, which is what you want from a door. So I'm starting to add a little bit of colour now for Gran. As I say, it's her house, it's her interior, and I've went for this kind of mocha colour on the back wall, and just edging into the window in that picture. And I think it's light enough and warm enough at the same time. So that wall is actually dry in that image to the left, and it's only just slightly more sort of dark than the white. And what I've done is the areas that are white, I've went over the whole lot, ceiling and wall, with just an off-white. So everything that was pure white is now off-white, just slightly off-white, and that's how I left it. And it just gave that little hint of kind of warmness and coziness that I know Gran would have appreciated. And there's the finished colour scheme, which I was quite satisfied with. And at this stage, I really hoped Gran would be when she finally saw the thing finished. Television up, and I had an aerial cable. I didn't show it in any of the photos, unfortunately, but I had brought an aerial cable in under the floor and up the cavity in the wall from the original house aerial, so that was all good to go in the back of the TV. So I would definitely appreciate any comments or feedback about how you think the final thing turned out looking at the images. I'd definitely appreciate that. Any comments about the whole thing, definitely email me. So this is just having a quick look at more fittings going in. I have got my hanging light shades up, which I think, well, they match the blinds and they're kind of a dark brown colour when they're down, and I really enjoy the hanging lights, I must say. I made them quite low, and because the ceiling has this slope to it, they really become a feature of the room. Obviously with the colouring as well, they're quite prominently placed, as you can see in that image, and I'm definitely glad I opted for that rather than spotlights in the sloping ceiling. I'm delighted with these, as you can see in the image there. Now I've got a carpet down. I got a really cheap but hard wearing carpet, and I got the underlay off of eBay because it was cheap, and I just got a guy to fit the carpet because it worked out a decent deal from the place that I got it. It came with like discount fitting, and fair enough. I had the gripper rods down, but the guy came out and cut it and put it down nicely, so fair enough, that worked out well. The carpet's down, it's delightful, and the colouring is in tune with everything else. There we go. So this really is getting to the final stages of this now. It's almost inside, it's almost complete except from the addition of kitchen units, worktops, and cupboards. So my little pile of tools down here is all that I'm left with now, and that's gradually getting tidied away. So to get to this stage has been extremely testing and difficult, but probably worth it. Definitely a result that I'm happy with. Was it worth the kind of almost physical pain that I had to go through to get it? Potentially not. But hey, this image kind of summarises how I felt at this stage. Absolutely done in, completely destroyed in many ways, but also delighted. So in the grand scheme of things, having witnessed the various stages of this project from the very start and went through it in a lot of detail as I intended to, if, like, say 5 people have watched this from start to finish and got something out of it, then it was totally worth voiceovering this whole thing and going to the bother of doing that. So that's all I want. I just want to spread a little bit of knowledge and share the experience with a few people. I would be happy with that. If it's given you something, I'd be delighted. So, but in the grand scheme of things, assembling a couple of kitchen units onto a wall is not that groundbreaking. We've been through kind of the hardship and the testing periods and the bits where I thought I was going insane and that kind of stuff. I'm over the hump of all that now. I'm on the home straight. I can just build a couple of units and I'm done, basically. So, but I'll run through it anyway. So the worktops I got from IKEA, and they were £35 a length, and because they were that, I chose to use them as end panels too and just cut them back a little bit. So that's how I got that look that we've got in the image here. I had all the units come from B&Q and all the doors come from B&Q. And the lower part is for a sort of portable cooker type thing. I didn't go for a full cooker in this final thing because I didn't think Gran would make use out of it. She would have a microwave, kettle, toaster, fridge and so on. We'll see how that comes on, but there's a lower area of worktop there that we can see, and then next to the boiler I've added in a high level unit and a little corner unit so that it all kind of blends in and the boiler doesn't seem so out of place there when it's in amongst a series of wall units. There we go. And of course all the pipe work for the boiler then I just cut the unit and cut it around the pipe work and filled that in so that inside the unit is complete and you can't really see any of the pipe work except from here, which is going to get boxed in a minute anyway. So there we go. So you can see how that is the kitchen area now as it was always planned, and how the ceiling levels just denote that. Change of floor covering as well helps. And then I've just boxed in the pipe work there and left 2 holes for the pressure control valves which you need access to, and went round the worktop with a silicone sealant and done what I did with the windows, a little bit of silicone, a wet finger, and it gives a nice neat bead like that. And I'm just fixing on the doors here. I'm fixing on the plinths with a little ceiling plinth strip and tiles. In the utility room, I've got, well, it's a long, sort of fairly narrowish room, and it's also the access point to the main house, and that sort of buffer zone that we talked about between the main house and the granny flat. But there's enough room for a full length of wall cabinets, so why not? That's what I chose to do. The grand scheme of things, not a lot of cost involved in that, and of course having wall cabinets right next to the boiler kind of makes the boiler fit in more. It doesn't need to be boxed in any way. It's absolutely fine as it is. I think it looks perfect. Got a condensing tumble dryer. There I'm just lining the doors up and adjusting the hinges. So I've done half the granny flat kitchen, and I've sort of jumped about and done a bit of utility room units, all the same units just for simplicity, all from the same place. This is the little multi-cooker thing I was talking about, and it sits in that low level area, and that's Gran's cooker, and it's just plugged in, and there's a sort of tiled area I've just added in behind that, straight onto the plasterboard, grouted it, simple white tiles, just so there's a kind of splashback there. This is the main living space, and it's become a bit of a mess again, purely because I'm using it to build up carcasses for units over and over again. Again, nothing difficult there. Once you've done one, you can do 1,000 with your eyes shut. 2 sinks, I had them ordered way back at the beginning, and they had been sitting in the garage for weeks and weeks and weeks. But they were cheap. I think they were like £32 each, including all the fixtures and the tap. And it's just a case of cutting them into the worktop. Again, I've got drainage coming up behind that cabinet, which had always been there, and we saw much earlier on. I've got my flexible pipes coming through the backing of that unit. And there we go. So the taps with these sinks come with flexi hoses. And in the kitchen area, I'm assembling the last of the unit carcasses, and I've got 2 big full height units, which, even though in the kitchen area Gran was to use them as wardrobes, because there's no room really elsewhere for that, and it makes it, as you go in, there's kind of storage to your left. That's absolutely fine, all sealed off. You can use that for anything, and clothes is reasonable. That's a kind of wardrobe space. Underneath the sink, there's the kind of plumbing connections. So a little compression fitting on the end of the plastic pipe onto the flexi metal hose. And it's important to use inserts in these plastic pipes at all times, whether it be with a push fit. You can use compression fittings in the end, just as long as you use the insert. And the drainage is just Lego again. Cut it accurately, push it in, job done. There's my plumbing connection again. And it's the same deal in the granny flat kitchen as well as the utility room. There we go. That's the plumbing in there done as well. Worktops in the utility room, around the dryer, units on either side, sink in, and it's just a case of jigsawing out a hole for the sink and using some silicone and putting it, nothing difficult. Sliding it in, a couple of tiles. There's my mum cleaning my grubby handprints off the front of the doors. And then I bought these recliner chairs for Gran and whoever, she would have in visitors, myself, my mum and dad, whoever was in with her from time to time could sit with her in these reclining chairs in front of the TV in the living space. I had actually intended the TV to go in the opposite wall and the bedroom to be kind of opposite the bathroom and the living area to be nearer the kitchen, if that makes sense. But Gran, having seen it, decided she wanted it this way. So the whole thing was for her. That's what she got. If she wants it that way, of course she can have it. It's a kind of versatile living space, and that's how she wanted it laid out, so that's absolutely fine with me. I built her a single bed, a kind of cheap 65 quid frame with a really nice mattress. Obviously, as I say, I wanted it the other way around from my point of view, so the bed would be on the other side, the TV would be in that wall, and yeah. Makes more sense, but hey, she wanted it that way, so absolutely delighted to arrange it that way for her. So that really is it now. That is the finished result. So there's the utility room, access through to the main kitchen. That becomes the new back door. The door to the left is into Gran's house, fully independent from the rest of the house. And I'm just adding a final few finishing touches to the bathroom, including the fittings for soap bars and towels, a little simple mirrored cabinet and a simple mirror above the sink. There's the view with the door shut inside, and an accessible shower, and you can see I've added a handle in onto that shower board, fixed through to the stud behind so that she can easily get in there, and if her movement did deteriorate a little bit, then it's there. But she actually moved reasonably well, and it's just the fact that occasionally she would fall that became one of the main reasons why we ever got into this position in the first place, and thought that, you know, it wasn't a good idea for her to be living alone with no immediate help to hand. So there we go. Outside, I still have some of this grouting to tend to with this special Eurobrick sort of elasticated mortar. I've stained the wood darker in this image, and of course this is all done probably like 6 or 7 weeks into my uni term. So this is all bits and pieces that I'm doing to just get it over the line, done. You can see in this image I have got rid of all that earth as well that would be sitting up around where my mouse pointer is. That's where that big mound of earth was. So I'm ready for Gran to move in at this stage, and it's one of the best feelings in the world. That's how the mortar goes in. They supply you with this kind of piping bag. You mix it up and you just squeeze it in, smooth it out. Easy as that. Clever system, that's all I would say. And it allowed me to do what I needed to get done. So credit for that. Highly recommended. So finally, I can walk you through the finished project. This is the utility room, and it's 100% complete. The flooring's down, the worktop's in, all the tiny little details, sealing in corners, sealing the worktop against the tiles, just all the little tiny details that you need to get right so that the room is fully finished. It doesn't need any more work. And these little things take time, but in this image, it's all done. And that's the utility room looking from the existing kitchen of the house, and to the left there, the door is into the granny flat. So as I say, 100% complete, all fixtures and fittings are now in situ, and it's a working room at this stage. And it works really well, and I was really happy with how that turned out. The shower room is complete, 100% complete, all painting done, edges cut in, corners sealed, the usual stuff I was just talking about, so that the room can be classified as 100% complete. And again, really happy with the result here. And that's not to say I would change things. Obviously, if I was to go back and do this again, there's 1,001 different things I would do differently and I would change. But that was part of the appeal, or the uniqueness of this whole thing, was that I was going into it essentially blind, and obviously I learned a ton of stuff, and I hope if you've followed this video all the way through, you've learned a ton of stuff too from what I've done and the mistakes I've made and so on. But yes, very happy with the result. It exceeded my expectations by 1,000%, but of course, looking back, there are things I would have done differently. There are design changes I would have made. There's areas where the project could have been more successful, and the final result could have been more, perhaps could have had more design merit and so on. But hey, it is what it is, and I was absolutely delighted with it. So looking into from the inside of the granny flat, we're now looking at the kitchen area, which works really well. Not a separate room, but it's an area that feels separate because of the difference in the ceiling level, and that goes back to the trusses. Yep, really happy with that, and you can see how it's a fully working, functioning kitchen. If very small, but it's a studio space effectively for Gran, and it looks great from my point of view. I'm really happy with the result, and I don't think I could have really hoped for any better. Really happy with that, and looking back on it now, it's really pleasing to see how that turned out. So inside the main living space of the granny flat, again, as I say, we're looking at images now where the thing is absolutely complete. The finish is good, and people who've looked at the finished result in real life have commented on how, you know, the finish is actually of a really good standard. It's not something that you would walk into and say, oh, some numpty built that himself without a clue what he was doing, which of course was probably the truth. But in the end, it looks good. It looks almost professional. The photos, it's very difficult to convey kind of a sense of the overall standard of the finish. You need to see it in reality. But it's something that I take a lot of notice of now, having done this project, is looking at the standard of finished projects and building works and so on, because it varies a lot. And even people who charge money to build extensions, or, you know, just looking at any building you go into, the fit and finish can vary hugely. And some people's idea of what is a great finish is not the same as what somebody else's idea would be. So that's what I'm saying. Other people have looked at this and told me that it's a good finish. So absolutely delighted to have that. And, you know, you can see how I'm glad I kept everything one colour, just a slightly off-white colour, and the clean surfaces and crisp edges are able to kind of speak for themselves, and that is what kind of defines the quality of the space. So there we are. I would say at this point as well, as we look through these images of the thing 100% complete, if there's anything you would like to ask about the project, I mean, anything, absolutely anything, any of the suppliers I used, any of the techniques I've used, just any questions you have in general, please do shoot me an email and I will absolutely get back to you. The email address for me is in the description below this video, and I'll also put it at the end on a slide. So please do drop me an email about absolutely anything. I'd be delighted to have a conversation with you about the project. So there's that big centre window that I integrated into the design, and you can see there you're getting a good view up onto the field behind the house. So that's great. Lots of light coming in that window, just because it's about 1.5 feet higher than, you know, ordinarily a window would be, and you get so much more light coming in from the sky that way. Now at this point, the furniture in the granny flat has changed slightly, because what I actually managed to do was get an interior design magazine to come out and do some photos and do a little piece in it. So I had the place furnished with some more kind of designer stuff for this, and I just took a few photos myself. So there we go. Really happy with how that space turned out. And now that's the last image I have to show you of the inside. We're now reviewing the outside, as it is 100% complete. And you can see here, you know, alluding back to what I was talking about earlier, where, you know, there are things in this where it was far from ideal, and, you know, if I was doing it again, would I change stuff? Absolutely. I mean, look, the way this sort of fits into the back garden of the existing house isn't perfect. It's not ideal. I mean, essentially I was, you know, cutting a kind of big hole into the garden to fit this thing into. And then, you know, with the limited time and budget I had to somehow, you know, landscape everything so that it was passable and usable as a garden. So the end result is as we see here, and you can see how I've used stones to fill in some of the areas around, and how the final wall area where I made this sort of quick timber structure, as you'll have noticed a way back at the beginning when I was talking about how I had to get this level difference sorted in a kind of cost-effective and really quick way without building a retaining wall. You can see how that works out in these following photos I'm about to show you. But there we are, 100% finished, and the Eurobrick cladding system is painted to match the existing house, and that was a requirement of planning. So just a really quick kind of masonry paint was what I used on that, and I've completed the step beneath the door there, and I've just used decking timbers and made the step that way, and obviously that's onto the step construction that you'll have seen way back at the beginning, but that's done. And at this stage the thing is passed by building control, so the building inspector has been out and he's had a good look at everything, and he's told me that it's fine and it passes, which is great, absolutely brilliant. There was a couple of tiny little things that I had to do to get the completion certificate through, and that's just things like the step heights. I had to adjust one of the steps slightly, and I think that was it actually. It was just one of the steps that needed changed, and everything else was to standard and passed straight away. So there we are, there's the final kind of texture, if you like, or surface treatment that the Eurobrick cladding system gives. And it's very precise and neat, and as I say, that helped me because I didn't have to lay any bricks. And my areas of timber on the rear facade are all neatly completed and sealed up where necessary with some sealant. You can see just the kind of detailing there in that picture. I don't think I need to explain anything other than just let you have a look at it. UPVC soffits, dry verging on the end of the roof, and you can see how the treatment around the windows works with that little UPVC trim. So I think a reasonably pleasing facade. There's things I'd change about it, but I'm not going to bore you with that. I think, you know, bearing in mind, again, you know, what the project was about and the story behind it, I think that's a pretty good result, and I'm delighted with it. So there we go. And from the neighbour's garden we can see how that extends out from the existing house, and it works in quite well, matches the existing in a good way. So there we go, we really are at the end of it now, and there's not really much else to reflect on as we view these final images. But it's, if you followed this from the start, it's been a long, long journey, and one that took a hell of a lot of effort and quite potentially should never have happened. There's bound to have been an easier way to do this, but as I say, I did not want my Gran to go into a nursing home, and ultimately that's what this is about, and I got there and achieved that for her. There we can just see the retaining wall along the bottom of this image, how that works. So, you know, there's a passageway all the way around that, and the garden is kind of split into different levels because of the fact that it is on a slope, and it had to be done like that to make this work. So this is the last image I'm going to show you, and I'm going to close the video on this and thank you for watching it. It's been a pleasure for me sitting here reviewing all these photos and kind of revisiting a little episode in my life that will always kind of stay with me. I will say, as we close on this image, that although Gran did get use out of this extension, sadly, at the time that I am speaking now and doing the voiceover for this video, Gran has passed away. And it is something that you would have to consider if you were going to go down the route, whether you build it yourself or get somebody else to do it, just in the general sense that you were going to have a granny flat attached, or as a separate building on a plot of land to the existing house of a family that, you know, that family member you're building it for could, you know, could pass on at some point, especially if they are older. Now, I mean, when I was doing this, I expected Gran to get many, many years out of this, and in actual fact, it didn't turn out that way. Her health was good at the time that we started this, and I still maintain it was likely that she was going to live a lot longer. Unfortunately, through circumstances, she did take ill kind of in an unexpected way, and that's why I'm talking to you now when Gran sadly isn't here. But yeah, as I end this, it's something that I have to mention to you, and I wasn't going to mention it as we went through everything because, you know, I wanted to kind of revisit everything like I was building it, like, you know, feeling the kind of things that I did when I was making this, as if, you know, Gran was going to move into it. And, you know, she did get use out of it, but not as much as I would have hoped. But for the time that she did, it worked really well. And it's the best thing that could have happened to her when she did get use out of it. So for that, I am comforted, and, you know, it is something that I did, and whether it's the right thing or not, who knows, but I feel it was. She did get use out of it. But, you know, I have to mention that you do have to consider these kind of things, especially since it didn't last as long as I hoped. And then that's just a sad fact of life that sometimes that happens. So I'm really going to close this off now. And on that note, I would just like to say, please contact me about anything. I will absolutely get back to you by email. The email's in the link in the description, and it's going to come up on a slide at the end of this video. And finally, as I thank you for watching this video, I would dedicate the whole video to my Gran, who I love dearly, and she is the reason this whole thing came to fruition in the first place. So this video is dedicated to my Gran. Thanks.